See, dreams will make you free. You gotta make them happen, man. Dream, baby, dream. Yeah, you gotta get the dreams burning, baby. Dream, baby, dream. Yeah, hold on tight, baby. Yeah, hold on tight to life. Light a fire to your dream. Dream, baby, dream. Dream, baby, dream. Forever. Hey, baby. Yeah, you just hold on tight, you know? You hold on to the one thing that means anything. Your dream. Yeah, keep it burning forever, baby. Dream that dream. Come on, baby, dreaming. Yeah, dream it, baby. Yeah, dream forever, baby. Dream, baby, dream. Dream, baby, dream. Dream, baby, dream. Dream, baby, dream, baby, dream, baby, dream, baby, dream, baby, dream, baby, dream forever, baby.
com sintetizador é besteira.
Campeão, mas quando deixa em 7 não toca dentro da água, não. Ah, é.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Hello, hello. Sorry, I'm late, everybody. Oi, 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 oi. What's up, what's up? Hi, Tech Tink. Hi, Spilled Bag of Ice. Hi, Forlorn. Hi, Reclaw. Hi, Zachary. Hi, Solar Satori. Hi, Rain Beast. Rain Beastie. Hi, Violence. Hi, Narwhal. Hi, Drink Dank. Hi, Violence. Did I say Violence already? Hi, Pajama Jamma. Hi, Euphemisticism. Hi, Violence. Oh my god, that's literally 3 times in a row. What's up, Punky? What's up, Zyrum? What is up? Who else is in here? Dun, 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 dun. What's up, everybody? Spilled Bag of Ice, Euphemisticism, Legit Salvage, Kristen Nerd, Bill Boneless. Who else is in here? Forlorn. What's up, Fox of Fate? What's up, everybody? Sorry I'm late. I'm a little stressed, I'm not gonna lie. But it's good to see everybody. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. How's it going? What's up, Tech Tink? What's up, Dr. Skipper? What's up, everybody? Dun 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 dun. For later, what's this? Dun dun dun. New haircut. New haircut. Dun dun dun. What? Yeah, I saw this, Forlorn. I don't know why, like, you're like. Do you think? I think you think that I'm like a huge, like I'm definitely voting Cornel West or something. I don't know. Yeah, I saw this, and it's not. It's very unfortunate about Cornel West. Yeah, I saw this. What's up, everybody? Thank you so much, Pajama Jamma. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Foreign Sticks. Hope you're doing okay. Tofu's banging today. True, looks great. Love the bangs. Thank you so much. New Tofu, who this? Hi, everyone. Hello, everyone. New haircut. Yes. Sorry, I'm a little like stressed. I was stressing out before I started stream. So sorry if I seem like frazzle-dazzled. Sorry if I seem like frazzle-dazzled. I'm kind of in a funky mood. But I worked up the strength to go live. Stressed but well dressed. Hey, what's up, a random topic? It really frames your face so well. Thank you, Punky. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I've been wanting it for a long time because I hate like so much of my my dysphoria, like, or at least like a big point, because there's a lot. My dysphoria comes from a million places, but like a big one is like constantly staring directly at my forehead, and it's like a lot of the times it's always like my forehead that like makes me feel shitty. You know what I mean? So it's been nice, but also I was like freaking out today because I like don't know how to do them. I like don't know how to do bangs. I've never done bangs before, so like the same reason like it's really stressful getting ready for stream for me like is like dealing with dysphoria on top of other things, but like dealing with dysphoria and then like I don't know, like being the stress of like knowing that like not only am I dealing with dysphoria and I'm like freaking out about like my hair and my makeup and like whatever, but also like I'm gonna be on, you know, and I'm doing this to like go on stream to like hundreds of people, so it's like extra stressful. And sometimes it's like sometimes I just don't go live because I just like can't hang. I just can't hang, but yeah, so I don't know, I'm getting used to it. I'm trying to like figure out, I'm trying to get good, you know what I'm saying? Trying to get good at handling it and doing my new haircut. And also, if you like them, everybody say shouts out to J Marianne, because J Marianne cut them for me. Isn't she awesome? Isn't she the best? Tofu, how do you feel about compliments regarding your appearance? I mean, I'm fine with it, as long, you know, I'm fine with it. If you've been in here a while, you know that like I'm not good at taking compliments, you know what I mean? And I might get like awkward or like bashful or shy or whatever, but it's fine so long as it's like not over the top, you know what I mean? Because sometimes some people might like take a compliment a little bit too, like, I don't know, you probably understand what I'm saying. Like it depends, you know, just like, you know, the same that you would in a public in public with anybody else, you know what I'm saying? Nothing too much, but yeah. What's up, Vision Man? A door person volunteer. Don't be creepy. Oh, I'll let you know. Yeah, but no, I appreciate you asking. All good. But yeah, sorry, I'm like also not on top of me feeling like dealing with being like really stressed out right now. I'm doing these. If you notice, I don't have my big headphones on, and I can hear my, like, these headphones are super noise canceling. They're like really great headphones. You know what I mean? They're super noise canceling. So I don't really hear my voice when I'm talking to stream, but I can hear everything like super well, like outside of the headphones. You know what I mean? So it's like really confusing me right now. It's like actually kind of disorienting. I might put back on my regular headphones. To not let more than 99 people so you don't feel uncomfortable. Multi-part jokes that don't work great in a stream. I'm not sure what you mean. Compliments are fine. If it's, yeah. What's up, Xenomonic? Thank you. Not to be that guy, but those are noise isolating. You're right. A random topic. You are correct. Your brain will get used to it probably, but whatever floats your goat. Yeah, I mean, it's like I have like, you know, like I have my new hair, so it's like I don't want to like cover it up with headphones, but also like I can't. I'm just like really disorienting, super disorienting. Anyway, how are you guys doing? How's everybody feeling in the chat today? Enough about me. Let's talk about you guys. Let's talk about you guys. How are you guys feeling? Here's one of the joys of life. Is that so? I'm making music, so I'll probably be lurking off and on. Nice. Hell yeah. Very cool. Let's see. Do I have everything all set up and ready to go? But yeah, I don't know. I saw this and like, I don't know. I think Cornel West is a little. I think he means well. I think he means well with this. I don't think he realizes exactly like what this actually implies, because having a truth, like a vaccine truth, like a COVID-19 truth commission, like that's what like the CDC is, like that's what the FDA is, like those are the that's what that is, you know what I mean? Like I love Cornel West. I think he's great. I think he's been a ruthless like fighter for what's right for many decades. I think this is just really, I think he doesn't realize, like I said, I think he means well with this, but I don't think he realizes what he's saying when he says this. Like, this is not it. You don't need a vaccine safety and utilization panel. That's literally what the CDC and the FDA does. Like, I understand he's trying to combat, like the point of this was to combat like the skepticism in our institutions, which is definitely a real thing and definitely something that needs addressing. But like like what are you like so is this supposed to be like, is it going to be like an oversight panel, like of people, like of who? Is it going to be like experts? Like I don't get it, you know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying is I think that he means well, and I love the guy. I just don't think that he knows exactly what this entails around like a COVID-19 truth commission. Like that's it's redundant, it's just not good. But like I said, I still think Cornel West is a good guy, and he isn't explicitly like, he isn't like anti-vax, but I think what he's doing is like, I think he knows a lot of like who I think he's trying to pick up some of the RFKers, which sucks. You know what I mean? But I think that that's probably his calculation. That's probably his calculation. Like, I can't say that for sure, obviously, but most likely that's, from where I stand, that's probably why he's doing that. And like I said, people are skeptical of institutions and are very distrusting of government agencies and like all of that. That's a very true thing, and it does need addressing. And it is also at the same time like understandable on the from the perspective of like an individual like that feels that way, like I get why people, you know, I understand the context that people have grown up in or have been living in, and why they might think that way, even though it is incorrect. This is just not the way to do it. This is like, you know, you need to directly. I really think that education is probably the best thing to focus on, and to not even address this kind of thing directly, because like also that's a super fringe. It's a fringe. Like the people who are like super skeptical of COVID-19 and like vaccines, like that's not a lot of people. Like realistically, it's not a lot of people. So I don't think it's a good strategic move. I think it's in practice, like it's actually harmful. But I don't think he's a bad guy. Like I don't think that Cornel West is a bad person. I think he's a really good person, and I think he means really well. I think he's a bit naive. I hate to call somebody as wise and experienced as Cornel West naive, but I think that is what that is. Like I think that it is naivety. Like I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know what else to say about it. It's a bummer. It's a bummer. But yeah, I don't know. It's not the move. Whatever. Yeah, and this is like, he's so grateful to you, Cornell, for the commitment to ending the corruption. Like, bro, please. It's gross. Get out of here. But yeah, I would just, you know, I wouldn't have covered that, you know, if somebody didn't send it in the chat, because it's just like, I think it's dumb, and I don't think it even needs addressing, because it's silly. silly. Addressing any/all lobby influence is fine in the more general sense, but that's not what he's doing. Yeah, like, if you want to talk about corruption, like corporate corruption, corporate greed, and corporate influence, that's one thing. Talking about specifically creating like commissions, creating panels and organizations that are supposed to be oversight committees for the organizations that are meant to do that in the first place. You know what I mean? Because before, like the FDA, for example, it's just companies making things, right? Like companies just make things and they sell it to you. But the FDA makes sure that they're like actually healthy for you, and they're not gonna fucking kill you, and they're, you know what I mean? Like, these are we already have those things. We need to rebuild trust in them. Creating more bureaucracy doesn't create more trust in government. Bureaucracy is actually going to take you in the exact opposite direction. More bureaucracy is just going to like tie more shit up in more fucking committees, more useless fucking, you know, bureaucrats who are paid to fucking, you know, make government less effective. Tova, did you see there's another RFK animal story? Yeah, the whale one. Yeah, the whale shit. Like he cut off like a whale's head or something. And yeah. He's just like not good. He's not doing good. You know what I mean? Like he's not well, you know. Environmental group calls for RFK Jr. to be investigated for reportedly sawing off whale head. Like, what do you mean? In a resurfaced 2012 interview his daughter shared, he had once used a chainsaw to cut off a dead whale's head to bring it home. But like, why did he bring it home? You know what I mean? And like the bear story, remember? Like there was like the dead bear on the side of the road. He like brought it with him, like on like he pulled it into his truck and like did stuff, like went and got dinner, like ran errands, and then put it out in the street, like after like setting it up to look like a mistake. I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, why are you like this? It's like there's something going on, you know? Former independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is back in the headlines, not for suspending his campaign last week and endorsing Republican Donald Trump, nor for his recent admission that he was the one who had left a dead bear cub in Central Park as a joke a decade ago. Wait, is that a different bear story? Was there multiple bear story? Dude, like, I have a feeling my man like probably wasn't nice to like animals as a child. You know what I mean? Like, I'd be curious to know like what the rest of the Kennedy family has to say about like the way he treated animals like as a child, like growing up. You know what I mean? I don't know. This time the macabre spotlight is refocused on Kennedy, the 70-year-old nephew of the late 35th president, because of a resurfaced 2012 interview in which his daughter shared he had once used a chainsaw to cut off a whale's head to bring it home, reportedly to study. All right, man. According to Town and Country magazine, Kennedy once heard that a dead whale had washed up on Squaw Island in Hyannis Port and ran down to the beach with a chainsaw, cut off the whale's head, and then bungee corded it to the roof of the family minivan for the 5 hours, huh? 5-hour haul back to Mount Kisco, New York. That could not have smelled good. Every time we accelerated on the highway, whale juice. Whale juice, brother. Whale juice would pour into the windows of the car, and it was the rankest thing on the planet. Kick Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy's. His daughter's name is Kick Kennedy. Is that like short for something? Told the magazine then. We all had plastic bags over our heads. Bro, plastic bags over your heads? You had plastic bags over your heads? With mouth holes cut out, and people on the highway were giving us the finger. But that was just normal day-to-day stuff for us. It is unclear why the 2012 interview regained traction this weekend. Well, okay, what do you think? You know what I mean? You don't think there's a million people out there like just scouring the internet for fucking dirt on everyone? And like, come on. There's literally people who are paid to, like, that is people's job, to scour the fucking internet and just like dig up dirt on people. Come on, you're literally RFK Jr. running for president. Like, somebody's digging up dirt on you. Stop. Kennedy's latest bizarre story involving a dead animal was prompted a push by one environmental group. Yeah. Okay, this is what I thought. This is what I was thinking about when we talked about the dead bear like recently. It is illegal to possess any part of an animal, dead or alive, protected under either statute. Either statute. So it's like, even, but like specifically a dead one. Can you not like? Can't you like not? Isn't that's against some kind of law, right? Like to just be picking up dead animals and like taking them places. Like, there's no way. Tofu Kick was her grandma Kathleen's nickname. Oh, okay. I don't know if Kick's legal name is also Kathleen or not. Got it. Does Jack Smith kind of look like Trump Jr.? No way. Not at all. No shot. Oh my god, is her initials KKK? Oh no. Oh my god, this means we may get a paparazzi shot of RFK trying to throw a giant skull into a dumpster. There's no, if a paparazzi got that photo, there's no way it wouldn't make it. There's no way the world wouldn't know about it. Like, there's no way. Unless the Kennedys paid like way more than TMZ or any other company, you know what I mean? Any other tabloid or like news agency would be willing to. You know what I mean? Unless the Kennedys were able to like pay them off in you know, like in such a substantial amount that they were like, you know, I don't know. There's no way. There's just no fucking way. I mean, like tonight, as he tries to ditch the evidence. Oh, I mean, this was from fucking 2012, so kind of a long time ago. He said the dead bear cub up in the park. Oh, okay, so that was the same one. Okay, so I thought it was just like on the street somewhere, but he did it. He's so fucking weird. That's so weird. That is just like a very... Honestly, I think that probably goes beyond weird. Like, if we're being honest, you know? You know, like there's weird, there's quirked up shotties, and then there's like people who are disturbed, you know, and have like, who like need help. You know what I'm saying? And when you're like taking chainsaws to dead whales and like just taking dead bears, dead bear cubs on rides in your car for no reason, and you know, doing little photo shoots and shit. Like you've probably done some other crazy fucking freaky shit. You know what I mean? You've definitely done some other freaky shit that like nobody knows about, you know? Thank you, Shane. Do we know what kind of whale it was? I don't really think of whales having a head separate from their body. They don't have a neck. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works, I guess. Yeah, just like the upper part. Just the upper part of a fucking, like, what was he studying though? Like, what was he doing? You wanted the brain, or like, bro, what the fuck? And also, what kind of shit do you have? You have the facilities like in your New York residence to like, you know, like, what the fuck are you up to? Fucking freak, dude. What an actual freak. Like, what do you have? Like, you just put it in your garage, just like on your fucking, you just put it on your like workbench and just like go to work. You just go to town. The brainworms made him seek out more brains. That's true. Fuck, it's all coming together. Oh my god, it's all coming together. Doesn't everyone have an embalming studio? Oh, I forgot. I have one in the back. I just never use it. That's right. Everybody does have an embalming. That's right. That's true. That's true. Okay. All right. Well, I guess we should get the show on the road, I suppose. Yeah, we're super late, so I might have to you know, kind of do a little bit of whittling of our news content for the day. But that's okay. Dun, dun, dun. Let me do that now. And again, sorry if I seem like not 100%. I'm still feeling like, I'm still trying to get past this like stress or like this anxiousness that I'm dealing with right now. Right, meow. Dun, 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 dun. Put that to the bottom. Do what I say. Okay, there we go. Get rid of that. Get rid of this. Bada bing, bada boom. Boom, boom, boom. All right, that should be fine for now. All right, exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist that contains all the videos that we will be looking at today. If you are curious or would just like a link to any of them, what's up, Small Forest? Thank you. We're gonna start it off chill with some new music videos that have come out recently. We have Daily Dose of Internet. We have some the headlines. Reuters didn't do their top 5 stories today, so I put the NBC News headlines on there, but I started super late, so I'll probably take the NBC News headlines off of there, and we'll probably just do PBS and Democracy Now, because I always hate, whenever we do NBC News, I'm always like reminded about how much I fucking dislike watching them. But after that, we have a number of specific stories that I'd like to get into. I have a bunch of articles that we can take a look at, including this one from The Intercept. The NYPD is illegally leaking sealed records about children to tabloids. Jesus Christ. Look at this fucking new reader view for tweets. don't want to compliment anything that has to do with you know, Elon Musk, but you know, this is kind of tight for what I do. You know what I'm saying? This is actually pretty helpful and nice. So that's cool. I have this from The Nation. As global temperatures rise, so does the potential for violence. So there's been like studies done on like the correlations between high temperatures and like violent behavior. Just like another thing to consider, you know, in this dystopian present that we have found ourselves in. We have, I don't know why this doesn't show the headline for whatever reason. But this from The Hill: more than 200 Bush, McCain, and Romney aides endorse Kamala Harris. Wow, you love to see it. You know, we love bipartisanship, folks. Wow, amazing. So cool, so great. This is super long. This is I read part of it and it's a good read so far. But I don't know that we'll have time just because I started so goddamn late. But it's called The Harris Doctrine from the Boston Review. It's about Kamala Harris's foreign policy and her foreign policy advisor, and how he differs from Jake Sullivan, and what that could, you know, mean and stuff like that. It's pretty interesting, but we probably, to be honest, will not have time to look at it. But all of those are there. Whatever we look at, I will share as we go over them. The hotter it is, the more pissed off you get. I mean, I can confirm, like, it does not help when it's like super hot in my fucking room and I'm like sweating through my makeup and I'm getting like super frustrated and just like, oh my God, it's the worst. It's the worst. And I always said, like, if I could never live in a place that's super humid, because I would just be I would just be mean all the time. Like all the fucking time, constantly. I couldn't live with myself. Alrighty, but I guess let's just get started. I guess let's just start off with some music videos and we'll do the daily dose of internet, and then we'll head to an ad break before we do our headlines. Is LA not super humid? Not at all. It's super dry, which is great. You know what I mean? It's super great for that anyway, but it's probably the reason why I can't deal with humidity when I go to a place that is humid. But I don't know. I miss Cali weather. Honestly, like, you know, it's easy to take for granted, but like, you know, the moment you go anywhere else as like a Californian, you're like always reminded, like, damn, I got it pretty goddamn good. I got it pretty fucking goddamn good, you know, weather-wise anyway. But let's get into it. Let's move to Texas. Yeah, for sure. I'll sweat my ass off and get hate crimed. It'll be the best time. Young Skirt, World Speed, brand new music video that came out today. that song.
Of life. Yeah, 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 yeah.
What's up, James?
Shake your booty from the left to the right, yeah.
Hell yeah, that was tight. That was cool. Yeji Boo Boo.
Hello everyone, this is
Let's
your
do daily dose of internet.
I can't decide if he gave himself a glow up or not.
Oh my god, it's me. Oh my god, just like me. Okay, bro, chill.
Gosh, freaking dang it, I cut it too short.
That actually kind of, okay, that kind of slaps. Like, it actually, like, you could just rock it. You know what I mean? Like, get some, like, if you had the right outfit, you know, this would just be sick. Honestly. Like, he just needs to get rid of his, like, little bit of, like, whatever he's got going on, like, on his chin. You know what I mean? That little bit of hair he's got going on there. If you can't grow the beard, just, like, let's just not do it at all. You know what I'm saying? Get rid of the facial hair. Fuck it, maybe even get rid of the eyebrows, dude. Fucking just go for it. And then like get some like cool, like maybe get like some like a nose piercing or like some cool earrings and like, you know, like a cooler out, like a cool outfit. You'd be like fucking, it would just be fucking high fashion. So full weird. See, there's like a level though, like once you get past, there's like a certain, like there's like a weird zone, and then there's like a like you, it's possible to like break out of it to the point where it becomes high fashion. You know what I'm saying? I cannot go with you on this, Tofu. This is too deep into the irony. Well, the thing about irony in fashion, I feel like so much of fashion, a lot of fashion now, or a lot of fashion as time goes on, is just like so much of our lives current day is buried beneath like 1,000 layers of irony. Like our humor, our everything that our art, like our everything that we do creatively, everything is like buried beneath like serious, like tons of layers, many layers of irony. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like fashion is no different, where like so many things like that were considered to be extremely fucking tacky in certain eras, like are kind of cool because they exist like you look at it, you're kind of looking at that fact, the fact of how something used to be perceived through a new lens, like I said, multiple layers of irony, where everything that like used to suck before is actually fire now, but for all of the same reasons why it used to suck before. Does that make sense? I don't fucking know. I can't see that cut and not think of Tyler the Creator. Oh yeah. Hello? What's going on? Oh shit, what the fuck? Oh my god. Poor thing, holy shit.
Oh, eccolo Tony.
Oh my god.
Ciao bestia.
Come stai?
Molto bene, te? Grande.
Grazie.
Sometimes stunt actors in movies need to do some truly terrifying things.
3, 2, 1, action!
Oh my god. That's fucking insane. Oh, I've seen this. Oh wait, no, it was a different guy. But that's also sick. So stupid. Oh. What's happening?
Open-toed sandals!
Her family made her realize that she has full control over her hands and it doesn't have a mind of its own.
Your brain doesn't control your hand.
No, your
brain does.
You choose when to close your hand.
Like
Like, look, I don't want, and then I can whenever I want.
Just look at your
Isn't that
hand
cool?
and be like, I want to close that. You have.
Isn't that cool?
You can do that.
Isn't you?
You have the power. You can do that. Isn't that amazing? Debating a child. Y'all ever been so high? I mean, I've been coming. I think I've told this stream this story on stream before, where like many years ago, I was coming down off of, was it acid? I think it was acid, and I forgot how to use my hands because I tried to go outside I had a bunch of stuff in my hands and I tried to like go to like the garage or something. I tried to like get out of the house and go to the garage, and I had a bunch of shit in my hands, and I'm like, I hadn't slept at all, and I was like frying balls the whole day before, over 11 hours of just like being on acid. And then I hadn't slept the whole night, and it's like 5 in the morning, 5 or 6 in the morning, because it's like daylight out. Like it just become daylight out, and I'm trying to get out to like the garage to like go do like laundry or some shit. I don't fucking remember. I had a bunch of shit in my hands, and I walk up to the door, and I literally just stood there. I literally stood there and was just like, why am I having trouble right now? Like, I was just like, what, like, why am I like, I'm struggling right now. Like, I don't know why I can't figure out like why is this so hard for me? And it took me a good solid minute or so to realize that like I just needed to like free up at least one hand. I needed to free up at least one hand so that I could open the door so that I could get outside. But I like was just at the door with shit in my hands, like, how the fuck do I do this? I don't know how to continue from here. Oh.
A monkey broke into this guy's hotel room.
What? Oh shit.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, bring in the gang too. Oh, you got the chips. How did he know to go for the chips? Yo, he knew exactly where to go. He knew exactly what he was looking for. That was a planned heist. That was a fucking planned heist. He knew exactly where he was going. He knew exactly where the chips were kept. Oh my fucking god. Stop. Put that back.
This guy found a genius way on how to fix a dent. You basically just take a super strong magnet with a rope and tie it down to something that will not move. Your next step is
that
to
not
just
Joe
let
Rogan?
the car
No,
do the
it's
rest
not.
of the work.
That is the most bizarre thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, I hate that. Oh, I absolutely hate
This
that.
dad discovered that his son is actually really good at stacking things.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
This child has difficulty saying words, so his dad got a tattoo of the alphabet so he can spell it out.
Oh. Oh, that's actually really
Switzerland
wholesome.
uses a really cool bridge so that workers can do road work without slowing down traffic.
Whoa. Whoa, that's fucking crazy, actually. Yo, we're so... America fucking sucks, dude. We can't even do, like... We created a society in which we are, like, absolutely reliant on cars, and we can't even do roads right. Like, they even do roads better outside of the United States, and we need roads. Like, we have no other choice but to use roads, and they even do that better. Like in LA, no, you just gotta like create traffic for the entire fucking city for like 2-3 days, depending on what needs to be done. Like in LA, this just shuts down the entire 405. You know what I mean? Like they have to try to do it in the middle of the night when there's less fucking traffic, which is more dangerous for workers. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what the fuck, man? Why can't we have this?
Imagine having a jet engine in your bedroom.
Big fan. And it's hitting right now, too. Yes, sir.
What?
This is what the space program in Norway looks like.
So stupid, dude. Cringe. Uh-oh. Oh.
A fox decided to show up to this graduation ceremony.
Oh, poor thing. Just leave it alone. Oh my gosh.
The downside of living in a
That thing's so
skyscraper
scared.
is that
Poor
your building
thing.
farts when it gets really windy.
On the 42nd floor in a New York City building during a windstorm.
Oh.
The walls are just screaming.
Dude. See, I lived in a building that did that. Oh my god. But that's why they fucking... Dude. That's why nobody lives in those damn things. Like, nobody actually lives there. They just, like, buy them so that they can sell them later or whatever. Like, a home or, like, Airbnb or, like, whatever the fuck. Like, that's so scary. I had an ex who lived in a high-rise and, like, you could feel it move. You couldn't hear it. I don't know if it was maybe because it wasn't that high, but you could feel it move and you could see it move. And like, I don't know how you, I don't think I could do that. Like, I don't think I could, like, even though that's probably a good thing, like the building is supposed to sway so that it doesn't like fucking snap in half, right? Like it's supposed to bend, but I don't know that I could like deal with that like mentally. You know, I could see that like really getting to me and really freaking me out. No way. This is literally me. This is literally me. That's literally me coming down off acid trying to figure out how to use a door.
These people found a hotel with an amazing view.
Are you ready for this? Look, Mo, ready?
Oh my god.
I think it's Blackpool and someone else.
Ew. Wait. Nah. What? Like they sold it like it was a cool thing, you know what I mean? Like you could just like see the game right from your window, but like also, bro, no. Also though, can you like go out your window and like just go hang out in the bleachers in the middle of the night though? That could be kind of tight. Like just go play a little like game of football in the middle of the night.
It's Blackpool and someone else are playing.
Jesus. It sounds like a fucking hubby thought that was going to be like the coolest like getaway for the family. You know what I mean? And he's the only one that thinks it's that cool.
Check this out.
What? Oh.
This lumberjack was in the middle of trimming this tree when a bunch of baby squirrels jumped on him.
Oh, you're mommy now. Oh. Oh, he's mommy.
For some reason, this bumblebee loves to get thrown around.
What?
Nie widzę go, nie widzę go. O, jest! Kurde!
I had no idea it was possible.
It's like garbanzo beans. It's literally like garbanzo beans, but a bee. What the
to
fuck?
hire someone to make hibachi in your own home.
Hey.
No. What the fuck? You're just throwing shrimp at you on the couch? Just... Whoopsh, like, dude, what the fuck? Also, are they in Legoland? What the fuck? Never mind, this is lit.
This poor
Oh,
Joey
yeah.
can't figure out how the pouch works.
Oh. Oh. Silly.
Her dog is trying to figure out what she's working on.
So cute.
These firefighters helped out this baby deer that got stuck.
Hmm.
There you go. Nice.
Oh.
If you see this guy at the pool, just run away.
Game. Well, I'm ready whenever you are.
That is the end of this video. Are you?
Ooh. Listen, if you're thumb coded, if you're thumb coded, maybe don't. I'm just gonna say this, like, maybe don't film yourself like cracking like whips. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't. It just, if I was, I wouldn't.
Enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Oh,
This is
the
with the
guinea
space
pigs.
program. And
There's bloopers? What the fuck? I did not expect that.
We begin the day.
Okay, that was confusing. All right, chat. Next up, we are gonna get into the news like we do here. Okay. Let me just clean this up real quick. Boom, bang. Next up, chat. Like I said, we're gonna get into the news. There's no Reuters today for whatever reason, because their YouTube person is sleeping on the job. But we got PBS News Wrap and top US and world headlines from Democracy Now!, aka Democracy in a little bit. And then we have a number of stories that I'd like to check out, a bunch of articles that I'd like to go over, and more. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist that contains all the videos that we will watch and have watched on stream so far. But first, chat, before we continue on, we must run an ad break because it's been an hour since we started the stream. Don't you worry though, because here at the Topher Ghost podcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the streamer, if you would like to support the stream, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get exclusive emotes, or even better yet, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat. That way they can also enjoy the emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. If you are one of those unsubbed friends, make sure to say hi in the chat, or throw some emotes in the chat, or if you're lurking, use the please gift me a sub emote, that way, or redeem, I should say. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. We are just starting the day off at 0 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting in some way. That way we can continue to do this full time while making sure the bills are paid. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Okay. We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for sitting through the ads if you had to sit through them. But we're back. I switched my headphones because I couldn't hang. It's really hard. It's really hard to get used to because I'm used to how this like blocks out everything in the room really nicely. So it was confusing, but I'm back. I'm back. What's up, iPedal? Sorry, guys. I'm still like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm feeling super like, super anxious. You're so pretty. I appreciate you. Thank you, bipedal. I'm feeling like super anxious. So if I seem, you know, if I don't seem like normal tofu, that's probably why. Probably why. Okay. The stimulants do that? Yeah, it could be that. It could be that, but it's also just like I don't know. I hate saying it all the time because I feel like it's like fishing for compliments because it's I assure you it's not. But it's like I just like my dysphoria is like I don't know how else to explain it. Maybe some trans people in the chat or like, you know, people who deal with similar you know, issues can relate. That it's like it like takes over my brain and it doesn't allow me to think like about anything else. Like I can't stop thinking about one thing, which sucks. You know what I mean? I'm like hyper focused on it. What's up, Brett? Thank you. So I'm just like, I don't know. I'm just like stressed. And I know what you mean, ma'am. I appreciate y'all. I can send Carlos, my son, / emotional support dog. Let me just send my son Carlos. Is that your? Oh, are those your emotes? Aw, that's cute. Naplos. Carlos is a good name for a dog. I think smarter people are more anxious more too. Okay, well, I don't know about all that. Okay. But yeah, then that's why it makes even less sense then. Like, what the heck, right? Like I should be chilling then. What's the problem? Yeah, I get stuck in that loop. Yeah. So I'm just saying, I just want to like let you know that like if I don't know, I'm just like, I'm not at 100. I'm not at 100, level 100 right now. That's all. But it's good to be here. I need to be streaming. I wanted to showcase my new haircut that J. Marianne did for me. And it's been nice. It's been nice having bangs, being a bangs person. Except that it's really hard. Like that's what I was stressing about. Part of what I was stressing about before stream too is like I don't know how to like do them right. You know what I mean? It took so long to like get it the way it is now, and like it's not even the way I wanted to. Like the first day, it looked so perfect. Like when Mari cut it, it looked like perfect, and I was like so happy. You know what I mean? And then yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to shape them because like I use a straightener to like, you know, I go like this, but sometimes like, you know, it'll like go a little too hard, and I get a little like Betty Page, which is like, you know, you get a little too Betty Page, and then but you also don't want it to be like just straggly straight hairs and stuff. I don't know. Whatevers. You can learn, but it's always going to take effort. That's why I part them now. You look great, Sophie. Thank you, Philistine. Not everyone can pull off bangs and it looks cute. Thank you, Fine Sticks. Round brush and hair dryer. I haven't tried it that way yet. I think that's probably what I should try. But also, it's like been hot. It's been so hot, and I don't like sitting there like blowing myself with a fucking a blow dryer. You know, Mustard Queen.
Mustard Queen Stressley donated $3. Oh my, I tune into Tofu stream and run into a Tofu Queen. Keep being a gorgeous and insightful queen.
Oh.
Love the hair like girl, you're rocking this shit.
Hey.
If only you liked mustard, you'd be perfect LMAOJKJK anyway. It's been sad times. Happy to be here.
Hey, good to see you. Thank you so much, Hapsley. I hope you're doing good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're very sweet. You're very sweet. Thank you for the $3. Thanks for the nice words. Good to see you. Welcome in. I don't like sitting here blowing myself. Dude, I can't, dude. I can't. I can't take myself fucking anywhere. Maybe this will help. I'll put on my fake glasses. Oh, but then you can see the lights in the... No, can't do that. I still wish I wore glasses. I still wish I didn't have good vision, because I would like to wear glasses. I like glasses as an accessory, but I can't do it. I can't do it. Round brush it side to side with a dryer and it work. Too hot though. You would like this. I just got this mustard in honor of creamy roasted garlic. Okay, this probably slaps. Okay, like listen. Because at this point it doesn't even really like, okay, I've always, okay, all jokes aside, I've always been like, I don't want to like, okay, if I get something to eat and there's like a little bit of mustard on it, I'm not mad. You know what I mean? Like it's fine. Like it's not a big deal. Right? But like I wouldn't like go out of my way to put mustard on it, but something like this creamy roasted garlic mustard spread sounds bomb, because that doesn't sound like, it doesn't like, I'm talking yellow mustard, bro, like yellow fucking Heinz mustard is fucking gross. Like it's just sour and weird. Like it's just gross. But like a little bit smeared on a sandwich with like other things, like some mayo and then like, I don't know, avocado or like, I don't know, some shit, like you don't even really taste it that much. It's just like kind of like a little flair to it. Like that's fine. But when you like are like, you get a hot dog and you're just slathering that bitch with fucking mustard, like you're crazy. Wrong. Mustard is great. Mods, ban that person. Mods, ban that new person. Ban them. Just kidding. We don't have any mods in here.
Mustard Queen Hapsley donated $3. STTTOOOPPPP, the glasses are effing adorable, keep them on.
Come on.
Odge dies comes backs and Stairs dies again also. Shout out to Forlorn, Mustard Convert.
Shouts.
Welcome to the Coal Air
Oh no, they're
Club.
teaming up. Oh god. Oh no, they're teaming up. They're teaming up. Next thing you know, there's gonna be a Mustard Digimon revolution. Mustard Digimon rice washers. Specifically Heinz. I mean, just like the regular, like when I think of mustard, I think of like regular yellow mustard. And that's just not good. It's just like not, I don't know, like a little bit of it, you know what I mean? So like so little that you barely, like you don't notice that it's there, that it just like adds to the other flavors, that it doesn't, you don't taste mustard. You know what I'm saying? I'm also anti-mustard based. Where'd Celtic go? I missed them. Celtic's just been like taking a break. They've been, actually I saw them yesterday. Saw him yesterday. He's just, I think he's just, you know, just been taking a break from Twitch and kind of like, you know, touching grass or just taking care of himself IRL, which is good, and we love to see it. And we love to see it. But yeah. So we do have mods. They're just never around, which is fine. Which is fine because usually this chat is very well behaved, and I usually only have to ban, like, because I've been leaving the follower weight thing off, and it's been mostly fine. But here and there we just get somebody in like, oh, like that voice though, or like, oh, pretty what was the one earlier that I banned? They said, oh, a pretty man, and like. Like, so every once in a while you get some of those, but I don't know, it's been fine. Water check. I think Celtic found that canceled portal they had between Dublin and New York and has been traveling around the universe. Oh, or what if they shut it down while Celtic was in the process of like going, you know, to and from. Oh god, what if he's stuck in the, you know, in the nether? Yeah, he's good. I saw him yesterday. But obviously, you know, obviously we missed the heck out of him, but I can only assume that, and this is what I say, regardless of if you are a mod or whatever, if you are like a regular in this stream and then like someday, like one day you're like not, I just assume it's because you like are now doing really well and you're healthy and you have a healthy sleep schedule and like you know what I mean, you're being like productive and like treating yourself well and you know what I mean, and we love to see it. We love to see it. So I was in Celtic Stream when he got recruited into the Irish Space Wars. He's in Venus right now, fighting the good socialist fight on Venus. Damn, that's what's up. If I disappear, it was the CIA. Two-based. Classic two-based. Speaking of condiments, have you tried the vegan mayo from Best Foods? Is that the brand? Or is Best Foods makes me think of like a TV version of like, it's like Best Buy, but it's also Whole Foods. It's Best Foods. The only mayo that I've had is the Just Mayo. It's called like, the brand is Just. So they have Just Egg and then they have Just Mayo. I don't know if they have like Just other shit, but like they have Just Egg and Just Mayo. And both of them are really fucking good. Not as good as Veganese. Yeah, Veganese is good and delicious. Best Foods was formerly Hellman's. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. I like mayo on my gleazy. Chipotle vegan mayo made with cashews, ooh, and silken tofu, ooh. I add nutritional yeast. Why was that so hard to say? So it's spicy and cheesy and cruelty free. Hell yeah. My favorite. Anyways, I guess we should get started. Let's get started. Let's do some news. Let's do some headlines. Start off with the news wrap, then we'll do democracy now, and then we'll look at a couple specific things. We're just gonna have a light news day today because, you know, I think I need it. Plus, I started late, so fucking whatever. PBS news wrap. Let's go.
We begin the day's other headlines with extreme weather. A heat dome hovering over the Midwest is sending some temperatures into the upper 90s, and meteorologists say that's unseasonably hot even for summer. Nearly 50 million Americans are under excessive heat warnings and advisories. Some temperatures could reach record highs through tomorrow before that heat settles over the South by the middle of the week.
The way you respond to mustard is the same as some other people respond to mayo. In my case, I like both. I like the taste of mayo is fine so long as you're not eating spoonfuls of it, like, right? Like, but like a spread, like a nice, like, you know, reasonable spread across like the bread of your sandwich is like a good touch. Just like, you know, add some moisture to it, right? What's gross about mayo is the like thinking about what it's made of. Like when you start thinking about like what mayo is, then it's gross. I feel like the taste isn't really what makes mayo gross. It's like, oh, this is like rotten eggs and shit. That's nasty. Like that's gross.
Over in the Pacific, Hurricane Hone weakened to a tropical storm over the weekend, but not before dumping at least a foot of rain over parts of southern Hawaii as it passed the state. Floods shut down major highways on the Big Island, and Hawaii is not in the clear yet. Officials are watching two other storms, one of them shown here, Hurricane Gilma, could reach the islands by this weekend. Special counsel Jack Smith is asking a federal appeals court to bring back the classified documents case against former President Donald Trump. The case was thrown out last month after Judge Aileen Cannon, who is a Trump appointee, ruled that Smith's appointment was unconstitutional. In its appeal brief, the special counsel's team said that Cannon's decision is, quote, at odds with widespread and long-standing appointment practices in the Department of Justice and across the government.
They're so useless.
Even if the appeals court reinstates the case, it would be unlikely to go to trial before the November election.
I love the whole fit so pretty. Oh, thank you, EP.
Turning overseas, Russia sent a massive barrage of about 200 missiles and drones.
Thank you, everybody, for all the kind words. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm just brushing them off. One, I'm bad at taking compliments, and two, I'm just like, you know what, the whole thing I was telling you about, like this feeling dysphoric today, and stressed out because of it. So like, sorry if it doesn't seem like I'm like actually appreciative. I really am. I actually am. I promise. Thank you, everybody.
Across more than half of Ukraine overnight and into today. Ukraine's Air Force commander said the attack was the biggest aerial assault of the war. It killed at least 4 people and injured more than a dozen. In Kyiv, residents took shelter underground, huddling in subway stations. Officials said power and water supplies were disrupted in the capital. President Volodymyr Zelensky condemned the attack in a video address.
Це був один з найбільших ударів, комбінований.
It was one of
Wait, he does have other color shirts? What the fuck, man? You're telling me this whole time you had other color shirts other than
strikes, a combined one.
What?
More than 100 missiles.
It's just
of
the
various
filter.
types
Oh, okay.
And about 100 Shahed drones. And like most previous Russian strikes, this one was just as vile, targeting critical civilian infrastructure.
Meanwhile, in Russia, officials say they intercepted nearly 24 Ukrainian drones since last night. 4 people were injured. Dozens of people have died in southwest Pakistan in 3 separate insurgent attacks across the region.
Yeah.
Gunmen killed at least 38 people in Baluchistan province, which borders Iran and Afghanistan. Separatist groups have long fought for independence in this part of Pakistan. Funeral prayers took place for the victims today after gunmen blocked off highways, dragged people out of their vehicles, and shot them. They also attacked a police station. The military said that security forces killed 21 militants in response. In Germany, Chancellor Olaf Scholz has vowed to toughen the country's knife laws following Friday's late-night stabbing at a festival that left 3 people dead and 8 injured.
Why aren't you pausing? I saw this. I mean, I know very little, like, about the history and like the politics, the ins and outs. I know very little about, you know, about the area or the country, but this story was crazy. Wait, can I do reader mode on this? Oh fuck yeah. Harrowing phone calls expose global campaign of repression. The story and video we're sharing today is probably unlike anything you've seen before, yet it reflects a growing and worrisome phenomenon. Okay, it's basically like they made it into, to make it like digestible, they made it into like a cartoon. They like animated it, but it's like a bunch of phone calls where these like unknown men are like torturing this man's like father or their family member and demanding that he delete all of his like anti-government like posts and anything that and sees publicly talking about the government. And this is happening while what's his name? I'm blanking on his name. What's his name? The former leader of Pakistan is imprisoned. What's his name? Imran Khan. The only thing I don't like about Ryan Grimm's coverage is that he's too pro Imran Khan, but otherwise they're pretty solid. Yeah, I mean, it's just interesting, like when, you know, regardless of where you're getting your information, like regardless of what the source is, like there's no, you're never free of bias, right? And even if you like agree or disagree, like I think, you know, it's still very valuable to like it's still very valuable to have this kind of reporting. I haven't seen reporting on this from anywhere else. You know what I mean? And like I said, I can't really speak. I don't know enough about Imran Khan to be able to speak about it. So Yeah, I can't say shit. Yo, Doodleburb, thank you so much for the raid. What's up? I hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome in. Neoliberal like Trump, he'll say whatever to get him elected or in power. Yeah, that's what always my my impression of him was, but it does seem what was always confusing about it to me is that he is extremely popular. And like I said, I know very little about the ins and outs of the politics of Pakistan and stuff, but I do know that he is very popular, and I does seem like he is being, you know, held politically prisoner, which generally is like, you know, obviously looked down upon. But yeah, anyway, yo, Doodleburb, I hope you had a wonderful stream. Thank you so much for the raid. What was y'all doing? Oop, I almost spelled it wrong. Doodleburb. Doodleburb. Wait, did I spell it wrong? Dude, oh, I'm so fucking stupid, dude. Stupid, bruh. How long have I known you, Doodleburb? I'm sorry. I don't know why I put Doodlebird. I hope you're good. Welcome in. Conservatives are actually neoliberals. Yes. Yes. Boodledurd. True. That's true. Dun, 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 dun. Anyway, so I just thought that was interesting, but like I said, I know too little about like the subject generally to like talk about it on stream. I try to only talk about things that I know about on stream, and if I don't know, I'm obviously upfront about it, and like the reason why I'm looking into it on stream is because I'm trying to learn. But I don't, you know, that's something, there are certain things that I just don't have the time to look into on stream because, you know, I stream for like 6 hours, like 7 hours tops. And I have like a bunch of stuff that I'd like to go over, and I don't like usually have time on my streams the way I structure my streams to like concentrate on like one thing to like learn about it, you know, for a solid part of the stream, if that makes sense. We just did a bunch of Fields of Mystria. What's that? You look so pretty. Though you always look so pretty. Oh, thank you, Doodleburb. I appreciate it. Thank you. Is that a Kingdom Hearts game? The Mustard and Digimon lobby is working fast. What is this? What are you doing? Tofu Ghost? All right, what is it?
Tofu Ghost on stream tonight. Digimon's a partner in the fight. Digital monsters by her side. In every battle she takes pride. Tofu Ghost, she's mustard's queen. Spreading the word with a golden gleam. From spicy hot to very sweet. Mustard's a flavor you can't beat. Streaming games and dropping news. Digimon
Streaming games.
Catch the action, feel the thrill.
Whoa, what was that timing? That was a weird switch up.
Real. So tune in now, don't miss the show. Tofu Ghost and Mustard, let's go!
Let's go. Shred. What is that image? It's Tofu Ghost and Mustard, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure. Shred.
Visited the western city of Solingen today and laid a white rose at the scene of the attack. Investigators believe that the suspect, who turned himself in over the weekend, shares the radical ideology of the Islamic State extremist group. Schultz vowed to take action.
Das war Terrorismus.
This was terrorism. Terrorism against us all, threatening our lives, our togetherness, the way we live. I want to make it clear with regard to the perpetrator that I am angry and furious about this crime. It must be punished quickly and severely.
Schultz also pledged to get tougher on deportations after German media reports said the suspect was denied asylum last year but was never deported. Two grocery giants, Kroger and Albertsons, were in federal.
It's just like Europe is just going full on hard right. You know what I mean? A lot of people are like, a lot of places are just straight up doing it.
Court today to defend their plans to merge as the U.S. government tries to block them. Such a merger would be the largest among supermarkets in U.S. history.
Get out of here.
The Federal Trade Commission says the $25 billion deal would eliminate competition and raise food prices.
DOJ, where you at, fam? Where you at? Nope. Nah. Nope.
During a time when inflation is already high. The grocery chains argue the opposite, that joining forces would curb costs
never
and allow
listen
them
to
better compete with big store rivals,
sorry.
Walmart, Costco,
Why it's
and Amazon.
paused? Did you see that? It was paused, but it was still playing. Never listen to the fucking corporations. Like, I'm sorry. Like, never listen to them. Of course they are going to say that. Of course they're going to say that. When was the last time they were like, you know what? Regulation? Bring it on. We love being regulated. You know what I mean? You know what? No questions asked. Go for it. We trust you. Like, when was the last time a corporation ever said that? Like, they're acting in one, like with one purpose in mind. It's obviously what is the most profitable thing. It's not like we're not doing this for the fucking consumers to make sure that the people can get food. Like, shut the, bro, please. Like, stop. The reason why regulation exists, right, is to like keep them in check, not to like ask them permission, first, like, hey, is it cool if like do this? And they're like, no, like actually we'd like to make a bunch of profits, so no. And you're like, oh, okay, like, all right, never mind, sorry, like I just thought we'd ask. Like, no, dude, what even is it? Why are we even considering this? Like, one of the very few good things about the Brandon administration is the work that the DOJ has done around fucking antitrust. And like, this is just absolutely ridiculous. Like, this is just ridiculous. Just stop.
The trial is set to last for 3
Who is Publix? Who's the parent company for Publix? Does anybody know?
weeks. And it was mostly a down day on Wall Street,
Stonky.
beating its old record by nearly a
Stonker.
percent. On the News Hour, Tamara Keith and Amy Walter break down the latest campaign headlines. Americans affected by hurricane.
Yeah, we're going to look at that as well. But first, Democracy Now!
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres is calling for an immediate de-escalation after Israel and Hezbollah exchange heavy fire over the weekend. Early on Sunday morning, over 100 Israeli warplanes struck about 40 sites in Lebanon. Hezbollah responded by launching hundreds of drones and rockets at Israel. 3 deaths were reported in Lebanon, 1 in Israel. Israel described its attacks as preemptive, saying the raid was conducted to blunt an imminent attack by Hezbollah. But Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah rejected that claim.
What happened was an aggression, not a preemptive action. And if we were to assume this was a preemptive action, it left no impact whatsoever
he's
on
right.
military
He's right, because like it's a preemptive action to get ahead of the retaliatory action that could come. Like, you know what I mean? They're getting ahead of the retaliation. Remember? Like, I mean, he's not like he's not wrong.
operations today, neither on its missiles, nor on its drones, nor on its fighters.
We'll have more on this story after headlines. Human Rights Watch has accused Israel of arbitrarily detaining and torturing Palestinian healthcare workers. 8 doctors, nurses, and paramedics recently held in Israeli prisons have described being blindfolded, beaten, held in forced stress positions, and handcuffed for extended periods of time. They also reported torture, including rape and sexual abuse by Israeli forces. Over the weekend, Israel bombed another school in Gaza, sheltering displaced Palestinians. Meanwhile, on Saturday, an Israeli strike on a home in Khan Yunis killed 11 members of the same family, including 2 children. This comes as Israeli forces have withdrawn from the Hamad city portion of Khan Yunis, leaving the neighborhood largely destroyed. Rescue workers recovered 16 bodies from the rubble. Residents say they have no safe place to go.
We're a safe area. There is no safety. Where is safety? We flee every day.
I'm so tired of like opening up my phone and the first thing I see is a dead fucking minor. Like that happened to me earlier today, and just like I'm so fucking sick of this, man. I'm so sick of this, and to think that there are like so many people who like just disregard this because like, listen, hey, Israel is a key ally to the United States, and like it is what it is, right? Like there are people who look at this like, oh, you know, the fact of the matter is nobody really cares about this in America, right? Because it's something that's happening a really long ways away. We don't really care about this here. There are people who like actually make that calculation. They make like a very cold political calculation about like why people are dying by the thousands in Gaza, and it's really fucking scary to me. It's really scary to me that there are so many people who are so cold that like they make calculations, and they might like look at it as like a good thing, right? A lot of people might look at it as like, oh, they're thinking logically, and they're not freeing themselves from the shackles of emotion. But like, that sounds like to me like realpolitik kind of thinking, and like that type of thinking, realpolitik, is like what got us like people like Kissinger and like the millions of people that died because of Kissinger, like as an example. You know what I mean? Like it's really disturbing to me that there are people who truly like see this every day and they actually don't care. Like there's no like they have like no emotional response to it, like there's like no moral implications here for like anybody involved, which is like actually insane and very terrifying, and does not give me hope for the future. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what does give me hope for the future is seeing people who do have empathy and who do have compassion and who do view the world through that lens, view the world through a lens of like, empathy. But man, like there are so many people, and it's usually like their proximity to power too is like a lot higher, and it's just really, really like really, really scary. Like the more and more, I don't know, like the longer I'm in this politics stuff, like into the longer I'm in just like doing politics stuff as like my main spiel, the more I notice these things like about certain people, or like I just notice shit like this, and it just gets darker and darker the more you learn. The more you learn about politics, the more you learn about people and society. It's just like, man, it just gets darker and darker and darker. But it's not even logical analysis, because the blow, I agree with that. I 100% agree with that. I think even from that, I'm with you. I think even from a strategic, pure logical standpoint, that they're failed, like Democrats largely, and the current administration is failing in many ways. But like, it's interesting to me because it comes from what I'm talking about. It comes from that place. Like, even if it is like a stupid choice from where I stand, even if I was like trying to think that way, like purely devoid of emotion and empathy and compassion, it would even still not seem like, not be like like I've said, it's not a good strategic move to not have a Palestinian American speak at the DNC, and all of the messaging that has been done, towards like the progressive base of the Democratic Party. I don't know. Trump was elected because he's a monster. Pro-Palestinians for Kamala. What's next? Chickens for KFC. For his party, my friend claims he doesn't care to protect his mental health. For his party? I'm not sure what you mean. It's a lot easier to look past this if you think they don't matter as much because they are poor and Muslim, or just far away. You know what I mean? Which is a way they are dehumanized. They aren't rich, white ally of us like Ukraine. Yeah. It's not even radicalizing, it's just demoralizing. Yeah, because I mean, I don't need any more radicalizing. You know what I mean? I think I'm well beyond like that. You know what I'm saying? But for me, it's like yeah, it's just like trying to be constantly thinking about like what is the next step, like what is the next thing to focus on and be hopeful for, right? And like to focus your energy on. The West has treated Arab lives and blood as a cheap commodity ever since the Crusades.
Displaced every day under the rockets, under the bombing. I am alone with my little children. I flee with them every day from a place to another. I don't know where to go. They tell you about safe areas. Where is safety? Make me feel safe. Make the little child feel safe. We are tired people. It's enough. Have mercy on us.
Hostage talks were held in Cairo, Egypt over the weekend, but a deal has not been reached. Egyptian officials said neither Hamas nor Israel agreed to a number of compromises put forward by a mediator. Hamas has said any deal must include a permanent ceasefire and a full Israeli withdrawal from Gaza. At least 3 people died overnight in Ukraine.
That was the original deal. It's such a fucking sham, dude. It's such a fucking sham. And like the international fucking community knows that like the United States like mediating this is a joke. Like the international community sees it for what it is. Like it's a fucking joke. Like you can't be objective. You know what I mean? You can't be objective in this process while actively arming and funding one of the negotiating sides. Like that's just like very simple and basic. You know what I mean? If it were any other 2 entities, you know what I mean? If it were, you know, people would be able to recognize it, but it's like specifically, you know, Israel, which is like such an important ally to the United States, right? And which is all that people actually give a shit about in the Democratic Party. It's just so sad.
Russia launched a barrage of drone and missile strikes targeting critical infrastructure, including power and water supplies across Ukraine. The attacks come a day after 5 Russian civilians were killed in a Ukrainian strike on the Russian city of Belgorod. Meanwhile, in the Ukrainian city of Kramatorsk, a safety advisor working for the Reuters news agency was killed, and 4 Reuters journalists were injured in a Russian strike on their hotel on Saturday.
If I hear that's fucking horrible, I'm so regardless of where it is, I'm so fucking sick of hearing of fucking journalists dying. I'm so fucking tired of it. I'm so fucking sick of it. It's so fucked up. It's so fucked up. But if I hear a single fucking liberal talking head or a single fucking, corporate Democrat condemn the killing of fucking journalists here and not in Gaza, where more journalists have been killed than in any other modern conflict, like, I'm gonna fucking lose my shit.
Ryan Evans was a 38-year-old British citizen. In a statement, Reuters said, quote, "Ryan has helped so many of our journalists cover events around the world. We will miss him terribly," unquote. The injured journalists are reportedly from Ukraine, the United States, Latvia, and Germany. 2 of them were hospitalized. Meanwhile, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi met with President Volodymyr Zelensky in Kyiv on Friday. Modi called for peace talks to end the war.
No conflict can be resolved on the battlefield. The road to resolution can only be found through dialogue and diplomacy, and we should move in that direction without wasting any time. Both sides should sit together to find ways to end this crisis.
In news from Iraq, 2 journalists were killed on Friday in a Turkish drone strike. The journalist, Gulistan...
Says the fucking guy who is like, you know, assassinating Sikh leaders across the fucking planet. You know what I mean? So like, this dude... Insane, dude. Insane, dude.
Tara of Turkey and Hirabahadin of Iraq worked for the Kurdish outlet Shtark TV. A 3rd journalist was seriously wounded. Another journalist working for a Kurdish outlet was killed last month. Reporters Without Borders says Iraqi Kurdistan is becoming one of the most dangerous areas in the world for reporters. In U.S. election news, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has suspended, though not ended, his independent presidential campaign and endorsed Donald Trump.
What does that even mean? What, you can't like start it back up. Like it's over. Like stop.
On Friday in Arizona, Kennedy.
Like he's saying he still wants you to pay attention to him, and he still wants to like have a position in a administration. Like. One of the administrations. He would love a position. I mean, obviously, he's not getting one in the Biden administration after endorsing Trump. I don't think he would have gotten one in the Biden administration anyway. Definitely not, actually. But it's so fucking weird. I hate it.
Brothers and sisters have publicly criticized his decision. In a statement, they said, quote, our brother Bobby's decision to endorse Trump today.
He's running in swing states. Well, I don't know that it's like, I don't know how much of it is like, as calculated, you know what I mean? That calculated because, you know, you kind of have to like hold your bluff for as long as possible. You know what I mean? Keep a poker face for as long as possible so that you hopefully like, you know, get offered something in one of the administrations. But like he is probably not going to get that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Trump gives him something if Trump fucking gets in there. I don't fucking know. Where was I going with that? Yo, Lada, thank you so much for the 5 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Bangs laughing face. Yeah, I got some bangs now. Thank you so much for 5 months. I hope you're doing good. Thank you. What was I saying? Oh, I don't know how much like calculated that is, because after a certain point you can't withdraw. Like you can't withdraw your name from ballots in certain states, because like after a certain like date, the name's on the ballot. Even if you're not running anymore, the name's on the ballot. But doesn't mean that, you know, that it wouldn't have that same effect either way. So, you know what I mean?
Betrayal of the values that our father and our family hold most dear. It is a sad ending to
Actually, I don't know. Like, I think anybody still voting RFK would just probably not vote. I think that's usually that, like, it's usually a load of shit. The idea of like drawing votes away from one candidate, like especially in a third party situation. A lot of those people just wouldn't vote if there was, you know what I mean? Like, this wouldn't show up. If they didn't have like a goofy ass RFK to vote for or some shit, right? So like the ones that were gonna fucking, you know, switch to one of the parties already decided to do that. You know what I mean? Already were gonna do that. All of the people that like went to Trump, like were already gonna do that. Like we're already gonna go to Trump, right? Because like they were probably already Trump fans, but then they had an RFK. They're like, I could go with an RFK. And then they're like, all right, RFK's out. I'm going back to Trump. You know what I mean?
a sad story, they said. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is the son of Robert F. Kennedy and nephew of President John F. Kennedy.
I saw that too, Mortog. I saw that too. But that's what I'm like careful to even really say anything, because it's like, one, polls change constantly and something, they're not always like the most reliable. Also, it's like we still have some time. But also, like, I don't know how, like I said, like still don't know how much of like RFK's diehard base is actually going to be switching to any of the, to any of the other two candidates. But I did see that same poll though that said, it was like it showed pre Kamala Harris, like how the three of them were polling, and then it was like post Kamala Harris, where like Trump's percentage went down and Harris's went up, and whatever. But I don't know. Who knows? Play. Hello?
Both of whom were assassinated in the 1960s. On Friday.
Oh my God. Also, during this speech, him saying, like, Trump talking about how, someone tried to kill him. He was all like, "You would know a lot about that, huh? Huh, Bobby?"
Donald Trump,
you know what's up with that.
Vowed, if elected, to launch a commission on presidential assassination.
Such a funny thing to say to a fucking Kennedy. Like, yeah, bro. Like, yeah. Yes, I do. What the fuck?
And they will also conduct a rigorous review of the attack last month. But I tell you, I have never had more people ask me, "Please, sir, release the documents on the Kennedy assassination." And we're going to do that.
In other election news, Kamala Harris's campaign
it's such like a novelty. Like his campaigns are like his whole everything is such like a novelty, right? It's like, yeah, aliens plus like JFK assassination plus like buy the mug plus there's like gold coin collection, you know what I mean, plus fucking like get these like limited edition fucking flags. Like, dude, it's all like, it's so funny. He's like a living walking like gift shop. It's so cool.
Reported she set a new record by raising $540 million over the past month since President Biden suspended his re-election bid. Harris and her running mate Tim Walz will launch a Georgia bus tour on Wednesday. Donald Trump's golf resort in Bedminster, New Jersey, is hosting a January 6 awards gala next week when organizers plan to honor 20 defendants arrested for...
I have never heard anybody refer to a gala as a gala. What in the world?
Gala next week when organizers plan to honor 20 defendants arrested for taking part in the deadly January 6th insurrection. Donald Trump is listed as an invited speaker.
I'm sorry, I have to run that back again. Am I hearing this?
Bedminster, New Jersey is hosting a January 6th awards gala next week when organizers plan to honor 20 defendants arrested for taking part in the deadly January 6th insurrection.
I wasn't sure that I heard it right because I was so focused on gala versus gala, gala, but like, so the live is okay. Isn't the one real quick? Isn't the live golf thing? Isn't that a Saudi Arabian thing? Let me just like not spit lies at you. Okay, let me just make sure. Live golf. It is. Live Golf has come under fire and controversy because it's created and fully funded by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Bro, okay, so the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is helping put on a January 6th gala, not a gala, that's too straight, okay, gala, to honor January 6th defendants, like, to give them like awards, or like, are they gonna have a red carpet with a bunch of hogs walking down the red carpet, like, and it's gonna all be fucking sponsored by Saudi Arabia? Dude, we live in the most unserious it's really hard for me. Yeah, like it's really hard for me to take real life seriously, like all of the time, because shit like this, it's just. They're hosting the Esports World Cup right now. Yes, yeah, and that's what is it called? E-washing, because there's like pink washing, green washing, you know. But then what is it when you esports wash? I guess it's just sports washing. Esports washing. Whatever, dude. We live in the most unserious time, and like there's all these ridiculous it sucks because so many people who don't know anything about politics or like economics or about like who don't know shit about anything, right? Like they don't know anything about politics, like whatever, right? Which is normal because a lot of people in America like are very undereducated and don't know shit about dick. A lot of people, unfortunately, like will realize correctly, like I've said this before, will realize correctly that there's like, I don't know how, but somehow I know I'm being taken advantage of. And I just don't know who's taking advantage of me. And usually people will go down weird rabbit holes, like, you know, end up being like, you know, immigrants, you know, it's immigrants, or it's like, it's Jews, or it's like, Antifa, or like, I don't know, whatever, you know what I mean? It's something, it's the man, you know, whatever. But like, really, it's just like, it's just money. And whether that's a huge multinational corporation, or that has more money than whole nations, or it is legit a nation, you know what I mean? Like a legit nation that uses money to like, you know, like genuinely influence politics. Like we'll hear all this nonsense about like you know, foreign interference in our elections, like constant fear mongering, when there's like real ways that like there is actual foreign interference in our election. And it's like this, like Live Golf. It's like, you know, the Saudi Arabian government, like, you know, government officials like spending thousands and thousands of dollars at Donald Trump's hotels when he was president. Or it's like, you know, it's like Citizens United. It's like AIPAC. It's like fucking, you know, Raytheon. It's all of these things. It's just a bunch of fucking, it's literally just a bunch of fucking rich ass fucking people. Like I said, whether it's a multinational corporation or an actual fucking country, like a state, you know, a fucking nation state, it's just moneyed interest everywhere, all over the fucking place. But like people get distracted with nonsense and like will be like, oh, it's not like capitalists who have names and addresses and faces. You know what I mean? It's you know, this cabal, it's some kind of cabal or whatever. But like, no, it's just like rich people in Saudi Arabia. It's rich people in America. It's rich people all over the fucking planet. It's just a bunch of fucking rich people. It's not a conspiracy at all. It's just like the way things work. Like that's just how shit goes. Also, Saudi Arabia using water for free in the Southwest to grow food to feed the animals and then get exported back. Also, Saudi Arabia using water for free in the Southwest to grow food to feed the animals and then get exported back. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Fuck.
Insurrection. Donald Trump is listed as an invited speaker to the gala. Meanwhile, a Maryland man who threw a smoke bomb at police on January 6 has been convicted on a number of charges, including civil disorder and assaulting police. Justin Lee, who became a police officer after the insurrection, will be sentenced on November 6th. The U.S. Department of Justice in 8 states have sued the property management software company RealPage, accusing the firm of helping landlords collude to drive up the cost of rent. The firm collects rental information from competing corporate landlords and then uses algorithms to set rents. Attorney General Merrick Garland accused the firm of violating the Sherman Antitrust Act.
When the Sherman Act was passed, an anti-competitive scheme might have looked like robber barons shaking hands at a secret meeting. Today, it looks like landlords using mathematical algorithms to align their rents.
True.
In Kentucky,
I mean, yeah.
federal-
No, I mean he's not wrong, and they've done a lot of good work on this front. They've broken up a lot of shit, prevented a lot of mergers. Like, they've done some good stuff, which is, like, you know, we should of course, I would never say we shouldn't go further. Like, definitely we need to go hard on white collar crime. Like, absolutely. That's the crime we need to be worrying about, not fucking blue collar crime, not fucking petty fucking crime, not fucking, you know, like shit like that. Like, we need to be worried about white collar crime. Absolutely.
Judge has thrown out felony charges against 2 former Louisville police officers connected with the fatal police shooting of Breonna Taylor in her own home over 4 years ago. The 2 officers had been accused of falsifying a warrant that led to the fatal police raid on Taylor's apartment.
Piece of shit.
The officers, Joshua Janes and Kyle Meany, were not at the scene of the shooting in March 2020. We'll have more on this later in the broadcast. We'll be speaking with Taylor family.
I don't give a fuck, dude. Like, if you fraudulently filled out a search warrant, if you, like, I don't give a fuck, dude. Everybody involved in that should be found responsible for the death of Breonna Taylor. 200%. Just period.
Attorney Ben Crump. In Tennessee, a second former Memphis police officer has pleaded guilty in the police killing of Tyree Nichols, a 29-year-old black father who died after a brutal police beating. The former officer, Emmett Martin, pleaded guilty to federal civil rights violations and could face up to 40 years in prison. In Florida, a sheriff's deputy has been charged with manslaughter in connection with the killing of Roger Fortson, a 23-year-old black Air Force member who was shot to death in his own home.
Friday as well.
According to the Associated Press, former Okaloosa County Deputy Eddie Duran is just the 4th Florida police officer in the past 35 years to be charged.
And out of those 4, she's probably gonna say it right now, but I just need to say it. And out of those 4, only 1 has been convicted. So only 4 in the last 35 years have been charged, and 1 of those 4 in the last 35 years has been convicted. Now, you know, you tell me whether or not you think, you know, those were the only instances where, like, it was necessary, you know, to charge a police officer with like, you know, that, you know, with, you know, the, like, illegal or improper use of, fucking violence or whatever the fuck. Like, you tell me. Come on.
For an on-duty killing. French authorities have detained the founder and CEO of the popular news and messaging service Telegram. Pavel Durov was detained at a Paris airport on an arrest warrant related to allegations that Telegram has been used for illegal activity. Durov is a dual French-Russian citizen. Telegram posted a message online saying, quote, "It's absurd to claim that a platform or its owner are responsible for abuse of that platform. Almost 1 billion users globally use Telegram as means of communication."
How can you say that? It is absurd to claim that a platform or its owner are responsible for abuse. How is that? What do you mean? No, of course you're responsible. What do you mean? That's so stupid. Why? What are you talking about? Of course you're responsible. What do you do?
And as a source of vital information, unquote. The app has a history of refusing to cooperate with law enforcement. In Burkina Faso, a militant group with links to al-Qaeda has claimed responsibility for an attack that killed up to 200 people and injured 140. According to the Norwegian Refugee Council, attacks in Burkina Faso this year have killed more than 8,400 people. At least 13 migrants are dead after their boat sank off the coast of Yemen. Authorities are searching for over a dozen others who've been missing since last week, according to the International Organization for Migration, the IOM. The boat had departed from Djibouti in East Africa, carrying 25 Ethiopian and 2 Yemeni migrants. Annually, tens of thousands of migrants depart from the Horn of Africa, fleeing conflict, extreme poverty, and the impacts of the climate crisis, setting off on a dangerous journey across the Red Sea, many with the hope of reaching wealthier nations in the Gulf. In Norway, climate activists with the group Extinction Rebellion blocked an oil terminal at a major gas processing plant Saturday.
Now we are outside the Karsto oil terminal. We have just begun a blockade of one of Norway's largest processing plants for gas in the North Sea. So we demand a plan for a phasing out of oil and gas production in Norway, because oil and gas are killing the planet and several billion people are in danger of losing their lives if we cannot manage to remain under the 1.5 degrees Celsius warming.
Here in New York, dozens of feminist climate activists were arrested outside the Manhattan home of city CEO
Feminists
Jane
fight
Fraser.
fossil fuels.
The action was part of Summer of Heat, a season-long series of civil disobedience targeting the funders of the climate crisis. And the Biden administration has been dealt a setback in its efforts to use the Civil Rights Act of 1964 to fight environmental injustice in Louisiana. On Friday, a federal court ruled the Environmental Protection Agency is barred from using the federal civil rights law to prevent Louisiana from issuing permits to new fossil fuel facilities in an area known as Cancer Alley.
Dude, how can you even fit more refineries there? Like, I don't... And it's like, how can you just so blatantly disregard, like, the clear, like, relationship between health issues in the area and the ridiculous deregulation that exists? Well, it's not as... it's that these oil companies have special tax deals with the local state governments, and so they're basically like, they're given just like free reign. You know what I mean? They're essentially able to, like, these huge oil corporations that work out of like Louisiana, essentially have like written all of their own contracts and wrote their own policies for the areas that they are like located in, essentially. It's just so blatant. It's just so blatantly like, yeah, you know what? Like, you guys are going to keep dying and these guys are going to keep giving us money. So, you know, like, have fun at, you know, to be like, you guys go, you know, do your thing. But we're just going to go ahead and crush your movement anyway and continue to give everybody cancer, you know, give poor people cancer in the area.
A predominantly black community. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
I can't, for some fucking reason, I can't look at Haaretz. I have to... I can't on my phone. It's just like I don't know, my computer.
Coming soon,
is
free
probably...
at-home COVID test sent right to your door.
Oh.
The test...
Yeah, not yet. Yeah, and then a lot of the articles, what specifically Haaretz does this, where it's like, okay, I'll put it through 12 foot or something to like clear to you know, whatever. And it'll just give me like the very beginning. It doesn't actually clear the what's it called? The firewall. Yeah, sorry for the flashbang. Oh. Context Amy left out for some reason. Let's do this. After Iran steals sensitive Israeli data, Israel tries to censor the internet. What specifically? A few months ago, foreign hackers managed to break into a computer linked to Israel's Justice Ministry. Tens of thousands of classified files and sensitive emails were leaked. Links allowing anyone to download the breached files were published on Telegram, the popular instant messaging app. One by one, the hackers' Telegram channels were taken down, their users deleted, and posts that shared the download links gone. Since October 7th, Israel has faced an unprecedented onslaught of cyber attacks. Yada yada. Got it. Okay. I guess let's continue on. Oh, wait, no, the ads are about to run. Look at that. Look at that, chat. Next up, we're going to look at this quick story here. Free at-home COVID tests to return as cases spike, which is cool. I'm very, I'd like to not have to pay for COVID tests. You know what I mean? Because I want good COVID tests, and I'm also broke, right? And COVID is fucking surging and shit. So, about fucking time that we get, like, this should have never ended. You know what I mean? This never should have stopped. They should have been handing out free tests this whole time. You know what I mean? Same with the fucking vaccines, and I could go on and 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 on. And obviously, we also need to be wearing our masks in public areas with a bunch of people around. So there's that. We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna. I don't think we have time to look at this, but I thought this was just like dystopian as fuck. Ohio prison hosts a dinner for the public with a 5-course meal made by inmates. And I'm like, this is going to be one of those things where it's like a feel-good story that like isn't, you know what I mean? It's like the news always loves to run feel good stories like this, but it's like, that's actually just really fucking dark. But, okay. Then we'll look at this. How many more? Attorney Ben Crump on latest in Breonna Taylor, Tyree Nichols, and Roger Fortson cases. I'd also like to look at this. The NYPD is illegally leaking sealed records about children to tabloids. I'd like to look at this. As global temperatures rise, so does the potential for violence. And from there, how Americans affected by extreme weather events feel about the future. And then from there, we'll go into some international news, and then we'll do fun stuff after that. What's up, Marty? Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist that contains all the videos that we have watched and will watch. But first, chat, before we continue on, we must run an ad break because it's been an hour since our last ad break. Don't you worry, though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get exclusive emotes, or maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat. That way they can also enjoy the emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. If you are one of those unsubbed friends in the chat, make sure to say hi or throw an emote in the chat or something. Or if you're lurking, use the please gift me a sub redeem. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. We are just starting the night off at 0 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Chat, if you enjoy this stream, if you enjoy the content, if you would like to see my stream continue on full time, and for me to be able to pay my rent and bills while doing so, please do consider supporting in some way. That way we can continue to make that happen. You can also throw bits or a dono my way, $3 for a TTS message. But yeah, I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Okay. We're back. Thanks for waiting. We had to sit through some ads. Thanks for doing that. It's a good way to help out the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. But we're back. What's up, McSecular? Okay. Get ready, chat, for me to now spend a lot of time fixing my fucking bangs and staring at them and freaking out over them, okay? God damn it. Whatever. Whatever. Just don't look at this side of my face. Don't look at this side of my face, okay? Just don't. Let's see. All right, let's get back into it. Where were we? Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist. If you'd like a link to any of the videos that we have watched or will watch for the rest of the stream. Just like Jinx, for real, bro, for real. Except I wish I looked as good as Jinx. Jinx's hair is always cute. Always is. Yo, Chloe, thank you so much for the 500 bits. Bangs, uwu, new hair is so pretty. Thank you, Chloe. I appreciate it. Thank you. You have nice melons. Thanks, Copious Maximus. Oh, Jesus. Thank you so much, Chloe. I think Hapsley might be banned. What? Oh, no, Andromeda is right here. I was like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? I got timed out in another chat for spamming all those emotes. Well, you can't spam. Yeah, that's what'll happen. Love the bangs. Oh, thank you, Mike D. I appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you're doing good. All right, let's get back into it. So we'll start off with this here. So free at-home COVID tests are back. It's a good thing to highlight because COVID tests are expensive and COVID is surging, and there are less and less protections for disabled people and for immunocompromised people, and we need to do more to care for our disabled and immunocompromised friends and family. So this is good to highlight. So let's check it out. Free at-home COVID tests return as cases spike. Let's go.
Coming soon, free at-home COVID tests sent right to your door. The tests will detect all current strains and are going to be completely free. And they can't come soon enough, it seems, as COVID cases surge in SoCal and a new booster is on the horizon. KCAL News reporter Michelle Gili with more on what we're seeing in SoCal and how to prevent it.
I would call it a surge.
Mission Viejo Emergency Department Dr. Mike Ritter from Providence Mission Hospital says cases of COVID-19 have been surging over the last 3 weeks.
Right now, we're seeing a pretty big increase in the number of cases that are coming to the ER, and the people that have to come to the ER are typically sicker.
Ritter says 1 out of 5 people being tested at his hospital are positive for COVID. The ones who typically end up in the ER are patients over 65 or small children presenting with high fevers. Like with influenza, Dr. Ritter says the elderly are at much higher risk from being hospitalized or dying.
I have seen some elderly folks that have a pneumonia associated with their COVID, and that's typically what requires hospitalization.
Yo, Carbon.
The other interesting thing with...
Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome in. What were y'all up to? Everybody go follow Carbon Says. What up, Carbon Raiders? I'm Tofu. We talk about the news. We're just getting started looking at a little piece of, technically this is local news, but it's also relevant to other Californians. And I don't know what the deal is with outside of California. You need to check in on your state. But if you're a Californian, free at-home COVID tests are returning. So they're free, which is great, you know what I mean? Which is probably the reason why most people, understandably, don't just like take tests all the time. Yeah, we need to do more to care about our like disabled and immunocompromised friends and family. So this is important to highlight. You look amazing. Oh, thank you, Carbon. I appreciate it.
COVID is, some people get really bad intestinal distress and vomiting and diarrhea and get really dehydrated.
It's recommended that those over 65 or people with other diseases such as diabetes be prescribed the antiviral drug Paxlovid. It must be given in the first 5 days. Dr. Ritter explains that it doesn't kill COVID, but slows the replication of the virus, allowing one's immune system time to knock out the infection. Some say they experience a rebound of the illness.
Let's say that you don't have, you can't mount enough immunity to knock the virus out. So you take the Paxlovid, we knock down the viral load, you seem to get better, and as soon as you stop the medicine, now the virus starts multiplying again, it goes back up, and you get sick, and that's that rebound.
Doctors say 80 to 90% of those vaccinated can avoid hospitalization. New COVID vaccines are expected this week. They target the commonly circulating COVID strains and can be found at your local pharmacies. For those of you with older COVID tests in your bathroom cabinet, be aware that they may not detect the latest strains.
Yeah.
The good news is that free COVID tests can be sent to your home. The tests are available in late September. The maximum is 4 tests per household. In Mission Viejo.
But like, how often are you allowed to order them?
Michelle Geely, KCAL News.
Interesting. So that'll be good. I'm definitely gonna take advantage of that because them shits are fucking expensive, dude. And I want to fucking go. I want to I got like shit that I need to do. You know what I mean? I got like shit that I fucking need to do. Right. And I also really, I also don't want to have a negative effect on people who are immunocompromised. And or disabled. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna skip this fucking insane story, but we're gonna hop right into this from The Intercept. Okay, let's hop into this. The NYPD is illegally leaking sealed records about children to tabloids. Cool. That's great. Last spring, New York City police officers stopped a 19-year-old on the subway during her commute. She was eligible for a free transfer from the bus to the subway, but the transfer failed to register at the turnstile. So she and a friend entered through the platform emergency exit door. Police stopped them, took their names, and let her friend go. Officers told the 19-year-old she had a prior arrest from 2018 when she was in her early teens and began to question her. The cops should not have known about that past arrest. A New York State law protects juvenile records in cases without any finding of guilt from access by anyone, including law enforcement, without a court order. Well, how the fuck did they get it then? The arrest had occurred after an incident involving the girl's mother that resulted in Child Services filing a petition against her mother for abuse and neglect and removal of the girl from her mother's custody. At the time of the subway encounter, she was still in foster care. Jesus. The arrest was never prosecuted and was later dismissed and sealed. Yet officers had managed to access the sealed record from their phones and question her about it. What the fuck? From their phones? Oh, okay. The young woman is one of 3 plaintiffs who filed a class action suit in July against the city and NYPD Commissioner Edward Cabin for what they said was a practice of illegally accessing, using, and leaking sealed youth records. The suit, which was unsealed Thursday, alleges that officials routinely share those sealed records with prosecutors and the media, specifically with pro-cop tabloids that regularly publish juvenile arrest information sourced from police. What the fuck? When a case is sealed, it can't be disclosed to any person or to any private or public agency, and that includes the NYPD, said Kate Wood, an attorney in the juvenile rights practice at the Legal Aid Society, a legal advocacy group working on the suit. Yet we know, contrary to both that statutory language and the underlying purpose of the Family Court Act, and really the juvenile legal system more generally, the NYPD routinely accesses that information, uses it, and also discloses it. In a statement, an anonymous NYPD spokesperson said, the NYPD will decline comment on pending litigation. Legal advocates working on the suit said the practice of leaking sealed juvenile records was indicative of the NYPD's broader disregard for civil liberties. Yeah, no fucking shit. Like, no shit. Yeah, like, are you new here? You ever heard of the NYPD before? You ever heard of police before? Like, it essentially reflects an attitude by the NYPD that anyone who has come in contact with the NYPD, who of course are predominantly brown and Latinx young people, should be subjected to hyper surveillance and kept in their databases. Lisa Freeman, Director of Special Litigation and Law Reform at the Juvenile Rights Practice at Legal Aid. How is that? Okay, let's see. 1 second. NYPD. What's up with this? Like, where are we at with this ruling in the New York City Council? Because this is from January, and I haven't seen any update on this. NYC Council overrides mayor's veto of bill requiring NYPD cops to record data about every police encounter. Like, how are they still doing this? Like, how are they still getting away with shit like this? You know what I mean? Stopping children, right? Based on information that they were able to look up, like, on their phones that shouldn't be available to anybody. Like, how are they still doing this when it was ruled that they need to be like documenting every single interaction that they have with the public? And this should be disincentivizing police from like having encounters that they don't need to have. Like, what are we doing here? Like, this is harassment. This is fucking harassment. Thank you, Mitch. And 7 shots of someone taking Paxlovid, they're lost. That chat, okay, weirdo new chatter. That is a joke. This like shooting vax, like that's a joke that you're not aware of from like a different community. You're fucking weird. You're woefully undereducated on vaccines, my friend. You're woefully uneducated on that. Please stop. Please stop, because I will just ban you for spreading misinformation in my chat. And I like, usually I'm pretty chill, you know what I mean, with people. Even if they disagree, like they can kind of like hang around and be stupid and annoying, but like you know, at a certain point, like if you're going to spread misinformation in my chat, like I need to just get rid of you. You know what I mean? So shut the fuck up about that. All right. Anyway, illegal disclosure. The lawsuit brought by Legal Aid and the law firm Millibank LLP alleges that the NYPD improperly trains personnel on how to handle sealed records, and that that internal practices regarding sealed records contradict one another. The NYPD Office for Conducting Legal Training, for instance, issued a 2018 bulletin saying that youth records must not be shared outside of the department. These records, however, are routinely passed by the NYPD to the media, according to attribution in the tabloids, and the suit outlines instances of this external sharing. That's fucking insane. Like, you're literally publishing evidence of your law breaking, like your law breaking behavior in like the tabloids. Like, that's fucking insane. That's crazy. NYPD policies that train personnel to access sealed juvenile records also violate state law. The plaintiffs wrote in the complaint, the NYPD uses information from sealed youth arrest-related records to make decisions that have profound effects on young people, including whether to arrest or detain a person. That's fucking insane. All right, you're doing the thing, dumb fucking idiot. Completely like just nothing going on up here. Like, just nothing going on up here, okay? Fucking do your own research, Andes, in the chat. Like, what the fuck? That's what, and you might be on mobile, Hapsley, but they're gone. Yeah, I mean, I'm not even gonna spend time because like somebody who is trying to drop all of those little, like all those pieces of shit, all those little little pieces of bullshit in the chat is like so far gone. Like they've like done their own research, you know what I mean? Like to the point where they're not even gonna listen to you, right? Because they only have their own like they take in their own research, right? That validates their own anecdotal experience regardless of real data and like the effects on of long COVID on people, whether you are immunocompromised or not. You know, if you've had COVID and you came out the other side not with long COVID, fuck yeah, that's a W, huge W. Not everybody, unfortunately, is that lucky. Like, I'm immunocompromised, but I've managed to I've managed to not get COVID this whole fucking time. I have no fucking clue. Like, it seems like everybody else in the world has fucking gotten it, but like I managed to not get it. You know, I mean, I don't think I've done anything really like more than anybody else has, and I would say that like there has been times in the past where I have not been 100% perfect on like, you know, my like behavior dealing with like COVID or whatever. But yeah, like it's extremely lucky. Like it's lucky, and unfortunately not everybody has like our experience, right? Like I haven't had COVID, I haven't had to deal with it. W, you know, that person said they had COVID and they came out of it just fine. Like that's awesome. Like W, right? Like problem is not everybody has that experience, and when you act with empathy, when you view the world and your worldview is through the lens of empathy and compassion for fellow human beings, like you come to the conclusion that like, yeah, like it's not all about my own, you know what I mean? It's not all about my own personal convenience, right? Like that it's not all about that. And I'm very happy to make certain sacrifices if it like, you know, keeps somebody safer or makes the world a better place in any sort of way. Like it's very simple. It's like super easy. It's like not even a problem. Like I'm very like not like inconvenienced by like that. You know what I mean? I'm very like not inconvenienced by it. Like when I go to the store and there's a bunch of people at the store, I like even if I'm not like directly around a bunch of people, I'll slap my fucking mask on. It's like not even a big deal. If anything, it's kind of a plus because I can fucking, you know what I mean, kind of like stay a little more low key and hopefully not get clocked by strangers. You know what I'm saying? So it has that like hidden benefit for me specifically. But like it's seriously like there are way more inconvenient things that like I or anybody deals with throughout our day, you know what I mean, than like having to like wear a mask or like get updated fucking shots when they come out. Like it's like super fucking simple. COVID taught me that after the workers' revolution we will need intense. Okay. Okay. That's where we disagree. A lot of my fellow leftists feel the same about that. I mean, a lot of my fellow leftists feel that way, but I think the that's where the the anarchist and the anarchist, the differences in like anarchist worldview and like some communist worldview tends to diverge, but that's like in the future that like is so irrelevant to like where we are right now. In Cuba, they teach people about LGBTQ issues as part of their literacy program. Like, you just need good education. Like, you just need good education. You just need good education, period. Like, you don't need, I'm an abolitionist, and it also depends on what you mean by re-education camps, because a re-education camp could mean anything from a prison, you know what I mean? Like, could mean anything from concentration camps type beat to like legit like night school, which is like, I'm all about night school, you know what I mean? Free education for everybody, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm all about it. I can't wait for that debate to be relevant, comrade. Re-education camps for all, wait for none. Wait, I'm confused. Yeah. Don't anarchists have like the Mr. Burns disease where they have all of the viruses so they get none of them? Oh my goodness, I wish. That'd be sick. Mandatory night school would be a reasonable compromise. See, you see, anarchists and communists don't need to fight. It's not even anarchists and communists, because obviously there are so many varying degrees, like so many different types of communists and so many different kinds of anarchists. And you know what I mean? Me being an anarcho-communist, me being an anarcho-syndicalist means that we have way more in common than we don't, like, at least in our like political worldview, our like utopian political worldview. I'd like to go to night school. Yeah, I'd go to night, like with a K. You motherfucker. Fucking Ken PDX, dude, the resident fucking dad joke. Exclamation point dad joke should just get fucking Ken PDX to say something in the chat instead of Fossabot. You know what I'm saying? I was so frustrated by the complete lack of empathy people had during lockdown. Yeah, fuck yeah. Because, like, you know, we in America have this very individualist mindset. Not just in America, but like definitely, especially in America. And yeah, it's been give me convenience or give me death since post World War II. We are all about consuming. It's like, you know, our entire economy became a consumer economy, right? And so like that really reflects in like how we like view the world, how everything is kind of self-serving, everything is kind of transactional, everything is very like go it alone, lone wolf, you know, rugged individualist goofiness. Anyway, let's fucking finish this article. Oh my god, you guys are sunlocking me. The NYPD isn't the only agency that has accessed sealed juvenile records and used them to question people. One victim of the police leaking told The Intercept that agencies, including the Port Authority and the city's Department of Corrections, accessed his juvenile records. The man, who requested to go by the name of George due to the confidentiality of his juvenile record, said he applied for jobs at all three agencies and each asked why he had not previously disclosed an arrest. Excuse me. His lawyer sent letters to the agencies notifying them that requesting her client to disclose a sealed juvenile record was against the law. George said he was told that his application with the NYPD would be put on hold and potentially disqualified if he didn't disclose his juvenile record. Interesting. It was like the better the jobs I was getting, the harder the process, he said. He said police did not handcuff him and told him he was not under arrest, so he was unaware that he was even arrested until the agencies asked him about the record as an adult. That's insane. Juvenile records should not be showing up in background checks for law enforcement, said his attorney, Emma Lee Klinger. Klinger is your last name? Damn. There should have been no reason why Port Authority, the NYPD, or the Department of Corrections knew about George's arrest record. The New York Family Court Act seals all arrest-related records for juveniles who have not been found guilty of anything unless a judge has ordered the case to remain unsealed. The idea behind the law and others protecting juveniles from being treated as adults in the criminal system is twofold. First, the criminal system separates juveniles from adults because of differences in brain development and capacity for decision making, and also to give children the opportunity for rehabilitation. Second, Black and brown young people are more likely to come into contact with police and to face surveillance and arrest, meaning that it's more likely that those records could be used to discriminate against them in the future. Yes. The NYPD's practice of accessing and sharing what are supposed to be sealed records violates both of these notions, in addition to state law. If someone, particularly a juvenile, is arrested for something they did not do, they should be returned to that presumption of innocence, said Melanie Westover Yanez, a litigation and arbitration attorney at Milbank, a law firm working with legal aid on the case. You're totally innocent. You're a totally innocent juvenile, in particular in this case, a sensitive, delicate young person who gets charged for something, nothing comes of it, and yet it's being disclosed to prosecutors, to the media, to police who stop you on the street for something else, she said. It's a real harm that they're suffering, through no wrongdoing of their own. The NYPD's routine violations of state law undermine the presumption of fairness that the law is supposed to afford, said legal aide's Freeman. The police treat DNA in a similar way in what legal aid has said is an unlawful database with samples of genetic material from people who have not been charged with a crime or have had charges dismissed. Legal aid sued over the database in 2022, and the case is ongoing. The NYPD also illegally kept a database of juvenile fingerprints for years, The Intercept reported. I'm one of those kids. Like I as like a Boy Scout. When I was a youngin, like did things like went to the police department and like learned stuff, or like, you know, I don't know, like as like a, you know, Boy Scout shit. And they took all of our fucking, like, I never thought about it until many years later that, like, dude, they got all of those kids, like that happened to me twice, like through Boy Scouts and through like elementary school. That happened to me twice, where like they just for fun skis, we're like, yeah, it's gonna be fun, and you can pretend like, you know, you're a criminal or whatever. It's fun, and you can get a copy and you can bring it home to show your friends, like, or whatever. And it's like, realistically, you're just getting like you're like just getting the fingerprints of all of these children preemptively. And wow, that's fucked up. That's so fucked up, dude. Yeah, we'll lock you in a jail cell. It'll be so cute. You can take a picture for your parents. Yeah, put it on the fridge. Legal advocates sued the NYPD in 2018 for similarly leaking what were supposed to be sealed records and training officers to access them for adults in cases in which no one was convicted. In March, a judge ruled that the department had to stop using sealed records and overhaul its databases and predictive policing technologies to remove sealed records. In the suit filed Tuesday, plaintiffs are asking for an injunction to force the NYPD to immediately stop accessing, using, and sharing sealed juvenile records. The plaintiffs are also asking that the court declare the agency's practice of accessing and sharing sealed juvenile records a violation of state law, which it like clearly is. So, like, you know what I mean? Yeah. It really has a very negative effect on both on our sense of our own credibility as juvenile defenders and on the public perception of fairness of the system that purports to provide protections that it doesn't in fact provide, Freeman said. If it wasn't for my lawyer, I probably wouldn't have a job right now, said George. And now let's say you're poor. Let's say you're poor. How many people can like afford a fucking lawyer to just like, you know, to like be like, hey, you know, what the fuck? The average person would just be like, well, shit, like now I have to like get a job. I have to just like apply elsewhere because like, what the fuck am I going to do? Like I'm applying for jobs probably because I don't have money. You know what I mean? Probably because I need a job and I need money. So meaning I probably don't have like money just sitting around to like spend on a fucking lawyer and spend on court fees and shit. Holy fuck, dude. If this is happening, it's happening to other kids. It's sad. It's a sad situation. It's not fair that somebody can judge you based off of something you did or something they think you did as a juvenile. Yeah. Real shit. Real shit. And I mean, and depending on like what it is, there really needs to be like some kind of like statute of limitations on like your record, depending on your crime. Like we need a whole overhaul, because like that I've told this story on stream where like I wasn't able to get a job as a postmate because of my criminal record. And like it was from so long ago. Like I was an adult, but it was like at the time that I was like trying to be a postmate, it was like 10 years prior. So it's like, dude, that was so long ago, and that was a bullshit case. It was I got arrested essentially because I was talking shit to a cop and didn't realize that I technically had stolen property in my fucking car when I was talking shit to a cop as a young version of me, and being way too confident that like I was not doing, like I didn't have anything on me in the car. And like what I ended up having in the car was a street sign, was a fucking like a road sign, but it was a like a handicap parking sign. You know what I mean? Like what you put up on like the wall or the fence next to a fucking parking spot, right? For the handicap. Like it was that, and it was in my trunk. And it was like, I found it somewhere that I was like hanging out with friends, like a long time before that. And it was just sitting in my, oh, Dennis the Bloody Peasant, trust me, I know now. This was many, 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 many years ago. And I was a young, very angry, and like cocky in my defiance to police officers, something I would never do now, that I don't like really have the ability to do now. But when I was a young, not, pre-transition, right, a young man, right, with all kinds of fucking anger in me, and a very, very healthy level of hatred for the police. Like I was just talking all kinds of shit, because like I was just so mad at the way this motherfucker was being a dick to me, and I was just like talking shit to his face, and I was so close to being home. Like I was so confident that like it was just gonna be me talking shit to this cop, and I was gonna go home like 2 blocks away immediately after. I like in my fucking cockiness, I was like, yeah, go for it, you dumb bitch. Like I got nothing on me. Like you're gonna feel fucking stupid after. And then now I know, like, I mean, because I was young. I was like fucking 20. I was like 19 or 20, maybe. I was like 19. I didn't think of like in the adrenaline and the anger of the moment that like they would be looking for any little possible thing just to put me, just to fucking, show me who's boss. And they scoured, like I was so dumb for doing that, because they found that fucking sign and they were like, oh, you know what this sign is? Possession of stolen property. You're going to jail tonight. And I was like, and it's like, of course, it's like on the night that I'm not out actually doing crimes. Like I'm just coming home from work. Really late at night, and I just want to go home. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't even a night that I was actually out being a little fucking menace. It was me literally just coming home from work and just wanting to go in my fucking, like, go home, smoke weed, and go to fucking bed. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know. That all ended up happening. So yeah, long story short, fucking yeah. But I mean, I know, listen, it's been many, 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 many years since then, and I've had a lot more experience. Yeah, I know very well what I did wrong there. And that wasn't my only time, you know what I mean? That wasn't my only rodeo, like seeing the inside of a fucking jail cell as a young person either. So yeah, I don't know. I've definitely had my share of learning opportunities. All right, I'm sick of the rest of this article. Oh, we already read the article. The article's done. Perfect. I was like, I don't want to read this article anymore if we're still reading it. I'm done. I'm done. Now, let's look at this. How many more? Attorney Ben Crump on latest Breonna Taylor, Tyree Nichols, and Roger Fortson cases on Democracy Now! Let's check it out.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
The War and Peace
We
Report.
turn now to the police killing of Breonna Taylor in Kentucky, where a federal judge
Why is this so quiet? The audio is so quiet.
After throwing out felony charges against 2
What the?
former Louisville police officers for their roles in her fatal shooting in her own home over 4 years ago. Officers Joshua Janes and Kyle Meany, who are white, were charged in 2022 with falsifying a warrant that led to the police raid on Taylor's apartment in March 2020. The 2 officers were not present during the fatal shooting. The federal judge
I don't care.
instead
Like, you falsified a warrant and then somebody died.
has ruled that Breonna Taylor's boyfriend
You are guilty. Yo, non-binary, thank you so much for 8
Tofu's hair is
months.
on point and the eye makeup is awesome.
Hey.
Take my money.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in. Thank you for the 8 months.
Walker's legally responsible for her death after he fired his gun, thinking that the men were intruders in the home when 7
Pretty fucking
plainclothes
reasonable
police
assumption.
officers serving a no-knock warrant broke down the door, barged in just after midnight on March 13th, 2020. 26-year-old Breonna Taylor was an emergency medical technician and aspiring nurse. In 2022, the Justice Department filed civil rights charges against 4 officers involved in Taylor's death. Kelly Goodlett was the only one to plead guilty in 2022, admitting she had helped a fellow officer lie to convince a judge to sign off on the no-knock warrant, falsely claiming they had evidence of drug dealings taking place in Taylor's home. No drugs were ever found.
No drugs ever found. Like, you should be under the fucking jail. And the fact that they are able to, they're totally comfortable with themselves and being like, you know what? Not guilty. You know what I mean? I'm fucking appealing or like whatever the fuck. Like, you fucking piece of shit. You are like the most dangerous like thing in our society. Like, you are like the most dangerous thing walking around the street at any given time. You are like pure fucking evil.
Meanwhile, former Louisville officer Brett Hankison faces a 3rd trial in October. He was acquitted in 2022 of 3 state counts of wanton endangerment for shooting into Breonna Taylor's neighbor.
Yeah, in a just world, no-knock warrants wouldn't exist, and people like this would be repaying the community tenfold in the process of their rehabilitation. Exactly.
Apartment during the raid. And last year, a jury was deadlocked over whether to convict him on use of excessive force in violating Taylor's rights, her partners, and her neighbors. The 2 officers who actually fatally shot Taylor, Jonathan Mattingly and Miles Cosgrove, have never been charged. Breonna Taylor's death in a hail of police gunfire in 2020, which came just 2 months before the police murder of George Floyd in Minnesota, sparked protests across the country and world. For more, we're joined by Ben Crump, civil rights attorney. Ben, welcome back to Democracy Now! Can you explain what this judge's ruling means?
That it continues the systematic pattern of disrespect to Black women and the fact that there is little to no justice when Black women are unjustly killed by those who are supposed to protect and serve them. The family is devastated. Us social justice, civil rights attorneys are just dumbfounded by this ruling. You have officers who lie on a probable cause affidavit to get a no-knock warrant to bust into a woman's apartment. That Black woman, Breonna Taylor, is killed as a result of...
How is that not considered to be extremely serious. You expect me to believe that the rest of the department isn't just as fucking crooked and evil and heartless, you know what I mean, as its most bad, its worst apples or whatever. Like, this is apologia within the system for, like, the behavior of like their coworkers. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thin blue line.
Your unnecessary, unjustifiable, unconstitutional affront to the Fourth Amendment against unlawful search and seizure. And yet the judge says, well, there's nothing they did to cause her death, but yet we want to blame her.
Anytime this happens, one guy might go down. Well, here's the thing. Like, you might have somebody go down, but then they'll end up, like, 2 years later, like, appealing, right? And then, like, public sentiment, like, the, like, public, like, outcry will have died down by then. You know what I mean? And, like, then, under the cover of, like, whatever else everybody's paying attention to, like, people get fucking appealed. They appeal their fucking shit, and then they're free, and then they're back on the streets working for a different police department. Like, it happens all the time, dude. And, like, fucking what's his fuck? Who's the fucking guy that killed George Floyd? What's his fucking name? I don't fucking remember his name. What's his fucking name? Derek Chauvin? Was it Chauvin? Yeah, chauvinist. Yo, Anonymous, thank you so much for gifting to AFSC. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, he even like Derek Chauvin is like attempting to appeal. I mean, has attempted to appeal. But like, there's still people like fighting. Prosecutors urge rejection of ex-cop's bid to oh wait, no, that's okay. Well, that's good. But like, he's trying, you know what I mean? And other people get away with it, you know what I mean? Because they're not as like high profile as this case. This case is obviously so very high profile that it would like really be like leave a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths, like understandably, you know what I mean? If that happened with him. But like, it does happen all the fucking time with other police officers that don't get as much fucking attention and aren't as fucking infamous as one like Derek Chauvin. Why is he like green? Oh my god, green screen? Oh my god, fake? Oh my god, AI? But you know what I mean? Like, because other officers aren't as famous as this one, you know what I mean? The likelihood that they're able to appeal is much more like, much higher. Much fucking higher.
Boyfriend, a black man named Kenny Walker, who is legally in the apartment, who has a lawful right to be a registered gun owner, who tries to defend his home, his woman, himself. And that is what you're going to say is the cause of her death, because they were trying to defend themselves against people they thought were burglarizing their home. It flies in the face of justice and all common sense.
Like, that's the real two-tier justice system, you know what I mean? Like, the fucking hogs are out here talking about fucking two-tier justice systems when it's like, here you go. Like, this is, you don't need to like imagine this one. You don't need to like make up weirdo conspiracy theories about this one. This one is plain as day, and it's existed in front of everyone's faces forever. Since forever. Because this is this is the outcome of policing. This is what policing gets you. You know, the purpose of any system is its outcome, and here it is.
Kenny was very clear in saying he did not understand that these men were police officers, that they didn't identify himself. They were breaking down his door.
Anybody else would be afforded that. You know what I mean?
It's the intellect.
Anybody else would be like, yeah, you know, you didn't know who they were, right? Like, if they weren't cops, it would have been a completely justified thing, right? All wearing black, not announcing their presence, not announcing that they're police, not knocking, just opening the door, and that's it. Just entering the house, and that's it. Like, of course the person's shot. We live in America where we're taught that guns are fucking awesome and that everybody should have a gun to protect yourself because the world is crazy and scary. And if you don't have a gun to protect yourself, somebody's going to fucking shoot you and rob you. You know what I mean? But they don't actually teach you the truth that it's much more likely for you to either use that gun on yourself or for a cop to use that gun on you. It's much more likely for either of those two things, especially if you're a poor person. Especially if you're a person of color. The purpose of every system is its fucking outcome. Okay? And these are the outcomes of this one.
Racial justification of discrimination. These officers knew that they were lying before on the probable cause affidavit, and then as Officer Gottlieb has pled and testified, they were trying to conspire and lie in the aftermath of killing Breonna Taylor. Now, everybody...
I mean, that's cop shit. That's cop shit. That's like when you're watching body camera footage, right? And there's that moment, right, after something went down, and they're like, how you doing? You good? Everybody good? You good? And then they look down at the thing, and then they look down at each other's cameras, and you go, you know what I mean? And then then that's that moment where it's like it gets quiet in the conversation on the camera, you know, in the footage, and then everybody reaches for their thing and turns off their thing. Beep, beep. Every fucking time. That's what, yes. The thin blue line, baby. That's what the thin blue line is. Not the thin blue line between order and chaos. It's the thin blue line that they're like the brotherhood doesn't cross. You know what I mean? You don't cross the line to betray your brothers.
Sees that this federal judge apparently is doing what the United States government has done, whether it's Pamela Turner's case, a black woman killed in Houston, Texas. We're fighting Sonia Massey now in Illinois. It's this Sandra Bland. It's this epidemic of black women being killed by police and police getting away with.
Like, when was Sandra Bland? That was so many years ago. Like, dude, there's so many names, and it's so hard to keep track of them all. 2015. Rest in fucking peace, dude. Ruled suicide by asphyxiation. Fucking God, it's so disgusting.
Murder, and we have to scream at the top of our lungs to continue to say their name and not let them get away with this. The Justice Department is going to appeal this matter, and what we're going to continue to do is to rally for justice both in the courtrooms and outside the courtrooms for these black women like Breonna Taylor, like Pamela Turner, like Atiana Jefferson, like Sonia Massey. I mean, how many more?
Then, Crump, I also wanted to ask you about the news that a second former Memphis police officer has pleaded guilty in the police killing of Tyree Nichols, the 29-year-old black father who died after a brutal police beating.
Get fucked. I hope you never sleep again a day in your fucking life.
The former officer, Emmett Martin, pleaded guilty to federal civil rights
Yo, what's up, El Pueblo Unido? Welcome in.
Violations and could face up to 40 years in prison. Go back to the story of Tyree Nichols. Tell us what happened and what this means.
Well, obviously, Tyree Nichols was one of the worst police videos of brutality that we've ever witnessed. Tyree Nichols was about 2 blocks from his home. He didn't break any laws, but there was a Scorpion unit, this special tactic unit at the Memphis Police Department that was allowed.
What did it stand for again? It's so fucking stupid. Scorpion unit. Street crimes operation to restore peace in our neighborhoods unit. Like, they really wanted it to say Scorpion. They're like, all right, it's got to be Scorpion. So like, what should the acronym be? You know what I mean? Street crimes operation to restore, like, street crimes operation to restore peace sounds like you're doing street crimes to restore peace. And you know what? Maybe, you know what I mean? Maybe they just were saying it with their whole chest because that ended up being the case. You know what I mean? Because that's literally, like, they did do street crimes. You know what I mean? Pretty fucking brutal, evil ones. They beat Tyree Nichols to death, and they took pictures of him and sent it to their friends. They texted pictures of Tyree Nichols' like bloodied face and shit to their friends because they were so hyped on the crazy night that they had. Like, the body camera footage after is them being like, yo, bro, like, I was like, yo, like, you know what I mean? Like, being like, oh, damn, that was crazy. You see how I like beat, you know, like when I kicked them, like, they were like bragging on camera. It's just so fucking, it's disgusting. And they were a part of a special unit. Like, that's a special unit. You're telling me a special unit that acts like that isn't indicative of a culture at the greater, you know, at the whole department? You're telling me that that's not indicative of behavior and the culture of higher ups above them, even, or even worse, below them, because that's who they're learning from. That's who they're looking to for an example. That's who they look to for guidance. Like, bro, that's like, no matter where you see it, it's there's no such thing as bad apples, because they have to do these things together. They do these things together. Okay? Oh.
To harass and violate the constitutional rights of Black people in a certain section of Memphis, Tennessee, under the guise that they were deterring crime. And so it was a pattern and practice that they could just unjustly use excessive force to intimidate Black citizens in that part of the city. And they said they wanted to do it because they wanted to lower the crime. And as Reverend Al Sharpton said, well, if you're not doing this in the white part of town, how do you prevent crime there? Well, that's the same tactics you should employ in the Black side of town. And this violent, brutal beating of Tyree Nichols by these 5 officers. I mean, he was barely conscious, and they kept holding him up, and they'll punch him some more like he was.
I mean, listen, it's worth noting that that this happens to white people too. It happens to poor people, right? It happens to poor people. This happens in the poor neighborhoods, right? The problem there is that disproportionately, these poor neighborhoods, disproportionately poor people generally are made, the poorest neighborhoods are disproportionately made up of people of color, brown people generally. Like, that is the reality of it. But it is the truth that poor white people get treated and murdered, like treated terribly and murdered by police as well. It's true. It's just like disproportionately it happens to brown people because of their disproportionate representation in underserved communities, and thus the profiling that ends up coming along with that on the back end by police officers, right? What's up, Death of Death?
Rag doll like he was a human pinata. I mean, they were
I got assaulted and battered by this special drug unit that exists in my county. They acted like they were so fucking cool and enjoying fucking with me and my friend when they had fucking followed us from a sober living house and fucked with us just cause we were trying to get clean. Jesus.
Him, hitting him with batons, and they literally beat him to death. And if it was not for the camera on the night pole, they would have probably gotten away with it. But that camera showed us everything, Amy, and our stomachs were literally.
Yeah, luckily there was like a security camera nearby.
And not watching them beat a human being to death. And at this point, all of them have been charged both in the state and federal levels for their crimes that caused the death of Tyree Nichols. The second officer has pleaded guilty and can face up to 40 years in prison in the federal case.
Ben Crump, I mean, it's horrifying that I have one case after another to ask you about. But I want to ask you about this third case that you're working on in Florida. A sheriff's deputy has been charged with manslaughter in connection with the killing of 23-year-old Air Force member Roger Fortson, who was shot to death also in his own home. Police body camera footage from the May 3rd killing shows Roger Fortson answering the door of his own apartment.
Like both Breonna Taylor situation, like Breonna Taylor's boyfriend and Roger Fortson are two examples of the same like liberties, right? Not being afforded to every American, even if they serve our country, whether they're a soldier or they're a paramedic or like whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? Like both cases were very justifiable, home defense responses from the victims who were murdered by police. Like this soldier responded to went to the door with a firearm for a totally justifiable reason, because they live in Florida and they live in America, but they live in Florida. It's of all fucking places, right? Like of all the fucking places, you know what I mean? Like, of course, people in Florida, there's it's normal to say something like, if somebody breaks into your house or if somebody's trying to come into your castle, you have the right to fucking gun them down. And I'm sure plenty of Floridians, are gun owners for exactly that reason, right? And this is a soldier on top of that, right? Like Breonna Taylor's boyfriend responded in a completely justifiable way to protect themselves because they had no fucking clue that it was the police. Same with Roger Fortson.
And immediately being fatally shot by an Okaloosa County officer who was responding to a domestic disturbance.
And it was the wrong fucking place. It was the wrong house or the wrong apartment. They went to the wrong apartment. Like, how many times has this happened? Wrong apartment. Remember that one cop that oh my God, that one cop that thought she was entering her own apartment, but she entered the apartment downstairs and killed her fucking neighbor because she thought he was in her fucking house? Like, dog, dude. The wrong apartment thing happens all the fucking time. And even in the Breonna Taylor case, it's even worse because it was a falsified warrant. They lied to the judge to get, they lied to the judge to get him to sign it. And then they ended up murdering somebody. This shit really, really fucking weighs heavy on my heart because I just remember, this is so, we've been talking about Breonna Taylor for so fucking long. I remember yelling Breonna Taylor's name in the streets, you know what I mean? Years ago now. And just we've gotten nothing. We've gotten nothing. Nothing's changed. You know what I mean? More cops have body cameras so that we're able, so basically just so that we're able to see their crimes and they can rub it in our faces even more. Because like it hasn't really done much for like, you know, increasing accountability if we're being real.
Report that turned out to be false. The officer shot Fortman.
Like all the evidence in the world doesn't matter if like, you know, if like they're able to be charged differently due to their status as a police officer. You know what I mean? Due to the fact that the law is interpreted differently if you are a police officer.
Almost immediately as he opened the door. This is a clip of the horrifying video.
Sheriff's office, open the door. Step out. Drop the gun! Drop the gun!
He was hiding. Okay, so I can't. I sorry, I just showed that. I thought it was gonna like, I don't know. I apologize. But he's hiding on the left side of the fucking doorway. Like he's on the left side of the doorway. He's on the left side of the fucking doorway. You can't fucking see him. He opens the door with the gun pointed at the ground, and he unloads a clip into him and then says, drop the gun. You're supposed to say, drop the gun first. And then if he raises the gun at you, you know what I mean? That's supposed to be what happens, right? But it's not even that. Like, it was just like, he didn't even allow that to happen. He's too, like I said yesterday, cops are too big a pussies. They're fucking cowards. They're little bitches. And this is how they're trained. They're trained to fear everything around them. They're trained to be constantly on edge, like every little thing is going to kill them. When their job, in fact, is one of the safest jobs that exist. It is way more dangerous to be any type of delivery driver than it is to be a police officer. Yet, Uber drivers, you know what I mean? And fucking, you know what I mean? Pizza delivery people and male men and women don't fucking, you know what I mean? Like pre-fire every corner they walk around when they're delivering the fucking mail or a pizza or a fucking package or some shit, like, or pick somebody up in their Uber. Like, you know what I mean? Like you aren't dumping fucking a clip into somebody that you're interacting with because they had their fucking hands in their pockets or some shit. Like, no.
Drop the gun! 312, shots fired. Suspect down. Do not move!
He's on the ground bleeding out.
312, get EMS my location.
On Thursday, former Okaloosa County Deputy Eddie Duran was charged with manslaughter with a firearm in connection with the fatal shooting of senior airman Roger Fortson, which is...
In connection with the shooting? Okay, it's like officer-involved shooting. You know what I mean? Like, LAPD reports there was an officer-involved shooting at the corner of fuck balls and dick shit. Right? It's like, how was the officer involved? How is the officer involved in the officer-involved shooting? You know what I mean? It's like, do you hear how they were like...
with a firearm in connection with the fatal...
Charged with manslaughter with a firearm in connection with the fatal shooting...
Roger Fortson, which is...
It's the longest way of saying that you murdered somebody with a gun. Like, you shot that man with a gun and you killed him with a gun. Like, that's the weirdest, most fucking... God, it's so disgusting. It's so passive and so disrespectful and just so false, really? Because it's like, no, you are not doing justice. The very direct connection that police officer had with the death of Roger Fortson. Like, Literally, if that cop wasn't there, Roger would still be alive. Thus, it is your fault. I'm like, pretty fucking simple. Like, if you actually did what you were supposed to do and de-escalate, right? And do better to announce your presence and not be sneaky when banging on the door, especially in the event that you have the incorrect door, like you ended up having. It was the wrong apartment. You know what I mean? Like, you should be alerting everyone to your fucking your presence. There should be no question that there is a police officer here. You know what I mean? Like, you shouldn't be hiding around the corner. You're knocking on their door. Answer, like, you better be there when they look through the fucking peephole. You know what I mean? If you're not there when they look through the peephole, why would they answer? I wouldn't answer. I'm not a gun owner, but if I was, you know what I mean? I probably would have it also. And I probably wouldn't be answering the door either. I'd be really suspicious also if someone was banging on the door and I didn't see anybody there. Like, dude, what the fuck are we talking about right now?
First-degree felony punishable by up to 30 years in prison, Ben.
Yeah, Amy, it's still heartbreaking that this 23-year-old senior airman, this American hero who fought to protect the constitutional rights, was killed in such an unjustified manner when he simply opened his door. It was, we believe, the apartment complex getting it wrong, but then this officer getting it wrong because the officer did not give Roger any time to comply with his orders.
I mean, to be fair, on the apartment, like, the person in the apartment building that directed them to that apartment, or up to that floor at least, like, in their defense, he or she probably didn't realize that they would be going up there to shoot first and ask questions later. They probably assumed that the cop was going to go up there and, you know, be a good cop and knock on the door and ask somebody to quiet down and then peacefully leave and go about their, you know, coply day, I guess, right? Like, that person was just like, oh yeah, like, you know, there's a fucking, you know, they're always fighting up there, and then he goes to the wrong door. Like, it's not that fucking dude's fault. I wouldn't point the police in any direction, you know what I mean, like that, because of this reason. This is a good reason to just not have any part in whatever the police are doing. If they ask you a question, if they need help getting, you know, navigating something, I'm just staying the fuck away from it. I'm just not gonna talk to you. I'm gonna pretend like I didn't hear you. I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna go back in my fucking house and I'm gonna fucking, you know what I mean, lock the doors and just like not say a fucking word. You know what I mean? Because shit like this happens. I'm not gonna be like, oh, Mr. Jensen? Oh yeah, Mr. Jensen lives right there. And then that man ends up getting fucking pumped full of fucking lead because he was suspicious of the group of men outside of his fucking door. Like, I could never fucking live with myself. Now, I've seen too many examples of that happening, so I would never do that. But it's still, like, it's not that man's fault. It's the cop's fault. The cop is the one who fucking was hiding around the corner. The cop is the one who didn't do a good enough job announcing his presence and making it very apparent, you know what I mean, that he's there. Like, it's the cop who didn't properly de-escalate the law-abiding gun owner who was lawfully protecting his home, right? Like, that's been my big issue with how privileged white folks look at cops, that they're so ready to call or help cops in situations they aren't needed, and it usually leads to tragedy. And then they go, oh, whoops, I didn't know. Like, you fuck, are you this privileged? You didn't think calling cops or helping cops might just be well, unironically, yes. Like unironically, yes. A lot of people, I can tell you from my own anecdotal experience growing up, right, that like in LA is like laid out in such a way where if you don't a lot of people haven't, even if you've lived in LA your whole life, a lot of people haven't been to every part of LA. And especially if you live in an area that has a lot of stuff, like you have a lot of good restaurants, you have lots of like things to do, fun places to go, you have your schools, your all your big institutions, like, you name it, like all the shit that you need is located in your nice neighborhood. A lot of people don't really have a reason, understandably, to leave their fucking neighborhood because they have everything there. You know what I mean? I don't need, if I live in Palos Verdes in the South Bay of Los Angeles, I don't need to go to Gardena because I have all the shit that I need right up here in the hills in Palos Verdes. Same thing applies to like Hollywood Hills or like Beverly Hills. Like I don't need, if I'm in Beverly Hills, what the fuck do I need to go to Huntington Park for? Like what the fuck do I need to drive over to like City of Industry for? Like I don't need to go there. I have everything here in fucking Silver Lake or whatever the fuck it is. So yeah, like a lot, and I'm sure I know that this is the case in a lot of places because we are like segregated, economically segregated in that way. So like that being said, people that live in those neighborhoods disproportionately, like people that don't live in the neighborhoods that have all of the cool stuff and whatever, and people don't need to leave because they have all the nice things and whatever, and the streets are nice and clean and nice, like track homes, like whatever the fuck. Like the people that don't live in those neighborhoods, like disproportionately experience bad interactions and just interactions generally with the police, and the people that do live in those areas don't. They just don't. Like all of the experiences, like they rarely have to interact with a cop. It's very rare that they interact with a cop. Usually only if they get pulled over for speeding, maybe on the freeway. You know what I mean? Like that might be their interaction with the cop on the average day. Like maybe that, but even that still disproportionately poor people with cars that aren't nice. You know what I mean, have bad paint jobs or are older, people, like if you are driving while POC, like people still do disproportionately, POC and poor people still do disproportionately get pulled over for that same reason. But like my point, remains the same. Like literally unironically, people have very little experience with police, so they truly believe, like NCIS, they believe fucking CSI Miami, that they're like the good guys, like you know what I mean? I love SVU. You know what I mean? Like they're the good guys. Like the cops do good things and they keep all the bad guys away, right? Like from my nice neighborhood. Yeah, people have a completely different view of police because they have a completely different experience with them. Just totally, generally. Hi everyone, apologies. I know this is a serious subject, but I just got here and my brain is fried after a really hard week. If I end up trying to be part of the convo by sharing my shitty experiences and it makes anyone uncomfortable, I apologize. I'm not meaning to overshare. I'm just trying to. You're fine. No, all good. Still, no worries. We wouldn't take it that way at all. Anyways, let's continue. Also, welcome in.
Who was a law-abiding, registered gun owner again, like Kenny Walker Brown boss, man. When black men have guns, they are not seen as law-abiding citizens. They're seen as criminals that you must take down for whatever reason by law enforcement. But he had his gun in a down position.
Yeah.
The officer immediately told him.
Didn't matter. Like, Roger Forson could have had his cell phone in his hand, which I think he actually might have in his other hand. I don't fucking know, but like it could have been a fucking like a banana. Like it could have been like a fucking like a TV remote. It could have been a fucking it could have been anything in his hand, right? It could have been his fucking hat. That man would have fucking, the moment that door opened, the cop would have started opening fire on him. Because he was operating in fear, like police do, like they're trained to do. They're trained to operate like around every single corner is death. And where death lurks, you shoot first and ask questions later. What's up, Yarn Dragon?
Step back. Roger stepped back. Roger was following all the instructions of this officer who shot him multiple times. And even while he was on the ground dying, Amy, he was still trying to follow the instructions and the orders of this officer. And so it was appropriate that this officer was charged with manslaughter for use of a firearm. But it is so very rare in the state of Florida that this happens.
Once in 35 years. So like, I feel like it's probably possible that like, you know, he doesn't get indicted or doesn't get convicted, I should say, not indicted, convicted. Because that happens very often, right? Like, I mean, hopefully, I mean, you know, and even still, if he gets convicted, he could still appeal and a different judge could see it. And the judge could be sympathetic to the police and be like, you know what I mean? Like,
it's only been 4 officers in the last 35 years that have been charged for killing citizens. All of them happen to be African-American citizens that were killed in these 4 charges, and there's only been 1 conviction in 35 years. And so we have to stay vigilant that Roger Fortson gets justice.
I want to thank you very much, Ben, for joining us. Ben Crump is a civil rights attorney. He's the attorney for the families of Fortson, Roger Fortson, and Tyree Nichols, and Breonna Taylor.
Ay, man. All right. Well, let me show you. Next up, chat, we're going to look at these 2 things here. This article from The Nation: as global temperatures rise, so does the potential for violence. And then we're going to follow it up with... Hello? This from PBS: how Americans affected by extreme weather events feel about the future. All right. And then from there, we'll go into our international news. I have, assorted things for international news, Israel-Palestine updates, these things that we're not going to have time to look over today, unfortunately. But this is, classic. But yeah, all that and much more, ! Watching in the chat for a link to this playlist that contains all the videos we have watched and will watch for the rest of the evening. And I'll share, obviously, the articles and whatever we look at as we look at them. But first, chat, before we continue on, we must run an ad break since it's been a bit more than an hour since our last ad break. Don't you worry, though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with Twitch Prime, by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get exclusive emotes and to also help me get to Partner Plus so I can get more, a bigger share of the money that you guys spend on me. Yo, Yarn Dragon, thank you so much for gifting us a sub to Biking Solo. Thank you so much. Thank you. Very kind. Putting us at 2 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Chat, we are almost 4 hours into this stream and we're only at 2 out of 25 for the daily sub goal, unfortunately. If you enjoy the stream, if you enjoy the content, if you would like to see this stream continue on full time, and for little old Tofu, little old me to be able to pay my bills and my rent while making that happen, please do consider supporting. You can also support by throwing bits or a dono my way, $3 specifically for a TTS message. Everything helps very, very much and is very, very, very much appreciated. I'll be back in 3 minutes, chat. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. Okay. We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for sitting through the ads. It's a good way to help out the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. But speaking of money being thrown my way, Anonymous, thank you so much for gifting to Human. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Putting us at 3 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Slowly but surely creeping our way up there. Thank you so much for the support. Really, really, really means a lot. Let's get back into it. Let's get back into it. Okay, where were we? Let's start off with the video first, actually. How Americans affected by extreme weather events feel about the future with PBS NewsHour. Okay, and then we'll follow that up. Yo, Johnny Cornflake, thank you so much for 7 months. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Tofu arrive.
Tofu arrive. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then after that, we will look at this article from The Nation. As global temperatures rise, so does the potential for violence, which I thought was very interesting. But let's start with this from PBS. How Americans affected by extreme weather events feel about the future.
The punishing heat hitting much of the U.S. this week and the downpour that Hawaii is enduring are just the latest in what's been a relentless summer of extreme weather. We spoke to people in parts of the country about the impacts of these events and how they're thinking about the future.
6, 8 inches of rain in 24 hours. We're not used to that.
We bought a generator, and I never thought I would need a generator after living here for 40 years.
As a farmer, this
40?
year has been a
Bro,
very
that dude doesn't look a day over fucking
right
35.
now.
How the fuck?
We bought a generator, and I never thought I would need a generator after living here for 40 years.
Unless like he's lived there his whole life.
As a
What the hell,
farmer,
man?
This year has been a very
Oh, look at the
difficult
cows.
year.
Right now, in the triple digits that we're hitting, it's a danger to be outside between 11 and 3 p.m.
My name is Liz Lavis. I live in Tempe, Arizona.
My name's Katie Swick, and I live in Montpelier, Vermont.
My name is Ben Wynn, and I live in Houston, Texas.
My name is Beverly Blackwell Bowen from Reidsville, North Carolina.
My name is Juan de Clet Barreto. I'm a senior social scientist for climate vulnerability with the Union of Concerned Scientists. Danger season is the term that we use at the Union of Concerned Scientists. It starts in May, ends in October. The concerns around danger season are the increased frequency of extreme weather events that can occur back to back, that can threaten the population on an almost regular basis. By May 7th, almost 33% of the population had been under at least one extreme weather alert. This number jumped to 50%, nearly 170 million people by May 20th. And by June 22nd, that number had reached 95%. That's very, very concerning.
My family has been here for generations beyond when this place was a state or even a territory. And I grew up outside, playing outside. But right now, you don't see kids playing outside. I am 8 months pregnant. And one of the things that I discussed with my doctor when my feet started swelling is how can I reduce it or what's causing it? And so my doctor shared with me, well, the heat will actually cause it to swell. So if you're starting to swell now, and I was maybe 3 or 4 months in, they're going to be swollen, my feet, for the rest of the pregnancy. And that was really hard to accept. And so I ended up buying little ice packs that I wrap around my feet for the swelling.
Oh my gosh.
Last July, my home received 32 inches of water on the first floor. We spent the next days and days emptying everything out of the home and piloting it into the front yard, and then there goes the blue chair. A few weeks later, watching it get all taken away by big cranes and dumpsters. In December, the basement flooded again, 3 feet, and then this past July, the basement flooded again. Having to figure out how to pay a mortgage and rent and get that money from FEMA. I've just spent so much time and energy trying to recover and not feel like, instead of a disaster happening to me, and not feeling like becoming the disaster.
As a property manager in Houston, taking care of single-family residential homes, we are managing things like sinks, and doors needing to be adjusted and small repairs. But over the last 2 years, we've shifted into this disaster recovery company where we're going out, taking care of roofs and power outages, electrical surges, floods, you name it. It's been very challenging. We're shifting from living and enjoying to preparing and bracing. All of that really just affects quality of life at the end of the day. How much we spend enjoying looking out the window versus, stressed about packing a to-go bag. None of that is exciting and fun.
If I just look at the month of July alone, we had 20 or more days of 90 plus degree. On top of the heat, we also had a drought condition.
Is that North Carolina? Like, it's not just North Carolina, right? Like, there's something else in that accent, right?
Hurricane that came through on August 8th. We got probably a little over 8 inches of rain. I've been out there now on the farm 8 years. I've had to deal with a tornado, 2 storms. So it's a challenge. It's very difficult.
One of the most sobering things that scientists have said is that we are not looking at the worst of climate change, but we are looking at the minimum sort of impacts that we will see during our lifetime and during the lifetime of our children.
Arizona is in my blood. It is my roots. My family's been here for generations. Although it is hot, I would never want to live where it is cold. I love the state and I love where I live, but it's getting harder to stay.
I'm finding it very hard to make a decision of tearing down 140-year-old.
That's crazy because like some of the most like the cheapest places to live in America are like Arizona and shit, where they just like you can get like a huge 3-story fucking home for like, cheap, considering like if you compare it to places like where I fucking live in LA, you know what I mean? It's like, it's fucking cheap. Obviously, you know what I mean? It's still money. It's still like, a lot of money, but just like nothing in comparison. So that's crazy to think about. Almost North Carolina and Rhode Island. That's what I was thinking. There's something else in there, but I can't really like put my finger on it, but I don't know.
House, or I elevate it and move back in and have to deal with fixing it up for the next 2 years. Is it going to be high enough for the next time it happens? I think about these things too much. It wakes you up in the middle of the night.
No, that's North Carolina.
Not once have I considered moving until this year when the derecho and Hurricane Beryl came through. Seeing the power outages, seeing the damage on the homes.
I never really thought about that, actually. The exodus of people like post like lockdowns, the old like reactionary 1-2 where it was like lockdowns plus Black Lives Matter protests in 2020 that like broke the brains of a bunch of fucking liberals, and they realized that they're conservative, and then they moved to Texas. Well, there's those people, and then there's all the people who moved for tech also. So there's like, and there's a crossover there. And there's a huge crossover there, which is also, noteworthy. But like, all of those people are probably like, in Austin and shit, and they were like without power for how fucking long? That one last time, just like, a lot of them are probably thinking about moving back. Like a lot of the brain drain that came from California is probably thinking about leaving Texas now. Thank you, Anarchist Export.
Seeing the excessive
going to learn. Yo, good night,
where
EP
ACs
Cat.
Can't keep up anymore. It sparked me and my partner to look somewhere else to live. And we just recently put an offer down at a house in the Seattle-Tacoma area. And we're looking to make a big shift and a big move because we want the stability back.
I don't see an ending at all, because each year it continues to get progressively worse. You've got to be proactive, you've got to be resilient, and you pretty much have to think outside of the box now. And how do we as farmers sustain long term? I don't have the answers to it, and it's very stressful to even think about.
Damn. I feel extra bad for her because I love her accent, okay? Because I think she's cool. There have been 19 confirmed weather or climate disasters in the US this year. Oh, dude, that's sick. 19? Dude, listen, years nowhere, like, we still got plenty of time to go in this year. Like, plenty of time to get those numbers up, chat. We can get that up. We can get over 20. You know what I'm saying? I have hope. I have faith. Each with losses exceeding 1 billion. Okay, that's actually crazy. There have been 19 confirmed weather or climate disasters in the US this year, each with losses over $1 billion. Like, we are not ready. Our infrastructure is just not ready. It's just not. It really just fucking isn't. Oh my God. We are so behind, dude, on like what we need to be doing to make sure our cities and towns are ready for, you know, everything that's already happening now, but like worse and more and worse and more and worse and more. Just wait for the mega quake off the West Coast. That's going to be so devastating. I have hope that the mega quake has been slowly letting off steam, okay? And I'm from California, so you're going to have to let me have this hopium, okay? You're going to have to let me have this hopium, especially how recently we had that earthquake in LA. That pretty big one that like broke my fucking window and shit, or not my window. It broke my one of my photographs, broke a frame. During that or after that earthquake in LA, I learned about not a new fault, but it's new to me, that there's like a fault directly under Los Angeles, which is obviously closer than the San Andreas fault. So that's cool. You know what I mean? So I've been thinking about that a lot. Lord Spew, thank you so much for the raid. Yo, what's good? I hope you had a great stream. Chat, if you don't already know Lord Spew, you're fucking up. Lord Spew is an awesome artist, and they do really cool shit. They have a really, really cozy, cool stream. It's really good vibes over there. You should definitely go follow. Go do it. Go do it right now. Go do it right now. But welcome in. I'm Tofu. If you've never been here before, we talk about the news. We go over the daily news cycle of the day. And right now, we are just finishing up this little segment here from PBS about how Americans are affected by extreme weather events are feeling about the future. And I'm about to follow that conversation up with this piece here from The Nation. As global temperatures rise, so does the potential for violence, which is very interesting. In Toronto, we had a massive power outage a few weeks back from the increased heat. Infrastructure worldwide is sorely lacking. It's crazy to think about. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Hi, I hope you're having the best stream. Thank you so much for the kind words. You always raid into me. I wanted to return their favor. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the raid. Thanks for bringing your community over here. Appreciate that. But everybody here needs to go follow Lord Spew. They're fucking dope. They're super dope. Here in NC, North Carolina, I topped out at 40 degrees Celsius / 104 degrees Fahrenheit in June. And then we got those two major storms that dropped temperatures back down aggressively. Without those storms, NC would have hit 110 degrees Fahrenheit by mid-August. Fuck. Those storms saved lives. Wow, that's actually crazy. So the case for doing what we can to increase the frequency and intensity of storms. Got it. Noted. Anyways, let's continue. Let's look at this piece here from The Nation. As global temperatures rise, so does the potential for violence. Hotter temperatures can increase aggressive behaviors. I mean, listen, I can confirm that I fucking freak out when I'm hot. Like, I hate it. I get very irritated. And it being super hot here lately, which is like nowhere near in comparison to a lot of places, right? But like my whiny fucking spoiled LA bitch ass gets very frustrated when I'm trying to like do my makeup and like I keep sweating through my makeup and then like dysphoria hits and I'm just like I'm just like spiraling because it's hot. You know what I mean? It's like, I can't live like that. You know what I mean? Like, thank God I live in fucking LA where it's like fucking most of the year it's fucking amazing. You know what I mean? Like, knock on wood, like hopefully it stays that way for like a good amount of time, right? The heat mental spiral is so real, right? Like, it's so easy to just like lose it. Like anything like that's irritating, just like slightly irritating is like tenfold more irritating when it's like, you know, 10-15 degrees too hot, or if you're like just a little bit too sticky. You know what I mean? Like if you're sweating, like I hate the feeling of sweating. Like I can't stand it when I'm hot enough to be like sweating. I hate it. Unless I'm going someplace with the intention of being hot, like I'm going to the beach or I'm sitting out in the sun or like whatever, then I actually enjoy sweating and whatever. But if I'm like not trying to be hot, like if I, like for example, like if I'm, you know, I don't know, like, oh my God, at fucking TwitchCon, for example, like I have like a face full of makeup and it was so fucking hot in fucking stupid fucking Vegas. God, thank God TwitchCon's not in fucking stupid Vegas this year. Holy fuck. But like, dude, like I'll be like, I'm like dressed to be like, you know, in a nice air conditioned con, right? And hanging out and whatever. But then like you, like there's the getting around Vegas is so fucking horrible. You gotta like walk, like there's tons of walking and it's just like, oh my God, it's so hot. It's just so hot. And just like my mood is just destroyed in the heat, especially if I have shit on my fucking face and I'm fucking sweating through it. Oh my God. Tofu, good morning. Bang slap, you looks great. Hey, thank you, Violent Femme. How's it going? Good morning. But it's also about the humidity too. Yeah, humidity makes it 20 million times worse, for sure. For sure. But speaking of which, let's continue. As global temperatures rise, so does the potential for violence. Hotter temperatures can increase aggressive behaviors, making violence more likely during the accelerating climate crisis. On July 8th, about 140 million Americans, more than 1/3 of the country, were living under a national heat advisory. In what is on track to become another summer of unprecedented heat, heat-related deaths and illnesses are rising. Yet these direct harms are far from the only risks of smoldering summer days. Research shows that as temperatures soar, so does the potential for violence. Hotter temperatures can increase aggressive intentions and behaviors, making violence more likely as global temperatures continue to rise. A study using data from 100 US cities shows that hotter than normal days correlate with a higher risk of shootings, accounting for nearly 8,000 of the total shootings examined. Like, no shit, on the hottest days in LA, I hear cops in the streets more. Like, on hot days, they're like, this is what I pointed out the other day, actually, on stream, that it was really fucking hot the other day, and there were so many car chases. Like, there's always car chases in LA. It's LA, right? Like, there's like one every other week or so, maybe. Like, you know what I mean? That's like makes the news and everybody like watches or whatever. But there was like maybe a few weeks ago, there was like 4 in a day. Like I had 4 different like ABC 7 and KTLA 5 like streams on my YouTube like recommended. That is just like, it's just like a bunch of different fucking car chases that happened today. It's fucking insane, dude. Oh my God. Hot weather exacerbates water demand too, obviously. Yeah, obviously. Mm-hmm. If we ever figure out how to share jeans, I got you. I like to walk Vegas in all black when I go to summer festivals. You're insane. You're just like a true goth, Xenomonic. I guess I'm just not a true goth. Like, you're just genetically goth, you know? Like, I'm not. Like, I'm just not, right? Like, fuck. Unfortunately. I'm too genetically emo for that. Actually, I mean, I feel like that's pretty emo behavior to wear all black out in the fucking sun too. I mean, that's like what I used to do as a young person, was like, no matter where it was, no matter where I was going, no matter like how hot it was, no matter what the weather was, I was always wearing a hoodie and it's always all black. Like, so yeah, I don't know, whatever. A study A study using data from 100 U.S. cities shows that hotter than normal days correlate with the higher risk of shootings, accounting for nearly 8,000 of the total shootings examined. Researchers also found that even moderately hot temperatures were associated with higher risk of gun attacks. Another study linked significant daily mean temperature increases in U.S. cities over a decade-long period, with a 4.5% increase in sex offenses in the week following such temperatures. Jesus. And sex offenses is so broad too. What the fuck? Can we get a tofu goth mommy stream? Is this not a tofu goth mommy stream? Like, am I like, what am I? Like, just not, am I not goth mommy enough for you? Like, what? Like, look, I'm literally wearing all black. I used to wear all black in Florida, and yeah, I'd even wear hoodies in the summer as a teenager. But now I have PCOS, and my hormones won't allow that shit. Lamau, I get way too hot. Oh, okay. Looking good too. Thank you, socialist aunt. Couldn't be gother. Gother. Researchers also found that even moderately hot temperatures were associated with higher risk of gun attacks. Another study linked significant daily mean temperature increases in U.S. cities over a decade-long period, with a 4.5 increase in sex offenses in the week following such temperatures. As many U.S. cities experienced their warmest June on record, the U.S. Surgeon General declared gun violence a public health crisis prompted by a string of early summer mass shootings. The accelerating climate crisis is inherently tied to community safety. To protect Americans across the country, our policymakers must invest in a zero-carbon future and a holistic approach to public safety that addresses the root causes of violence and harm. The heat violence connection has taken place in a world 1 degree Celsius warmer than pre-industrial levels, and a 2023 UN report based on analysis of current global policies projected seeing nearly 3 degrees of warming this century without aggressive climate action. The hotter days ahead will unfold against a backdrop of more frequent and intense extreme weather events, limited food, and a threatened clean water supply. The consequent decreased access to basic resources such as shelter and food and necessities for survival, which has already forcibly displaced 7.7 million people, only increases the likelihood of conflict and crime. Like, yeah, like conflict and like crime, like, of course, like desperation, you know what I mean? Absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, like I said, we just got done watching this video, like how Americans affected by extreme weather events feel about the future. All of them, like, spoiler if you didn't watch it, like all of them are feeling kind of pessimistic. You know what I mean? Like, spoiler. Oh yeah. The United States currently lags behind on both climate action and community safety. The country is rated overall insufficient by the Climate Action Tracker and has higher rates of gun violence and deaths from firearms than many other countries. Only immediate policy change can prevent these gaps from becoming irreversible. Climate and community safety advocates understand that our work is intersectional, and while everyone is ultimately affected, low-income and historically marginalized communities that are most impacted by climate change are also those most vulnerable to violence. Geography greatly shapes access to safety. Communities impacted by a legacy of disinvestment and racial segregation have seen the biggest increase in crime. These communities also disproportionately lack access to public green space. That's huge. Right? I mean, this is like what I was talking about earlier, chat, like how economic segregation, like we very much are segregated in our communities in America today. It's just economically, not necessarily strictly on a race basis, but through a class basis, it ends up being that way anyways, right? Because disproportionately, the poor is made up by people of color. That is just the truth. And that's what I was saying. Like, the people who live in areas that have nice parks, that have movie theaters, that have like nice streets that you can go ride bikes on, you know what I mean? Nice safe streets that you can go ride bikes and walk your dogs, or like, or whatever. Places that have like good like community centers, or like, you know, like good restaurant, like, you know, places that have all the good shit and are, you know, nice. Those people that grow up and that live in those areas have way less interaction with police. And they, you know, if they grow up in that area, they grow up knowing a completely different idea of like how police are, or like what police do, or like how they have grow up having a completely different like idea of how to act around police, like baked into them based on their experience too. Yeah, like it's like disproportionately all of these things weigh on these communities. All of these things, right? Every single one of these things piles on top of the other thing, right? Like heat, right? Disproportionately negatively affecting poor neighborhoods because, you know, people have less access to air conditioning, you know, less access, like, you know, or have to walk more often, or have to take public transportation, or, you know, things like that, right? Or like live in an apartment with like tons, like a lot more people, like their whole family, or like multiple families even, things like this. And when poor people are, you know, in those situations, like there's like a higher likelihood of like, you know, crime, and like, you know, out of desperation for like, you know, a need to survive, or even just like out of frustration. And now think about the police that operate in these communities, that are policing these communities, that more often than not do not live in these communities. So they are like, you know, they are you know, disconnected from the community itself, right? And so there's like less of a relationship, less of a humanization, like a humanizing experience that the police has. And so when they're like really fucking hot, and, you know, in a poor neighborhood that is seeing a lot of burglaries because people can barely afford water, like you see how like this compiles, and it just exacerbates, and then people die, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. Like that's how you end up exactly where we are. All of these things that we're talking about in the past couple, even before the last segment, talking about like how Americans feel about the future after having dealt with like climate disasters. Like we were talking about policing before that. Like all of these things are connected. Multiple family dwellings equals sick note often too. Oh, sick more often too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. For sure. They've never seen HPD dogpile their friend and beat him half to death for resisting. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. I'm sorry if that is something that you've experienced. I will tell you that I was privileged as fuck and never realized honestly how fucked police are. Now that I am, I'm sick over it. I mean, that's because you have empathy. You know what I mean? Like just because you grow up in that and you are fundamentally, you are disconnected, you know, from that experience, doesn't mean that you can't grow up and then learn more about the world, and through the empathy that you still were able, you know, that you still had despite that, you know, you're able to see like right from wrong, right? Like you're able to see like, you know, this is bad because you're an empathetic person. Having empathy from perspective is better than denial from it. That's good. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Meaningful solutions respond to the root causes, not just the symptoms of climate breakdown and violence. Broader policies to rapidly phase out a fossil fuel economy and stop climate pollution at its source, as well as hold big polluters accountable, are essential.
Tofu haircut.
Yo.
Tofu slay looks good. Tofu
Hey,
L.
thank you so much, Kartak. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for 26 months. Thank you. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Thank you. More locally, policymakers can unlock the benefits of bolstering green infrastructure. Establishing more public urban green spaces has been shown to help cool urban communities, as has utilizing rooftops and walls for greenery. Also, it gives young people something to do. Like green spaces and third spaces generally gives like places, you know, people to go to instead of just being home all day, you know, where like maybe there's no parents present because they're both working, you know what I mean? Because they're poor and like, you know, whatever, like it gives like positive things. It's good things for also, it's like, yeah, shade for you know, for people who don't have access to it. And like, you know, when we have like super hot days in LA and a lot of other cities do similar things, which is good, but like, you know, indicative of like other greater issues yet that need attention. Like when it's really hot, the city of LA opens up cooling centers. So like it will like turn like city buildings into like a public space for the day for anybody to come and spend however much time and have free water and AC, which is awesome, which is good, right? Which is a good thing. Like the problem is like we have an extreme need for that. Like we need more and more every season, every year. We need to open up more and more of those, right? And then like when you have like not enough money, for example, going to schools, they can't during the summer while it's not being used, you know, use those schools that are also like that are decaying and aren't even good enough for the children as like a public space when the public needs it in a situation like that. Like it, all of these things are fucking connected. All of these things are connected. We have amazing old cities here from the Arabic Empire that are very good at keeping cool during the summer. Ooh. Shade and moisture that feeds clouds. Communal activities, bonding, etc. Exactly. I'm so white that cops love me. Wow. But they killed my friend when he was 16, so I hate them. I'm so fucking sorry. I'm so fucking sorry. Fuck. I mean, I've told my story here about the first time that I experienced, like that I learned that racism was a real thing as a young person. Like I've told this story here, but like I'll briefly say it. That when I was in middle school, when I was younger, I was a really bad kid. We know that. I was a troublemaker, was very rebellious, did horribly in school because my mind was elsewhere. I was just you know, a fucking troublemaker. I was a bad kid, hanging out with bad kids, doing bad kid shit. And when I was in middle school, I was like selling weed, and I was like snuck out of my house one night to go like hang out with my like girlfriend at the time and some friends, and we were just like hanging out at her house, like drinking and stuff. And I was in 7th grade. Yeah, 7th grade. And we were just like drunk little dumbass kids, children, by the way, 7th grade. And we were like being really stupid and just like went out into the street, like outside of my friend's house, my girlfriend's house at the time. And we were just like being really loud in the middle of the night, in the middle of the street, drinking a fifth of vodka and smoking weed like on the fucking street, just being really stupid kids. Like I just like, it was just so dumb. You know what I mean? I was a child. All right, we were children. But obviously a neighbor fucking somebody called the police because there's a bunch of kids at like 3 a.m, like drinking and smoking weed in the middle of the street, being really fucking loud. And obviously none of us were supposed to be out. We were like, you know, we're all definitely fucking way underage. And I was with a few friends. Most of them were like, or a couple of them were white passing. My girlfriend was she was like super brown, but like she was also like, I don't know how to say this without sounding really gross, but like she dressed like really maturely, you know, like as like our friends did when we were young, because we were like, you know, I don't know, we were like bad kids, I guess. Like she dressed really maturely, as in like maybe a little bit like revealing and whatever. And so she would, you know, get just like disgustingly like really good treatment from police. So but like, so she was fine. But my point in saying all this is that we had one of our friends with us was black, and when the cops pulled up and sat all of us down, I'm the one that has a bunch of shit on me. Like I had like a quarter ounce of weed that I was selling, and I might have even had like a little scale on me, which would have been like instant intent to distribute, like real bad. You know what I mean? And I like my friend who was black was genuinely like a good kid, just like wrapped up with us who were bad kids, and he didn't drink, didn't smoke, didn't do anything. He was just hanging out with us, literally just chilling with us, like just like you know, snuck out of his house just to like come hang out and like hang out with us, whatever. But he was like the most innocent one of all of us, and I knew that, we all knew that. But like me being the kid that I was literally selling weed, had a bunch of weed on me, we were all like, I was drunk as hell as like a 7th grader. Like they sat all of us on the fucking curb. They looked at us, each one of us, with a flashlight and said, "Ask, do you have anything that I should know about on you? No. You have anything I should know about on you? No. You have anything I should know about on you? No." They didn't even ask my friend. They threw him on the car. And I remember thinking like, wait, what the fuck? Like that doesn't even make sense. They threw him on the car and started going through all of his pockets and started asking him where he's from. He's from there. This is like, he's from here. Like he's our friend. Like he snuck out like we snuck out to come hang out here. Like, what do you mean? Like what city, like what city do you live in? Like he lives here. He lives here. And I remember being a child, like a 7th grader, and being like, oh, like I see what's happening here. Like I'm while they're doing that, I'm literally shoving the weed that I had in my pocket. I'm digging a hole behind me in the grass, and I bury it while they're looking at my friend. I took that opportunity to like dig a hole behind me and bury the weed there. They never even searched me though. They never searched me. You know what I mean? They just went straight for the black kid. They were certain that he didn't live in the area, that he was the one that got us like the alcohol, that he was the one that got us like, you know, whatever we were doing, that got us, that he was the bad kid roping us all into some shit because he's not from around here, even though he is in fact the good kid who in fact doesn't smoke weed, doesn't drink, doesn't do anything bad, just like he hangs out with us. He's just like our friend. And so, like, after they searched him and didn't find anything and harassed the fuck out of him, or, well, I should also mention, I'll never forget the look on his face when that was happening to him. I was so confused, but he just shook his head like he knew exactly what was happening. And it was like, it all snapped in my head. Cause like everything that I had learned in school about like slavery, like, you know what I mean? And like the civil rights era, like, it didn't really like, it was so far away. It's all in black and white. And it's like, that's so like, you know what I mean? That was like the past, that was like a million years ago. Right. And literally like it snapped in my brain that like, they're doing that to him because he's black. They should be doing that to me. He shook his head like he knew what was going on. He sat back down after they were done and they told us to get out of there, right? They just told us to get out of there. They were nice in that regard, that they just said, you guys just go home now. Just go home. And we're like, all right, we bounced out, but then me being a 7th grader, still like not, you know, like just not acting smart, not being a very mature person because I was a child. I waited and hid with my friends to wait for the cops to leave so I could go back and get my fucking weed. So we did. And you know what happened, chat? What ended up happening, and I didn't realize this, but they must have found my weed, right? They saw it in the grass after like they told us to kick rocks, and they took it because I went to go get it, and it wasn't there. And then we're like, fuck. And then the cop pulled back around the corner. And they looked at us. And I was just like, I just kept going. And then luckily they didn't stop. Luckily they didn't stop because they knew they had the weed. They had the weed. Like, right? They had the weed. So whatever. But like, I don't know. So that was like the end of that fucking insane night. We went to my girlfriend's house and we just like, it's like, well, that was a crazy night. But then like still that night like has stuck with me for my entire life. You know what I mean? That was the moment I realized, like, that was the first time that like I had seen it like with my own eyes. You know what I mean? That I witnessed it. I was like, oh, those cops only did that because he was black. And like that experience, plus all of the music that I was listening to at that age, like absolutely radicalized me. And that was like one, that wasn't my first experience with police, right? But like that was when I realized like, racism's place in it all. But like that was the first of many experiences, many unfortunate, life experiences with the police. Yeah, like some chatters are saying they saw their friends get killed or beat up. Like I fortunately have not had a friend killed, but I have had many friends beat up in front of me. And for no fucking reason. Anti-Flag Forever. Literally, Anti-Flag is one of those bands that I listened to in 7th grade. Absolutely. Literally though. Yeah, I don't remember what I was saying, but I don't know. Like, I've just never. I don't know. I just like I think about that often, and like it like people. I don't want to say I'm like fortunate in any way for having that experience because it made me, you know what I mean? Like it made you who you are and it gave you the perspective that you have. Like I'm not gonna say that, right? But like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I think about it often. Can we have a designated place in Discord to share these types of stories? I have a few life-changing ones too that first made me realize how I'm treated from others, how I'm treated differently from others I'd be hanging out with. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I feel like people want to know they aren't alone. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I could absolutely do that. Definitely. Cops beat up my very autistic brother and it enrages me anytime I think about it. I'm so sorry. I had 2 cop cars roll up on me and my friend in the park because we were smoking weed and some neighbor called about us. We got away probably because I'm white passing and my friend is white. Didn't even search us. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know, man. I mean, even me, like, listen, I don't know, like, I'm pretty, like, I'm kind of, depending on the day, I guess, like racially ambiguous. I've told this story, I mean, multiple times this has happened, but like, I've been pulled over and spoken to in Spanish when I only speak English. Like what the fuck? by cops, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't know what you're saying. Like, dude, why are you speaking to me in Spanish? Like, bro, like, what? Like that's happened multiple times, and I'm like it's. They think you're Filipino. Well, Filipinos don't speak Spanish. I mean, you know, Filipinos might like have like Spanish last names and shit, but like, they don't speak Spanish. They speak, you know, Tagalog or other or a couple other languages, but like mostly Tagalog. But what it was is racism, and I mean, worse than that though, the amount of times that I've had guns pulled in my face for literally no fucking reason. Like, for no fucking reason, just because I'm getting pulled over. Like, and I'm looking for my fucking ID and shit, and then I look up and there's a gun in my face. Like, that has happened too many times in my life. I've had I've had guns pointed at me many times in my life. Every single one of them was by a police officer. Like, the only people that have ever pointed guns at me in my entire lifetime of living in the greater Los Angeles area, it's only ever been police. Like, this idea that like crime is legal and like, you know, like people are just getting shot dead in the streets and like, you know, it's just like you can't like walk around in the street, like you will automatically get robbed and like you know what I mean, crime wave. Like, literally the most dangerous people walking around or driving around the streets in LA at any given moment is a fucking police officer. Just straight the fuck up. Nobody's ever put me in more danger. Like, straight up and down, nobody's ever put me that close to being dead. You know what I mean? It's just police officers. LOL, I have this the opposite sorta. Hassan is the reason I ID as white, because my whole life I've been mistaken as a white kid, but I'm Mexican and Salvadorian. Somehow cops cops know though, Lamau. well, Spanish is a common second language in parts of the Philippines. Okay, those motherfuckers didn't think I was like, oh, they're Filipino, I should speak to them in Spanish. That's not. They thought I was like Mexican or some shit. Like, they thought, you know what I mean? You know, they didn't. They're like, oh, that's definitely a Filipino. Like, that's not what they thought. No way. And they wonder why you start to freak out. Not everyone is used to having the barrel of a gun staring at them in the face. Yeah, it's kind of fucked up that I know what to do. You know what I mean? That like I've been there, so like I know. You know what I mean? Like what to do in that moment, like. And unfortunately, like, not everybody is like thank goodness, like I have like the mental. I don't know what the word is for this. I don't want to say something that's like not what I mean. Like, thank goodness, like I have the mental clarity generally to like be able to, you know, most likely in a moment like that be able to like handle myself, right? Because I have done it because I've done it before, but like I know how to like compose myself. Like if other people who maybe aren't you know, maybe as like fortunate as I am to think as clearly as I am able to, if that makes sense, like, you know, like understandably might react differently to very stressful situations, right? Like why so often people who are special needs like end up getting fucking murdered by pigs, right? Because like, you know, they might like change behavior rapidly because of a certain, you know, like whatever. Like it's just I'm just saying, like I'm actually lucky, you know. I may have had guns put in my face by cops many times, but I'm still here, right? Like I've never been fucking killed by the police. Thank goodness. But a lot of people can't fucking say that, like, you know what I mean, for whatever reason. You know. Anyways, we should finish this article because we have 8 minutes until the ads run. Meaningful solutions respond to the root causes, not just the symptoms of climate breakdown and violence. Broader policies to rapidly phase out a fossil fuel economy and stop climate pollution at its source, as well as hold big polluters accountable, are essential. More locally, policymakers can unlock the benefits of bolstering green infrastructure. Establishing more public urban green spaces has been shown to help cool urban communities and as has utilizing rooftops and walls for greenery. Moreover, a growing body of evidence suggests that targeted investments in the local built environment, including streetlights, parks, trees, treatment facilities, revitalized vacant lots, community-based nonprofits, and public art can increase street safety. All of that is true. Yeah. At the federal level, countless organizations are advancing policies that would invest deeply in evidence-based solutions to the root causes of violence, alongside further programs such as community violence intervention and civilian crisis response that transform how we prevent and respond to crises. The People's Response Act, for example, would create flexible grants for community organizations and local governments to implement programs like street outreach, violence prevention, safe passage to school programs, youth mentorship, harm reduction based mental health services, as well as built design changes like more parks and streetlights, importantly with community input. It would also create a new division on community safety at the Department of Health and Human Services to further coordinate research, funding, and interagency work on multidisciplinary community safety approaches. The presence of robust multidisciplinary institutions to implement and oversee these investments in the local and at the local and state levels is fundamental to their success. Chicago's Community Safety Coordination Center, which recognizes place-based investments in neighborhood spaces as a crucial component of public safety, provides a useful model for establishing local bodies to coordinate multidisciplinary community safety work, a step toward the Department of Community Safety that we ultimately need. I like that a lot. Phoenix, among the nation's hottest major cities, offers another promising approach as the first city to provide public funding for a designated expert to lead an Office of Extreme Heat Response and Mitigation. I don't know if this is like, I don't think it's a hot take to say that new institutions is not necessarily always needed. Like, you just need to reallocate funds accordingly and so that you can fund in order to have increase funding or decrease funding to certain organizations that can increase or decrease their response, their total amount of responsibilities. You know what I mean? Like, we need to move away from the police handling all of these kinds of things and to public health or social workers and stuff like that, like public health workers and things. We don't necessarily need to be making a whole new division, like a whole new department for specifically heat related heat response. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, you just need to get more money and more personnel to the currently existing departments that should be handling all of these things. You know what I mean? I don't know that creating more bureaucracy is the way to do it, because of how interagency communication makes things classically super fucking inefficient. You know what I'm saying? So, but I like the spirit of it, obviously. With the upcoming presidential election, we have a unique opportunity to call for increased investment in community well-being and our collective futures. Policymakers must understand that our progress on climate and addressing violence are inextricably linked and act accordingly. Can we count on you in the coming election? The fate of our democracy and fundamental civil rights are on the ballot. The conservative... Oh, this is... Okay, this is them asking for you to subscribe. Okay. Trees are based. True. How about adding to that fucking restrooms, especially in LA County? Yeah, right, because we only got 14. Yeah. All right, chat. The ads are about to run, okay? Look at that. I'm actually goated with my timing. I'm crazy with it. I hope this clip helps you get more subs at the top of the hour. Bitch! It's 3:53, man. You're pushing it. Graham.
Are there any gifters? Tech W indeed, good sir. Yes. Are there any gifters in the chat? My dearest chatterinos. It's been one fortnight.
Yeah, it's been one fortnight since you gifted to me.
Been on a golden kappa hype train.
Ooh.
I long for the warm embrace.
I got the golden kappa.
The last connections to of your Oilers. That I have gone. And all for the grind. Of your hypees. It would be, if I would be so brash, very pog if you were to give some subs
Listen to
Especially
Grim.
But the cold winter nights at the top of the hour are about to run.
Chat.
It shall be 2 minutes. And then the unsubscribed chatters will return.
Grem is right.
Long for their company.
Grem is correct.
If only there was someone in the chat.
If only.
That were able to warm my hearth and my heart.
Chat. Gremlo is correct. And unfortunately, somehow, almost 5 hours into the stream, we're only at 3 out of 25 for the daily sub goal, chat. Rent is about to slap me in my motherfucking face. You know what I'm saying, chat? If you have the means to, if you enjoy the content, please do consider supporting in some way. We do need to head to the ad break now. We're going to skip a couple of these things. Yep. Skipping all those. Skipping. And we're going to look at one more piece, a couple more pieces of news, and then we'll do some comfy content. Okay, chat? But first, I had to run an ad break, okay? Because it's been an hour since our last ad break. Yo, your socialist aunt. Thank you so much for gifting to Kippa or Kipo. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Very, very generous. Allowing Kippa or Kipo the ability to not have to deal with the ad breaks, okay? And allowing them to chill out in the chat and listen to some cool tunes, watch a genuine VHS tape, and just vibe out, get a little break in between the fucking the news. But like I said, we have to run an ad break, chat. But if you want to avoid the ads, if you want to also, in doing so, support me, the streamer, and also get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, you just need to subscribe for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account, if you have one, to your Twitch account. Or maybe consider upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get exclusive emotes and to help me get closer to Partner Plus so that I can get more of a bigger cut of the money that you give to me. Or maybe even consider gifting a sub to one of our friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. That way they can also enjoy the emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. If you are one of those sub-free community members like Gnome Broski or whoever else, make sure to say hi in the chat, throw some emotes in the chat, or use the please gift me a sub redeem. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. Every piece of support is very much appreciated and goes a very long way. You can also throw bits or a dono my way, $3 for a TTS message. Yo, Xenomonic, thank you so much for getting to Cat's Lock. Very, very poggers. Very, very poggers indeed. Thank you so much. Putting us at 5 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Very cool. Thank you so much. I'll be back in 3 minutes, chat. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. we are back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for sitting through the ads. If you are one of those that had to sit through some bullshit ads, hey, thanks for doing that. I appreciate you. It's a good way to support the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. But speaking of money being thrown my way, Xenomonic, you legend. Thank you so much for gifting to the Death of Death and I Maximizing and Cat's Lock. I really appreciate it. Very, very generous. Very, very kind. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, thank you again, your socialist aunt, for gifting to Kippa or Kipo earlier. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. What's up, Usko? Fun fact, there was once a committee to end pay toilets. Yo, this is hard. Yo, this is the sickest fucking... Yo. I would rock that. Like that's like that is such a badass graphic. Oh my god. That's so sick. Bro, I want this on a shirt. Like what? That's fucking fire. New Skibbity toilet story unlocked, dude. This is the Skibbity Union. This is the Skibbity Toilet Union. Yeah. Yeah. What, Skibbity Toilet can't fucking organize? The fuck? That's revolutionary shit. That is me. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That was funny as hell. Alright. Let's get back into it. Let's finish off our fucking politics and news content for the evening so that we can get into some fun stuff. Okay, but we're gonna finish off our night with some Israel-Palestine updates. We're gonna look at a couple things from Al Jazeera, and then we're gonna finish off with a piece from Democracy Now! First, we'll look at this. Palestinian patients flee Deir el-Bala al-Aqsa hospital following Israeli evacuation order, and then Israel keeps attacking where most Palestinians have fled to. Okay, and then from there we're gonna look at this from Democracy Now! Rami Curry on latest Israel-Hezbollah escalation and stalled ceasefire talks. From there we have a bunch of fun shit, a bunch of cozy content that we can and will definitely get into. But let's finish it off with our Israel-Gaza updates here.
Once an overcrowded tent site, this particular location has turned into a wasteland as hundreds of displaced families once sheltering inside this tent camp made their way searching for a new place to protect their families from the unpredictable falling bombs. Israeli military issued evacuation orders that are largely perceived as enforced displacement orders for the already traumatized, more than one-time population.
How is it anything but that?
This is the 7th time we're displaced against our will.
Like, how could you interpret it any other way? You know? What else is there?
Don't know where to go. We, a family of 8, are trying to find a safe area. This is a tragic situation. We are left in the open for days. Even the zones alleged to be safe are not safe at all. There's not a single safe inch in the entire Gaza Strip. It's all lies.
We're taking you inside Al-Aqsa Hospital, and as you can see right now, it's quite empty from people, patients, medical staff, as well as the evacuees who were inside the hospital. This is what used to be a quite busy area with hundreds, literally hundreds of patients, whether on bed or on the floor of the hospital within the past days, and within a span of a few minutes, the entire facility was evacuated into safety. Now, when I say evacuated into safety, it's not an organized process. People are on their own. They're taking matters of their own safety on their own. But the heartbreaking reality, there is no safe place across the central area. In fact, across the Gaza Strip, there is no safe area. We're talking about a health facility that is the only operational one in the central area right now.
The Israeli occupation forces declared the area in which the hospital is located as a military operations zone and must be evacuated. We demand the international organizations to act and provide necessary protection to the hospital and all those inside.
There's quite an uncertainty happening right now. People have no idea where they're going. They don't know if the areas they're going to are safe enough for them and their children.
Spoiler.
From the unpredictable falling
Spoiler,
bombs
it's not.
As the Israeli war continues to rage across the central area, mainly these days, and across the Gaza Strip. This is Hani Mahmoud, Al Jazeera, from Deir
Thank you,
Balah
Oscar.
City in the central area, Palestine.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from
Fleeing the hospital because they're forced to evacuate, right? And then this is what happens when they, when they go to where they're told to go to. This is what happens.
Israeli forces have once again been attacking the area of Gaza where most Palestinians have fled to. This time it's Deir el-Balah in the central part of the Strip, which became the temporary and recent home of more than 1 million people fleeing Israeli attacks. And now thousands of people there have been displaced again, following an order by Israel for them to move. Palestinians say it's part of a cynical strategy by Israeli forces, moving the Palestinian population around the Strip while making life and survival even more difficult. Here's a recap. When the war began, Israel ordered most of Gaza's 2.3 million residents to leave Gaza City and northern areas and move south past Wadi Gaza. Most ended up in Rafah. That became Gaza's most heavily populated area, but in May, the Israeli military went in. They ordered people to the 16-kilometre-long strip of Al-Mawasi. That supposed safe zone was mostly desolate scrubland, and it too became overcrowded and dangerous. And after attacks in Al-Mawasi and elsewhere, many people went to Deir el-Balah. It became Gaza's main population centre. And then the Israeli army attacked there too. The Israeli military has also told people to evacuate a big part of Khan Yunis, where it's also engaged in a ground offensive against Hamas fighters. People from Khan Yunis have been back and forth as Israeli forces attacked the city, then withdrew more than once. Many of its residents have been fleeing towards Al-Mawasi. Some families have been sleeping on the road or on the beach because it's hard to find space to spare. And this is why more than 80% of Gaza is subject to Israeli evacuation orders, according to the UN. The same Gaza that was already one of the most densely populated areas in the world, where most buildings have now been turned to rubble, shelters are regularly attacked, and hospitals...
That is the most insane. I saw that clip earlier today, right? Like I said earlier, the first thing I fucking saw today when I looked at my fucking phone, when I opened up Twitter, was a fucking like a teenager, like a preteen that was just like in pieces. And then I saw like that shit. It's literally you're looking at the tents and it's just like not even the tents, you can't even, like the tents can't even like go without getting fucking bombed. There truly is nowhere to go, not even to your fucking tent. You can't go to your tent. They'll bomb that too. Like everything, you're just, that's why we've seen so many interviews. Oh God, and I hate it every time. Like, it hurts me, dude. It hurts to see people so defeated and get interviewed and say fucking horrible things like, I don't want to be alive anymore. There's no reason to live anymore. There's nothing I can do. All of my family is dead. There's nowhere for me to go. Like, it's just... Tofu, bro, I swear there was a Hamas terror baby under that tent. Trust me, bro. Yeah.
Allowed to function. After more than 300 days of war, just surviving is getting even tougher for Palestinians in Gaza.
Quick reminder, New York compared to Gaza. Okay, yeah, this like never works. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. How do I... Okay, so that's Gaza. if this this doesn't really do much for me because I'm not a New Yorker. You know what I mean? I'm not from the area, so this doesn't really I can't really imagine this in my mind. But if you're not here's New York, there's Newark, right? But I can also show you this with Los Angeles, if that helps you. You know what I mean? But here's the link if you want to, do it wherever you're from to make it, to really drive the point home. There's the link for you for the thing if you want to do it. Oh man. Okay, now let's get our last piece of politics in, chat. This is it. Where I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Okay, Rami Khouri on latest Israel-Hezbollah escalation and stalled ceasefire talks.
Guterres is calling for an immediate de-escalation after Israel and Hezbollah exchanged heavy fire over the weekend. Early Sunday morning, over 100 Israeli warplanes struck about 40 sites in Lebanon. Hezbollah responded by launching hundreds of drones and rockets at Israel. 3 deaths were reported in Lebanon, 1 in Israel. Israel described its attacks as preemptive, saying the raid was conducted to block...
A preemptive attack to a retaliatory attack, right? They got ahead of the retaliatory strike that is, set to come, probably, maybe, in response to being attacked by Israel. They are getting ahead of the retaliatory response to them stoking tensions. Remember that. It's not a preemptive strike when you are the one who struck first and they're about to do a tit for tat. Yeah, which Lebanon has a right to, which Iran has a right to, which all of these states that you struck first, have a right to respond. Iran has been very light-handed, right? And thank goodness, right? Because I don't want that whole region to go to war. That would be World War III. I do not want that. Nobody wants that. Okay, maybe some people want that. I don't want that. I mean, there are definitely people who want that, actually. But yeah. I'm just going to bomb you because I just bombed you and suspect you might do something about it. Exactly. Like punching someone and then punching them again because you thought they were going to retaliate. Exactly.
Want an imminent attack by Hezbollah. But Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah rejected the claim.
What
happened was an aggression, not a preemptive action.
He's right.
And if we were to assume this was a preemptive action, it left no impact whatsoever on our military operations today, neither on its missiles, nor on its drones, nor on its fighters.
Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah also spoke about the Gaza ceasefire negotiations in Cairo, Egypt.
Our operation today, in any case, may be very useful for the negotiations, for the Palestinian side or the Arab side that is negotiating alongside the Palestinian team. And its message is clear to the enemy and to those behind the enemy. To the Americans that any hopes of shutting down the supporting fronts, whether in Lebanon, in Yemen, or in Iraq, these fronts are actually open. These hopes are dashed.
Meanwhile, the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, said Israel's military campaign against Hezbollah will continue.
What happened today is not the end of the story. Hezbollah tried to attack the state of Israel with rockets and drones early in the morning.
I mean, like I said, dude, just like we're talking about, these are in response to things like these strikes that are like nothing, right? That like all of these rockets get shot out of the sky, every one of them. Like it's very rare that one actually makes it to the ground, right? To any place. Most of them get shot the fuck out of the sky, and they're shot into the sky knowing full well that that's the fucking case. Okay. Let's also consider the fact that Israel struck first in all of these situations. Israel is a rogue state. Israel is a rogue state, making everybody less safe in that fucking region. Okay? Like, Israel is a rogue state, and the international community agrees upon this. The United States holds its stance because they don't want to give up their super strategic fucking, ally in the region. Even if it means possibly getting dragged into a large war. Like, all of this is because Israel struck first. Okay? Like, all of that. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. They're making Israeli hostages less safe. They're making Israelis generally less safe. They're making Americans less safe. They're making the entire world less safe by getting us this close to a large regional conflict. Like, that puts a lot of people in danger. All because of this fucking dude's, one, because of an evil political ideology. One, political ideology. Two, this dude's specifically, his specific political career is on the fucking line. His specific political career is on the fucking line. So he's doing whatever he can to make sure he's holding the line where it's at, that nothing progresses and nothing gets better, and we get closer and closer to a regional war, because that would be what these fucking radical fucking right-wing Likud party fucking psychopaths want. And to justify and to back up anything, that this Israeli government is doing, you like, man. Wow. When it's so clearly that everybody that does, the fact that everybody that does, like unquestioningly supportive of, that is unquestioningly supportive of the state of Israel, is increasingly isolated on the world stage. It's always been the case that most of the international community has recognized what the fuck has been going on in the region for a very long time now, for many, many years now. But now, even more people now, more than ever, see what the fuck is happening right the fuck now in Gaza and in the West Bank. And you have to be heartless, cold, piece of shit, frankly, if you place the strategic relationship of this rogue state with the United States over the lives of Palestinians. You are a piece of shit. If you justify anything that this man is doing, straight the fuck up, you are. You are backing up everything that the Likud party stands for? Really? And their foreign policy? Really? Their radical right-wing religious zealot fucking, zealotry? You fuck with that? You want to give money to that? You want to give guns and bombs to that? So that they can kill more people and then drag Americans into a fucking war, possibly? That's what you want?
Instructed the Israeli army to carry out a powerful preemptive strike to remove the threat. The Israeli army destroyed thousands of short-range rockets. All of them were intended to harm our citizens and our forces in the Galilee.
How many of them made it?
In addition, the Israeli army intercepted all the UAVs that Hezbollah launched at a strategic...
All of them, right? Like every time, right? Because you got David Sling, you got David Sling, you got fucking something Arrow, you got fucking the Iron Dome, you have the United States float like warships floating off the coast, you know what I mean? You have the United Kingdom also doing the same, like shooting everything out of the sky before it even gets close to Israel. And then when it gets there, there's 3 levels of American funded fucking, defense systems for it to go through. They never fucking make it. It is so fucking rare for a rocket to fucking make it past the United States, the United Kingdom, and 3 levels of fucking air defense in Israel. Like, it's so fucking insane, dude. It's so crazy that anybody, like, the cope required to be like, nah, actually, like, Israel is justified in everything that it's doing is actually crazy, because at this point you have so much information available to you. You are actively choosing to disregard the fucking horrors that are happening at this man's hands with the funding and weapons of my country. Like, you are choosing to disregard that because of, like, some stupid bullshit, like, from your perspective, like a zoomed out view of like the realistic political landscape of it all. Like, I actually see things for what they really are. I'm not clouded by my emotions. Okay. I am a logical Chad, actually. And I think genocide is totally fine.
In the center of the country.
Uh-oh.
An American journalist,
She's muted.
senior public policy fellow at the American University of Beirut, also a non-resident senior fellow at the Arab Center, Washington, D.C. Rami, welcome back to Democracy Now! Talk about this escalation of violence. I mean, we haven't seen anything like this on the northern border between Israel and Lebanon in many months.
It's an escalation of aggression by Israel and resistance by Hezbollah, and the mutual attacks back and forth.
Oh my God!
Have been going on for probably the last 16, 18 years since the 2006 war between them. But this is significant for several reasons. First, it's a much higher level of attack in the number of fighter jets from the Israeli sides and sides attacked, and the number of rockets and drones sent by Hezbollah. Both sides are claiming things that we can't verify, so we just have to wait a couple of days more for the actual factual evidence to come out. But what's significant from the Hezbollah side is that they used Katyusha rockets mostly, which are kind of old-fashioned, limited capability rockets, not very good in terms of hitting, being aimed, etc. And then they used some drones, and their focus was to detract the defense.
Hey, Bleak, where's your fucking smoke for the American-made weapons, for Raytheon and the Boeing-made weapons? Like, you only speak up when it's like the other way around. You never say shit when we're looking at dead bodies of Palestinians, Bleak. How come you don't say anything then? How come you only chirp? How come you only chirp at that moment? How come you spend so much time in here? Like, you don't actually like this community. You don't actually fuck with me. Like, why? Like, what the fuck, dude? You only speak up then. You don't say shit when we're looking at Palestinian children. You don't care about them, do you? Do you? Be honest. Do you? Do you? I'm not trying to find reason. Bleak, you know that I've been the most charitable person to you ever. You know that as a fact. And you know any of your favorite liberal streamers would not be as charitable to somebody like in a flipped situation. You know what I mean? Like, you would never have that. No, you don't have that. You only speak up when you want to fucking like be contradictory and you want the attention. You're not actually here because you get anything out of the community. You're here because you have like some kind of mission. Okay, and it's really fucking weird and cringe that you only speak up then. Okay, it's really obvious and cringe. Like, you only speak up then. You have nothing to say about what, like, you don't want to say anything about the Likud. You don't want to say anything about what we were just talking about. You don't want to say anything about that. You don't want to say anything about American-made bombs. You don't want to say anything about Netanyahu and what he's responsible for, and how destabilizing his government has been for the fucking region, and how much more dangerous he has made life for Israelis. dude, why aren't you saying anything then? This is my point. It's not a straw man because I'm asking you a specific question. Why don't you speak up then? You only speak up when it's like a Hezbollah fucking person or some shit. Dude, you have to know that, like, we recognize that, right? Like, I recognize that, and I'm still so charitable to you, and I'm still so polite to you, and I tell other chatters to be chill around you, even though you've disrespected me multiple times, and I've had to time you out multiple times. Like, against my better judgment, I still allow you to be in this chat. Like, you know what I mean? Even though I know you don't actually enjoy me or this community, you don't actually get anything out of this. You're here to like play a role or some shit. Like, fuck off, man. Like, what is, like, don't you, like, isn't there somebody else to watch where that you do agree with? Come on, like, you then actually address something that I'm saying. You only speak up to be contradictory. You don't actually you know, want to participate in being a part of this community. All you've done is make things awkward in this community. Multiple times I've had to call you out. Multiple times. You're not actually here to have a conversation. You're just here to fucking chirp randomly in the fucking chat. Not every single time. You know that I'm the most charitable person to you. You know that.
The air defense system with the rockets, and then get the drones in to attack some military sites. They're clearly targeting military sites, and the Israelis say everything is fine. The Hezbollah says they hit some of their targets, but they're assessing the situation now. But the more sophisticated weapons that Hezbollah has, with much better guidance systems, much more accurate, and can evade the Israeli defense systems, haven't been used yet. So this is a sign from Hezbollah that they're going to attack to avenge the killing of their commander in Beirut about a month ago. And they are going to do it with increasingly sophisticated weapon system down the road. Their aim is to do psychological warfare as well as actual damage. They want the whole country to remain on edge. They want the army to be preoccupied in the north. They want the 70,000, 80,000 civilians who were evacuated from North Israel to remain evacuated and annoyed and angry. Disruption to businesses, to tourism, to all kinds of investments, and to keep the military guessing what's gonna come next. So this is an escalation of a pattern that's been really the norm for many years.
Yes,
both sides
like, listen, like, we're talking about right now in a situation where Israel has been the single entity stoking tensions in the region. The single reason, right? Like, the one doing the initial strikes, right? Like, we should have the smoke for the rogue nation that is making everybody less safe, that has actively gone against the wishes of the current presidential administration, the current Biden administration, multiple times, has spit in the Biden administration's face multiple times. Like, we need to be addressing these, like, there is one entity here that is drawing the entire region into chaos. One, it's not Hamas, it's not Hezbollah, it's not Iran, it's none of them. It's literally none of those. Despite, like, me not, like, being 100% aligned with any of those groups. I'm not a stand for Iran. I'm like, I don't fuck with fundamentalism, but I also recognize that the PFLP and other more secular, more, you know what I mean, more groups were fucking, you know, pushed down. And Hamas was propped up. I know that history. I recognize this. I understand how Iran got to the fundamentalist fucking nation that it is now. I know that. I know about the coups. I know about these things. I have the historical context. I know that Israel is the single aggressor in all of this. Period. There's no other way to fucking put that. There's only one entity that has killed 40,000 at least people Since October 7th. How many October 7ths has Israel done to the Palestinian people? Answer the fucking question. Like, if you don't have the smoke for Israel, but you have the smoke for everyone else, you're sick. If you're not calling out the shit that the fucking far-right government of Israel is doing, but you are calling out everybody else, you're dishonest. It's straight up.
But
period.
Expectedly said earlier today that they have finished this phase, and therefore they're not going to continue large-scale attacks today or tomorrow. It seems that they've done.
Notorious Rob, thank you so much for the 5 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
The other side does something of equal magnitude. And it's going to go on until two things happen. The Israelis get out of Gaza, and the Palestinians can rebuild their lives there. And second,
but the Likud party has explicitly stated that they do not want that. They do not want to allow the Palestinians to return. They do not want them to rebuild. They do not want to leave Gaza. They want to stay there. They want to further occupy that, but nobody wants to talk about that. They want to talk about Iran. They want to talk about China. They want to talk about Russia, but they don't want to talk about the fucking country that is straight up occupying land that is not theirs. The international community recognized this. They only have that smoke for Russia, not the same smoke for Israel when it does the same shit, but fucking worse. Holy shit, dude. Like, if you have smoke for Russia, you have to have smoke for Israel, because otherwise you're being dishonest. You don't actually care about the poor Ukrainian people who have suffered because of fucking Russia. You don't care, because I don't believe you do, because you don't also care about the children in Gaza or the children in the West Bank. You don't care about them. So I don't trust that you have a heart for any human, period.
Some signs of action or movement towards resolving the overall Palestinian-Israeli and Arab-Israeli conflict, some signs of that materialize. Because until then, this is going to continue. There will continue to be this antagonism by the Hezbollah and Lebanese and Syrians and Palestinians and others and Yemenis towards Israel for what it's done in Palestine. And this has to be resolved politically. It can't be resolved militarily.
This is Israeli Army spokesperson Rear Admiral Daniel Hagari speaking Sunday.
We look around the state of Israel all the time. Also at Yemen.
Any smoke?
Also at Iran. I remind you that Hezbollah is an extension of the Iranians. They are financed, armed, targeted by the Iranians, and I am convinced that this widespread shooting is also directed by Iran, also under Iranian responsibility, and we will attack.
Do you see how they're just saying things? He's just, yeah, no, we're convinced that it's Iran, actually, right? And that's why we're going to do a preemptive attack. You know what I mean? To get ahead of a possible retaliatory attack on the other attack that we did, right? Like, dude, no, I'm certain that it's all Iran. No evidence of that. Okay, what? Like, dude, it doesn't matter. Like, the one entity in the region that is stoking tensions is so clearly and so obviously Israel that the international court, most of the international community, except for those that are directly complicit in their crimes, also recognizes that crimes against humanity are happening here, that international law has been broken, that the Oslo Accords were broken by Israel, that there is one entity that has illegal settlements in the occupied West Bank, that there is one entity that wants to do the exact same thing in Gaza. Where's the smoke for that? If I told you all of the things that the Likud party and that the state of Israel has done to Palestinians, because it's not just the Likud party, it's the fucking state of Israel. If I told you all of the things that the state of Israel did to Palestinians, but I said it was actually Putin that did it instead, I bet we'd get some anger. I bet we might get some anger out of somebody.
If you can respond, Rami Khoury.
This is a typical Israeli Zionist propaganda message that has been going on for years and years. They will always, and with the U.S. close behind them, following their lead, they'll always find some threat in the Middle East. Before it used to be Saddam Hussein, it was Qaeda, it was the Russians, it was the PLO. Now it's Iran is behind everything bad, and they will focus a lot of attention on addressing that issue, trying to evade the central reality that the Palestine-Israel conflict, the conflict between Zionism and Arabism in Palestine, which has been going on for 100 years, that's the real core of the problem. And so these are evasive tactics, diversionary tactics. Iran is a very close ally of Hezbollah. They're deeply involved in increasing its technical and military capabilities, as they are with Hamas and Ansarullah in Yemen, the Houthis. But to say that Iran directs them and tells them what to do, I believe is a bit of a stretch. And so it's like the relationship between Israel and the United States. They're very close in armaments and strategy, and the U.S. now is actively, almost enthusiastically supporting the Israeli genocide in Gaza. But Israel
Thanks,
does
Agent
what
Chicken.
it
Welcome
feels
in.
it needs to do, and the U.S. doesn't seem to be able or willing to stop it. And I think we have a similar relationship between Hezbollah and Iran. They're very close, but Iran doesn't command direct Hezbollah and telling it what to do.
If you can talk about what's happening right now, the Gaza ceasefire negotiations, Hamas sent representatives to Cairo, Israel had their delegation, Egypt and Qatar are involved, but it looks like they broke down once again, though they say they're continuing.
Well, they'd reached an agreement in early July when Biden announced his so-called plan for a ceasefire, and Hamas accepted it. Biden said this came from the Israelis.
He did say that. Remember, just like nobody, where's the smoke for the straight up fucking lies? Like but we're gonna blindly just accept this because you know what? Like America good, everybody else bad. Like, oh, it could be worse. Like I unironically, people have this logical, this idea that like, yeah, America has done bad things, but you know what I mean? It could be Russia or it could be China. So I support it. Fuck it. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like straight up lies. Just straight up lies. Straight up lies. We were told straight up lies about Israel accepting the deal twice. And Hamas accepted the deal multiple times. Every single time, Israel is the one that fucked it up, that went back on it, that fucking every single fucking time. And now they're trying to make Hamas fucking sacrifice two of the main fucking, negotiation points that were non-negotiable up until this point. And that's the bridging proposal, the last chance, according to Tony Blinken, to, for a ceasefire. It's like, how come this entity is the one paying in the negotiation, sacrificing things, when this is the entity that has gotten in the way of negotiations every single time? I mean, it's obvious because the fucking mediator is the one funding and supplying weapons to one of the entities. It's so obvious, but people are so stupid. Like, it's so stupid. It's just so obvious what's happening here, but no. I refuse to criticize the United States. I refuse to do that. Like, what the fuck?
Hamas accepted it. Biden said this came from the Israelis. And then when Hamas accepted it, the Israelis, Netanyahu, came back and added more conditions. And this has been the pattern ever since. And whenever Hamas accepts it, they add more conditions, suggesting that Netanyahu doesn't really want a ceasefire. He wants to just keep negotiating. And I think it's pretty clear now that the ceasefire negotiations today are the equivalent of the so-called peace process in the bigger Arab-Israeli conflict over the last 40 years, which also was under U.S. management or direction. And the ceasefire talks seem to be, in the eyes of most analysts and observers in the Middle East, seem to be a mechanism just to delay anything serious from happening, to allow Israel to continue with its genocidal killing of, the figures, official figures are over 40,000. Most people say it's closer to 150,000 dead, but
it's higher than
that. Find that out in the future. So the ceasefire talks are a fictitious.
Like that would mean that the ratio is below 4-1 when it comes to indirect deaths to direct deaths. That would mean if it's at 150,000 now, that would mean that the ratio was actually like 2-1 for indirect deaths for every, 2 indirect deaths for every 1 direct death. Like that's just way too conservative. Even the Lancet's ratio of 4 indirect deaths to every 1 direct death is a conservative estimate. Like it's like by this time, a month and a half out from the Lancet paper, it's well over 200,000 according to that paper.
Political dynamic, and the reason they're fictitious is because the United States is trying to be the main driver of the peace process, to the point where Biden announced an agreement back in early July. But the U.S. is also the main funder, arms supplier, and political.
Like how is that not? I mean, it is. Like by definition, that is like a conflict of interest. Like you being the mediator in that instance is such a clear conflict of interest. But like that's the only way. Like that's the only mediator that Israel would allow, right? Like.
Diplomatic protector of Israel in the UN and other places. You can't have the one party that is the major force for letting the genocide happen, technically and politically, and at the same time claim to be a mediator that's trying to mediate between Israel and Hamas. This is the kind of fiction and the fantasy that comes out of the State Department and the White House. And most of the world just watches this on TV thinking, oh, something might happen. The important point is the Hamas, and you see it in Hezbollah, is that they have taken a much harder position. They say, we accepted the ceasefire that Biden provided that came from Israel. What more do you want from us? We are ready to stop the fighting, exchange prisoners and hostages, et cetera, but they have certain hardcore demands. And what's obvious now is that both Hezbollah and Hamas refuse to play the game that all the Arab governments and Fatah under Arafat and now under Abu Mazen, the Palestinian leadership, played for so many years, which is to make concession after concession after concession, rely on Western or other international intervention, and then expect something to happen. We've realized, everybody in the Arab region has realized, that this is not a serious process. This is the latest manifestation of a colonial process managed by white northern racist militant groups, countries. It used to be England, now it's the United States, that keeps playing games with the people of the region for the benefits of either the Western powers or today for Israel. So the ceasefire talks should not be taken very seriously as an effort to actually bring about a ceasefire. They are better seen as an indication of the skewed relationship between Western imperial powers and Israel, which is their closest manifestation in the region, settler colonial power. Relations between them and between the Palestinians, who are standing steady. Hamas is holding its ground and saying, look, we're prepared to make peace. We're prepared to coexist with the current Israeli state as a Jewish majority state.
Yo, Graham, thanks for 26 months. Good morning.
They're refusing to make more concessions is an important indicator of where they are. And this is something that the Western Israeli and Western imperial powers don't know how to handle. They're not used to steadfast Arab parties. They're used to compliant Arabs who
thank you, Graham.
Say yes, sir, and this isn't happening anymore. So this is an important moment.
Mari did them for me.
You know, it's the generational change in leaderships in the Arab country, and this is why the majority of ordinary people in the Arab world stand by Hamas and the Palestinians. They might not support the actual actions that it had used, whether either on October 7 or previously in terms of terror attacks inside Israel, you know, attacking buses and pizza parlors and stuff, but they support its basic political stand that we have rights. We are prepared to achieve those rights through a peaceful negotiation. We are not prepared to play.
Yo, Cho, thank you so much for 4 months. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sorry to interrupt, but the hair is insert fire emoji. Tofu cook tofu L.
Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Very, very nice. Thank you.
People like Anthony Blinken and Dennis Ross before him, and people who are not serious about the real resolution that is required to address the real core of the problem, which is the conflict between Israel and Zionism on the one hand, and Palestinian Arabism on the other. There is a resolution to that conflict, a peaceful resolution that can be done, just like there is a resolution in Gaza, but the Israelis don't want to do it.
Rami Khoury, I want to thank you.
I mean, that's the key. That's the key to all of this, right? That's the key to everything that I've been fucking saying, that I've been screaming about this past fucking, 45 fucking minutes? Like, that's what I'm fucking saying. And for you to like, you know, when there are so many people out there who just like are asleep, just like, I sleep. I don't see any of this happening. I choose not to see this. I choose not to speak on this. I choose to just, you know, refer to this as like, you know, unfortunate, you know, an unfortunate thing, but unfortunate, you know, unfortunate, but necessary, because Israel is such a strategic ally. Like, you know what I mean? That's the most important thing. You know what I mean? I don't listen, you know, strategy, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, we gotta be fucking strategic on the world stage. Human life? No, I don't care. But if it was Putin though, oh my God, I'm about to get so mad. Oh my God, the Ukrainian Children's Hospital, I'm pissed. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was Putin. Ooh, I'm awake. I'm ready for war. Like, I want to send millions of dollars to fucking kill even more people. Let's fucking go. Oh, 40,000 dead Gazan children. I sleep. We should still give Israel money. I don't have anything negative to say about Israel at all. You like the amount of people calling out, rightfully, I will add, you know, the strike on a Ukrainian Children's Hospital. That's fucking evil. That's fucking horrible. That's fucking disgusting. And they're like, it's fucking horrible. It's evil, right? But to only say something about that and to not say anything about the not just one, but multiple, you know, schools and mosques and hospitals that have been obliterated. Like, there's a double standard, and it's disgusting. And it proves to me that your humanity that you show in one place, while not showing it in another that is equally as deserving, proves to me that you have no humanity, that you are actually genuinely offering up to anybody. Truly.
Thank you for being with us, Palestinian-American journalist, senior public policy fellow at the American University of Beirut, also a non-resident senior fellow at the Arab Center, Washington, D.C.
Ay. We did it, chat. We got through all the fucking news and all the politics, even though I said it was going to be a light news day. It was supposed to be a light news day. Yo, Marty, thank you so much for the 100 biddies. Also, G-Funk, thank you so much for the 10 months. I'm so sorry I missed that. Thank you so much, G-Funk. Thank you. Very, very generous. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, chat, we did it. We got through all the fucking the real shit for the day, and now even though it's already almost 5 a.m., I promised you that we would do some comfy content, so we're gonna fucking do some comfy content, okay? Even though, like, I should probably just call it here. because I've been having a bad day, right? I already had a bad day and I wasn't gonna stream, and then I streamed and I was like, cool, streaming will make me feel better. And then I just got angry. You know what I mean? At how little people care, at how little humanity there truly is in some people's hearts. You know what I'm saying? And then my day got ruined all over again. All over again. But let's do something chill now. Let's do Bourbon Bresky Branch. Gort had babies? Babies?
This is the day
oh my God.
we've all been waiting for.
Wait, Gort really did have babies. Okay, I learned I do the same thing every time. I'm always like surprised that for some reason everything is like skipping and shit. It's always with Urban Rescue Ranch's videos because it goes up to like fucking 1,000 bajillion p. I gotta go down to 1060. Like what? Yo, Beholder B, thank you so much for gifting to Gino Rose. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Putting us at, oh my God, this thing is coming apart. Putting us at 8 out of 25 for the daily sub goal chat. Chat, it's 5 a.m. and almost 6 hours into a stream because I was late. And we're only at 8 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Only at 8 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Thank you so much to everybody who who gifted today. Anybody who's thrown bits or donos or anything. If you have the means to, if you were thinking about gifting, if you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting. That way we can continue to do this full time, and I can make sure that my bills and my rent are paid while doing this full time. I appreciate all of you. Thank you. Okay, now go.
This is the day we've all been waiting for. Oh boy, we just got a squirrel and a kestrel. There's a lot of exciting things going on.
Oh my God, it's a baby.
Eggs and throw them. Look at that little
oh my God. Okay, I need to enjoy the babies. Why is this skipping? I put it down. Do I have to put it to 720? Like, it's always Urban Rescue Ranch because it just like jumps up. What the hell, man? Chat, I need a new computer.
This is the day we've all been waiting for. Oh boy, we just got a squirrel and a kestrel. There's a lot of exciting
Look at
things
it, it's a
going on.
little baby. It's so small.
So I have to take all these rotten eggs and throw them. Look at that little clappy face. Gort, why are you sitting on your baby? No! Oh my gosh, he's so loud. Today I'm going to show you guys how to catch and cook baby capybara. Good morning, everybody. Boy, oh boy, do I have an exciting video for you guys today. Gort finally gave birth. And this is the little runt. And
It's so cute. Oh my God.
When I discovered these precious
what the fuck, dude?
Goodness. And initially, this little guy got lost.
They're
and
so
I couldn't find him anywhere, and I was horrified.
And after I saw a hawk, I thought for sure he was a goner, but after praying all morning, he just magically appeared from the neighbor's property.
That's what it was. It was the praying. That's what it was. It was definitely the praying. Hell yeah.
That little guy walked all the way along here. And like I said in my community post, we have been so busy this week. In the last month, even just today, I got a kestrel, 2 hawks, and an owl, plus a handful of squirrels and other little cringe creatures. And boy, oh boy, have we been getting tons and tons of wildlife this year. But this is such a lovely little treat. And this is the day we've all been waiting for the last 2 years. My son, Gort, who is actually a woman, finally had some babies. Today, I'm going to show you guys how to catch and cook baby capybara. And Quandale Dingle over there is also pergonant, I believe. You can tell because that's a little nipple there poking out. But oh my goodness, look at that
my God, dude.
face. And because we hand raised these moms, and after a long time, they finally
What does a streamer PC even cost these days? Oh man.
So we
I don't want to talk about it. I really don't want to talk about it.
The runt is having trouble, but there's not a lot of babies, so this is going to be perfect. But look at this proud mother. No, don't sit on your baby. Look, she just sat on him. No! Wait, stop it. Get off the baby. Look, she's sitting on him. Oh my gosh.
You're gonna quest the baby.
On your baby.
Yo, Red Cyber Dragon 29. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Hope you had a good stream.
baby. Wait, look at those little toes. Get off. Oh, but look at how she's just letting me pet her. But look, you guys, they're so friendly that they just let me pick them up. But even the babies, I think, are having trouble figuring out which one of these guys is their mama. Goodness gracious, this thing is perfect. I wanted to say I'm sorry for not posting as frequently as I'd like to, you guys. We had a lot going on here the last month. We had an otter, another coyote came in. Because of the other coyote, Boo Boo is now wild in there. So to any of you guys that said I was being too friendly with that baby coyote, he is now a wild creature in that other enclosure over there. But I did want to film a quick, hastily edited update for you guys because I love you. And I appreciate you guys, and I wanted to let you know how precious this little fella is.
Oh my
But this one
god.
does not like me very much because he's a cringe little runt. And this is a little guy that
What
was
the
all on his own
heck?
over there, so I might actually have to bottle
Watched FD's video on the online left. Nice.
Oh. And wait a minute, that's not Gort, that's Kamala. So they were trying to nurse on their papa. And this is actually Gort, you guys, and you can see Gort actually is pregnant because of how fat she looks right now. You can see that this little baby calf.
Oh my god, look at their little legs. Look at the little boop 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 boop.
There's a lot of exciting things going on here, so I'm going to give you guys a quick little tour of the farm.
Oh my god.
Then I'm going to get back to taking care of these animals because we have another kestrel coming in today. I left the hose on here too long, but as you guys can see, Kevin is now reunited with his daughters. His son is still over there sitting on those eggs. I don't have to worry about him inbreeding with his daughters because they already laid. So now these guys are a nice happy
that's
herd
good.
again. Soldier Boy's still over here sitting on his nest, but as you can see, a lot of them have gone bad now. So I have to take all these rotten eggs and throw them. But Soldier Boy actually did hatch out several eggs naturally. So we're very proud of him, and Kevin is now
Soldier Boy.
father. And if you guys are subscribed, you'll see that I had an otter in here for a while, and I transferred it to Austin Wildlife Rescue. And then this got all nasty and green, and now I have an alligator gar in here somewhere. And you'll see that in one of the videos.
Somewhere there's an alligator in there. I don't know.
4 alligator gar from Kyle the Fish Whisperer. I'm gonna go ahead and turn this water off now. But all the cappies are in here together like
Oh
a
my
big
god,
happy
dude,
family.
what
Or
the
should I
fuck?
say,
They're
a
so
big
small.
happy family.
Oh.
But I love when baby animals are just a miniature version of their parents.
They
Look at
really
that little guy
are.
just sitting there by himself.
And I'll just say it. If you don't like this video, you're getting touched.
And I don't have them over.
That's okay. All right. I guess I like it then.
By the pond because I have the beaver in there and he needs to stay separate from the domestic animals, but the beaver is no longer in
Better
here
like that
anymore.
shit.
We have our
Listen. Listen, he may be you know, a son of God, but you know.
biggest raccoons of the year in here. There's always raccoons in this enclosure coming and going, and we released a lot in the last month. And you guys will see all that if you're subscribed, but I have all of the baby Rhea in here. As always, some of these guys have little leg issues, but I gave them a lot more space so they could run around freely in here. And now they're big enough to start eating some of this grass, but I don't have them with Karen and Kevin because
tofu
I
to
feel like
Christianity, yeah.
there. And these are all.
Why are Christian dudes so hot?
A couple of them have been hatched in the incubator. And we could have hatched out a lot more, but I'm not just trying to hoard Rhea chicks over here. But I will rehome these guys to friends. And if I do get any money for it, it's going to go straight to the wildlife rescue, like I said. I need to add some more water to this little enclosure, but Gustavo is still thriving over here. And he's getting bigger and bigger. Pretty soon, he's going to be able to go outside to a pond at the new place. We don't have anything else that's crazy in the barn right now. All of our gear have gone to other locations.
Oh,
and Queen
there's
still
Poggers.
precious, and they have my old mattress from Austin that's real nasty right now, but Poggers was raised on that mattress, so he's
That
very
dog's
happy
name
out
is
here.
Poggers,
And I know a
chat.
lot of you guys keep asking me for updates on Pabo, and he's still just precious and sweet. These guys will also eventually be able to go to that 4-acre spot close by. As you can see, Noodles in the corner there being cringe per usual. Someone surrendered this big iguana to us that I'm going to move to an outdoor enclosure pretty soon. He's very friendly. Someone also surrendered to us a little sulcata tortoise, and I even have a little surprise for you guys. But you
What is
have to
that?
subscribe to see what's going on there. Pretty soon I'm
I already
let the
did.
snakes free range in here so they can just swim in here whenever they want. But I don't think there's anything except for this Oscar that lives in here. But oh boy, we just got a squirrel and a kestrel separately. This little guy was attacked by a cat, I believe.
Oh.
But this is what the rehab office looks like right now, you guys. We don't have a ton of stuff in here because Uncle Ben is taking a little break, and I'm only taking in raptors right now. So we have this great horned owl.
Velociraptors.
Small red tail hawk that came in this morning. We get so many of these. We also have this little tiny screech chatter came in, and another kestrel. So these little guys are gonna be perfect for each other. Having them together will keep it from imprinting, but this little guy has an injury, so I'm gonna keep them separate for now. And we even have a little baby nighthawk, which isn't necessarily a raptor, but it is a precious little predatory bird. We've actually gotten several of these guys this year. They're very, very interesting.
I can't tell where its face is.
Referring a lot of raccoons and other things to other people because we've just had so many this year. That otter was living in here for a couple days. Thankfully, this little yapper's, oh my gosh, he's so loud. His little injury is really superficial. Ooh, okay, boy, quit yapping.
Yap.
His injury is really superficial. And yap. Spicy. And I'll give him an exam.
Somebody get that bird an SM7B.
I can't find my sheets, but I have visual barriers
They
for
yapping.
all these guys 99% of the time. We don't need them stressing each other out, especially this guy. He's big. These are all temporary enclosures for these guys before they move to our flight pens, and then they subsequently get released. I'm working on a really cool outdoor enclosure for these guys.
this
but now all our
squirrel.
little prairie dogs are in
Prairie dog.
now.
My
Even though
bad.
this cage is less than optimal for them, it's a really good job of mimicking what their tunnel system would look like in the wild. And this is Small Pound, and you guys are going to learn a lot more about him in the next couple videos. But just like the other guys, we're going to put him in another large enclosure outside as soon as it gets a little bit colder. But this little guy has the same kind of setup where he has all kinds of different levels to feel comfortable. And this little guy is not releasable because he's not even native to this area. And this guy loves chewing on my fingers. And this is where we...
Hey, so if I saw 3 Cybertrucks yesterday, 3? God, that's got to be like a bad omen or something, right? Like a black cat crossing your path, right? Like, that can't be good. And then my mom got into car accident. She's okay. Oh my God, wait. How did I not read the rest of that sentence before I fucking said that? So I think the Cybertruck is... How did I not read the rest of that sentence before I literally... That's hilarious. I mean, that's not hilarious. I'm glad your mom's okay. That part's not hilarious. I'm glad your mom's okay. I'm sorry she got in a car accident. But I can't believe I like didn't read just like a little bit further and say. And you literally said everything that I pre-watched your comment, dude. Oh fuck. Dude, I'm sorry, Ink Frog.
We keep all of our ice cream.
Yeah, you got chat. If you see 3 Cybertrucks in a row, just stay inside, right? Stay away from sharp things. What's up, Blood Glow?
And all of our dead things to feed everyone. And Patrick is making his little poop pile here because he's in
poop
rut.
pile.
What they do, they pile their poop up in a little ball and they pee on it and they mark their territory with
Oh.
it. We need to get this little guy a girlfriend. I'm just waiting for someone to give us one though. I don't want to just buy one. That's cringe. We already released the
That
vultures.
is cringe.
Spoiler alert. There's nothing else back here, but here we have garbanzo beans. We have these precious little whistling ducks that are about ready to be released. And this whole pond is fenced in, so it's the perfect little place for my son Bevo to live.
Bevo!
So as you guys can see, Garbanzo Bean still loves me and tries to bite me all the time, but I don't need to throw him anymore because he just stays in here. And Bevo is nocturnal, so he usually just sleeps in his hut or over here in all of this shade. But he has this whole pond to swim around in whenever he wants. And as you guys can see, I fenced off these trees so that he doesn't chew them to death. But Bevo is getting a lot bigger now, but he's still a baby, and we still have to take care of him for another 1.5 years. But that's it for now, you guys. I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for watching our videos and supporting us over the last few years. This place sure has come a long way from the little crack house and literal
He
dump
always
that
mentions
this area
that.
used to be. This went
This
from just
place
being
used to
nasty
be a
section
crack
of woods with
house.
tons of trash and oil in it to a lovely little place where wildlife can be rehabilitated and nurtured before they go back to the wild. Can someone please tell me why his feathers are looking like this right now? Is he a hybrid or is this just what he does when he molts? That's it, you guys. Thanks so much for watching my
hybrid.
video. I love you guys. I appreciate you. And now that these
Look at
guys
the
are grown up
fucking
here, they're gonna
babies,
be
dude.
friendly
I'm
with Pablo and
dying.
Queen. And they'll grow up not being
They're
afraid
so
of dogs.
fucking stupid cute. What the fuck? Like, what even the fuck is this? Like, are you joking? Look at that. Look at them. I would die for them. I'll do anything for them. I'll fight wars. You know? Like, I'll go to hell and back again. Twice. How? Play. There it
Boo
goes.
Boo is now so not friendly that he just hangs out in this little box. Oh, and Boo Boo in the
I saw his new second channel actually. I saw the second channel, and I added to the playlist. I also saw this random video from a oh wait, no, this is the same one. No, this is the same shit, right? The Waco, yeah, Waco Wildlife Rescue. Yeah. So I have this on the playlist too, where it's like the Urban Rescue Ranch movie Sigma edition. I don't know what's happening there. We'll watch it after this. Fuck it. I don't know why my computer's overheating right now. God damn it.
All hang out over here, but they can go wherever they want on the property. Boo Boo sure is getting big. But here's one last look at the most precious little creatures we've ever had on this farm. I love you guys. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for watching these videos and supporting us. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Oh, almost forgot to tell you.
For the wildlife rescue.
Thank you, Frankenstein.
So let me know if you guys are interested in subscribing, and we also have a little movie that we're going to post pretty soon.
Speaking of which,
thank you guys for watching.
Let's look at it.
Humanity has this keen ability, unlike any other species on Earth. We're the only animal that can take care of every other animal. A lot of times people will have these animals on hunting ranches, or they'll be transporting them and they'll get injured, or they'll have a baby, and then they come to me.
Wait, chat, this is awesome.
She is. Well, both things look like they're fine. So we just give her meds, get her fluids, and we'll be good.
Without us here, the majority of the...
Bro. How come it's so edited? I'm scared. This is awesome. Like, actual, like, serious content, like, you know what I mean? That's like well done, like a documentary style thing on Ben and the Urban Rescue Ranch. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, it's weird not hearing him do the voice, right? Like, he's being serious. He's like out of character. I fucking love this.
These animals would be euthanized.
So this is a little barred owl that was found, that we picked up, that was injured in somebody's backyard.
He is going to get an x-ray there because he's got a broken wing.
And it could cause emaciation, it could cause dehydration, all that stuff.
Open up.
I say the most fulfilling thing about wildlife rehab is whenever you know that this is an animal that had absolutely zero chance of survival, and it gets to go back into the wild to live and hunt another day.
The Urban Rescue Ranch. It's so serious.
When I was a little kid, I used to just want to be like a different, funnier version of Steve Irwin.
Have a look at this little blighter.
I don't know any people that say that he's their biggest inspiration that actually rehabilitate wildlife.
Fuck yeah, dude.
One time I rescued a baby mallard that was orphaned. The poor thing was just emaciated, and I just felt horrible. My dad, his idea was, let's just put it out of its misery, but I just put it on fluids and it just became my little buddy. The duck passed away and I just was really sad about that. I realized later there were little mistakes.
You guys have no idea how hard it was for me to mask the tism for this long. However, Matthew did a great job with this and it actually won a couple awards. Wow. And was accepted into a couple different film festivals. Fuck yeah, dope.
Mistakes I made that would have preserved its life. People knew me as the chicken guy. People just started bringing me animals. They'd find squirrels that fell out of the tree or pigeons that fall out of the nest. But I'd read primary literature on zoo care for these animals. I just fell in love with it. So after I graduated, I started working at Oracle, and I'd be taking sales calls from home, bottle feeding these animals. Well, I was so bored working there. I was just making Snapchats for my friends and stuff. And it wasn't until my friend told me about TikTok at Oracle that I made an account and just started posting my camera roll from Snapchat.
Want to know how to fight a kangaroo?
And then those videos just started blowing up. And then that's addictive. You know, you like seeing, oh my gosh, I just made a little 15-second video and 1 million people saw that.
Disaster in Texas. Millions still without power or water.
Oh shit.
3 years ago, there was this really bad freeze in Austin. During those freezes, I spent 3 days just praying and reading. I was just asking God, what am I supposed to be doing with my life?
What did God say?
Like, what's the big picture here?
What did God say to you, Ben?
This is not a gratifying thing. It's a soul-crushing experience to be in a cubicle. At the end of those 3 days of no water, no electric, of just drinking my dog's backwash, I felt like I could hear God's voice very clearly. And I felt like God was saying, stop. I felt like he said, quit your job and trust in me for income. Buy the crap.
God said, quit your job and trust in me for income? All right, yeah, for sure.
Property in Waco. The property was this really dilapidated house, and there were people squatting.
I mean, before that part, it's all valid, like, right? Like, you know what I mean? That's a soul-crushing job in a cubicle. Like, yeah, like I kind of made that same jump. I made that jump when I quit my last really good job to be a full-time musician or producer. And then that turned into me streaming full time. But like I've made that similar like leap of faith, if you will. But like sounds Jesus-y. Oh, it's extremely Jesus-y. He's Christian. But the whole like God told you that maybe, you know what I mean, that you should quit your job and like trust in him for income is like, I mean,
so I figured if those people can live here, you know,
God did.
That night I quit. I went to bed, was in debt. I got this place in Waco. I'd sold my car and I'd bought a bus, and I was ready to just make the move and dedicate a year to this, even if I didn't make any money.
There's me.
I went to bed that night. The next morning I woke up and I had a bunch of texts from friends saying, yo, your YouTube videos are on trending.
Welcome back to the Urban Rescue
Ben Christie.
Ranch.
He's become a social media sensation thanks to videos of his Urban Rescue Ranch.
Video that it had 20,000 views jumped up to 6 million the next day.
His views are insane.
What
like,
happened was the next day I immediately started working.
When he films all his videos on his iPhone, and for a long time he was just editing them on iMovie on his iPhone also, but now he edits them on an iPad. That was his upgrade. Was moving from editing his camera roll on his iPhone on iMovie to editing his camera roll on iPad with iMovie. And he'll like the most basic shit, and he'll make millions of get millions of views. It's just like, it's so wild how little he really like puts into the music or the video part, right? Like all of his effort really is put into like what he's actually doing. You know what I'm saying? But it's actually insane. Yo, Unelectable Airwaves, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. I hope you had a good stream. What's up, Dave Legend? What's up, everybody? Welcome in. Welcome in.
300 to 400 tires.
Yo, Durang Dang, thank you so much for gifting to the Maltese Leftist. Very generous of you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Putting us at 9 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Very pog. Chat, we're 6 hours into stream and we're only at 9 out of 25. Haven't even hit the halfway mark. If you enjoy the stream, if you enjoy the content, please consider supporting in some way so we can continue to do this full time. Yeah. Thank you, Drink Ding. Thank you.
Tons of
Ope reminds me of the monks at a tourist trap temple, except it was like, you are so blessed. Give us all your money. You'll be fine. Trust me, bro. You gave him all your money, though, right?
Trash, just straight up oil.
Friend, oh, hello.
Oh,
and that's also why nobody wanted to buy that property. It's also why it was the perfect property for me. But I had a big comfy bed in Austin and a nice
This is not a crack house. This is a crack home.
I didn't have any of that. And I would shower at the gas station down the road. And I would probably just sleep in my bus for the most part if I didn't sleep in the house.
That was my first full night sleeping here at the new farm.
I realized, it doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to keep animals alive. That month, God did provide the rest of the money. I made my entire orphan salary that first month that I quit.
Good morning, everybody.
And then I get to put everything I made from there on directly back into the animal rescue. And now the place is...
He made his whole salary in his first month? Okay, dude. Damn.
Lot better than what it was. So now the Urban Rescue Ranch is like an actual facility. We've been a nonprofit for a year now. We're rehabilitating wildlife. We're taking sanctuary care of animals. The goal is to release anything that comes in for the wildlife rehab.
A lot of people argue, why not just let nature take its course, right? Because these animals are injured, they're going to die anyways. 90% of the animals that come in have either been hit by cars,
attacked by a
No,
dog,
I don't like this.
Most people don't care enough. Animal control will immediately put orphans down. There's no wildlife rehabs anywhere between Dallas and Austin.
True, and that's why fuck PETA. And that's why fuck PETA, right? From their fucking high horse, right? They fucking want to talk all that shit, but they are like the biggest like supporter of kill shelters. They're fucking horrible. Fuck PETA. Holy shit.
A lot of our wildlife gets needlessly killed.
Yeah, like PETA is like a huge part of that. Like PETA is unironically a huge part of that. Whether like it's like animals like that or, you know, domesticated animals like dogs and cats and like whatever. All of it. What's up, Jupiter?
Initially, humanity had one job, and it was take care of the animals and tend to the garden.
Bruh.
That's it. If you really care about the animals, you want to care about all of the animals in the future as well.
I mean, I love him, dude. Okay, like if like his belief in God leads him to want to like, you know, help animals and, you know, like that's great. Like that's awesome. Go off, dude.
You know, getting to make an impact, if only temporary, on this land that we've changed. Getting to make an impact, if only temporary, on the wildlife that's here.
Be a lot of food for this little hawk here.
The thing that I love probably even more than actually rescuing the animals is inspire other people to.
Ben, his name is Ben, but yeah, I'm pretty sure he does know Maya. If you're talking about like Maya, like the streamer,
do the same thing.
So we brought this one in November.
I took my cat in from the street and he's been eating good like 3 years now. Hell yeah.
And then
Broken wing. So that means that he had some kind of skin wound.
The videos can show people and encourage them to follow what they're passionate about. Nothing was more satisfying and gratifying to me than seeing animals directly benefiting from that work.
ready to go back to the wild.
Right? There's nothing more gratifying and cool than seeing that hawk fly off into the wilderness, you know, where it's going to continue to hunt and continue to be healthy and live. I don't know if I'm changing the world, but I know that I changed this 3-acre plot.
He is,
of land
okay?
from-
Like, I love his videos so much. They unironically make me feel better. Like there's a reason why, like, I make this, like, his videos, like, a permanent part of our fucking stream. You know what I mean? Whenever there's a new fucking video, like, you know I'm on that shit. Because after a fucking, like, 6 hours of covering man-made horrors beyond my comprehension, like, it's so nice to see, like, the good in people, to see like people who have empathy, to see people who live, like, who dedicate their lives to compassion. You know what I mean? Like, this is so wholesome and so positive. It just like, it makes me feel better. I don't give a shit if he's like, you know, hardcore Christian. I don't care. He's like, he cares about what he does, and he unironically makes the world a better place. Like, and his silly content like cheers me up. Like, as corny as that is, like, this is fucking awesome. I think this is dope.
The piece of crap.
He's my fucking favorite.
All of these animals that just are being sustained from the ground, they're just eating the grass. I love showing people, you know, this is what the world should look like.
Is this the video? Okay, so that's the movie. Okay, I didn't know if this was gonna be like a teaser or something. But that's awesome. Very, very good. Very good. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to the playlist that contains all the videos that we've watched this evening. There is more. I mean, in that exclamation point watching in the chat, in this playlist, you know, all the videos are there. If you go, you know, like and subscribe, lick and subscribe, and hit the bell in hell to all of the, you know, the creators whose content we enjoy, specifically Urban Rescue Ranch and the Waco Wildlife Rescue channel. There's other videos, so if you want to on your own, you know what I mean, look at some more content. There is other content that we haven't gotten to yet, but I've been spacing it out so that like we can have Urban Rescue Ranch like every day if possible, because it's my fucking favorite. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, there's other content if you like. Also, if you're new to Urban Rescue Ranch, oh my God, I'm very jealous of you because you have so much content to go back and look at. Like, there's so much content and it's all so wholesome. It's all very wholesome. Oh man, chat. Listen, it's been quite a... I thought it was going to be a chill day. I thought I was going to like come to stream and cheer myself up. And mostly that did happen actually. But, you know, we got a little irritated. You know what I'm saying? You know, I care deeply about things that, like, you know, I care deeply about the things we talk about, right? And it happens. But I need to go chill out. I need to go take the rest of the night and just chill. But I will be back tomorrow for more news, more politics, more comfy content, more whatever the fuck, more hanging, more hangs. I hope to see you guys again tomorrow for all of that. I also would like if you joined all of my, or you go followed all of my socials. They're all in there. You should also go join the Discord to get notifications for when I go live and to keep up with the community outside of stream, because building community is very important in these trying times. But let's go take this party elsewhere. Let's see, who did we raid yesterday? Jason we raided yesterday. Who's live? Let's go send it over to Gramifer. Let's spam some emotes, spam some good vibes. Most importantly, okay, spam some emotes, spam some good vibes. See you guys tomorrow. Much love, everybody. Thanks for all the good vibes. Thanks for all the love and support. Speaking of support, didn't quite hit the sub goal today. Any last minute gifters, any last minute subbers, you know, anything like that, mod check pausers, all good. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Much love. Remember to drink some water, take your meds, take care of yourself, be kind to yourself, be kind to others. Don't be a dick, okay? But also, don't be a pussy. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Much love, everybody. Bye-bye.
Enough of love light, and I can't believe it's not love. I can't help myself, and you don't have to say that. It spikes across flesh. You'll feel it kicking in soon. Are you falling in love? I have a feeling you are. Are you falling in love with a feeling? Are you falling in love? I only feeling you